첼로를 배출했습니다. 한국을 만나는 세계의 창을 갖고 온 KF는 1991년 설립 이래 2017년 우리나라의 공공외교 추진기관으로 지정된 이후 제주본부, 서울 글로벌센터, 부산 아세안 문화원, 해외 사무소를 통해 한국과 세계를 잇고 대한민국에 대한 올바른 지식과 정보를 국제사회에 알리기 위해 힘쓰고 있습니다. 국제사회에서 대한민국에 대한 올바른 인식과 이해를 확산시키기 위해
2022 KF 글로벌 한국학 포럼 개회식이
The opening ceremony of the 2022 KF Global Korea Studies Forum will soon begin. Please kindly take your seats, and for the event to run smoothly, please set your phones to vibration mode or turn them off. Thank you.
시작하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 오늘 행사는 온라인으로도
This session is also broadcast online live for your information.
그쪽이요? 네, 잠시 후 2022
The opening ceremony of the 2022 KF Global Korean Studies Forum will soon begin. Please kindly be seated. Thank you.
네, 안녕하십니까?
Good morning. The 2022 KF Global Korean Studies Forum is joined by participants on site as well as online. I'd like to thank you all for being here. I am the MC, Yoon Chang-sik, Head of Korean Studies Department of the Korea Foundation. Thank you. I wonder what you thought of the opening video. Marking the 30th anniversary of KF, the video offered us a chance to take a quick look back on the institution's history. The topic of this forum is paradigm changes and future development of Korean studies. Professors from across the world have taken the time to join us for fulfilling sessions. Please be sure to stay with us until the end of the event. Now let us begin with opening remarks by President Lee Gun of the Korea Foundation. Please welcome President Lee with a big hand. Good morning. I am the president of the Korea Foundation, Lee Gun. Second Vice Minister Lee Do-hoon of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Secretary General Han Kyung-gu of the Korean National Commission for UNESCO, Professor Emeritus John Duncan of UCLA, scholars and members of the Korean Studies community, good morning. Despite the ongoing challenges posed by the COVID pandemic, you have joined us at the 2022 KF Global Korean Studies Forum. Thank you very much and welcome to the forum. The KF Global Korean Studies Forum, in order to celebrate the 30th anniversary of KF, was scheduled originally for last December, but was postponed as COVID-19 resurged. And today, at last, we are joined by more than 100 Korean studies experts from home and abroad, and I am grateful and delighted that the event is able to run smoothly. Since its inception in 1991, the KF has been promoting the brilliance of the Republic of Korea around the world and fostering favorable and cooperative relations by deploying comprehensive and systematic public diplomacy projects. Laying the foundation for Korean studies education and research at leading universities around the world through Korean studies support projects has been the biggest focus of KF since its founding. During the early days in the 1990s, the Korea Foundation sent visiting professors abroad to teach Korean studies and launched fellowship projects to produce researchers. It was then that the supporting framework for Korean studies was first established. Above all, during this time, leading universities were selected as focal points for promoting Korean studies and received concentrated support of the limited budget of the Korean Foundation. KF thereby made the funding impactful and strove to build a foundation for the development of Korean studies early on. In the 2000s, as part of efforts to nurture new scholars and broaden the research base, postdoc fellowship program and Korean studies resources support projects were launched. The Americas and Europe were the main destinations of Korean studies support projects, which were then expanded further to Southeast Asia and Latin America for regionally balanced development of Korean studies. Since 2010, Hallyu boosted the global demand for learning about Korea. Compared to the demand for Korean studies programs, the number of faculty fell far short. And so, KF tapped into the global university network it had built and the advanced IT of Korea, preemptively launching the online Korean studies courses under the KF Global eSchool project in 2011. As a result of 30 years' effort by KF to support Korean studies overseas, 98 universities in 20 countries have opened 153 Korean studies professorships, 8,200 researchers have received KF fellowship support, and 35,000 degree students a year receive tailored Korean studies courses. Most importantly, when I visit other countries for business and see firsthand how talents produced by our programs contribute to promoting relations between Korea and the world, I feel an enormous sense of pride and fulfillment as a member of the foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, paradigm changes and future development of Korean studies is the topic of this year's forum. We will look back on the achievements of Korean studies promotion projects and set the way forward by sharing insights with experts in diverse fields, and also look back on the hard work done by KF. Personally, I am curious if Korean studies will be able to grow to become more than a narrow discipline and evolve into general social sciences and human sciences, and also provide theoretical and empirical insights to other fields of research. And I hope that we can find the way forward toward this end today. In addition, as K-pop, drama, film, and other Korean-made contents are receiving so much global spotlight, I hope greater interest in Korea among the global masses can serve as the basis for our in-depth discussion on creating a sustainable ecosystem for Korean studies. Last but not least, thank you once again for taking the time out of your busy schedules to be here. And as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of KF with this forum, I hope you have a wonderful time. Thank you.
네, 이근희 사장님.
President Kun Lee, thank you very much for your insightful speech. I believe that it was truly meaningful remarks opening up today's forum held in commemoration of the 30th anniversary of KF. Let me now invite Second Vice Minister Do Hoon Lee of the Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs for his congratulatory speech. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 외교부 제2
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am Second Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs. President Kun Lee of the Korea Foundation, Secretary General Kyung Koo Han of the Korean National Commission for UNESCO, Professor Emeritus John Duncan, distinguished guests from home and abroad. Despite the hot weather, we are joined by many participants at today's Korea Foundation Global Korean Studies Forum, and it's my pleasure to be a part of the event. Although it has been postponed for a year, I would like to congratulate the opening of this forum held in commemoration of last year's 30th anniversary of the foundation. The history of the Korea Foundation, founded in 1991, shares the development path of Korea, which joined the United Nations in the same year. As much as Korea's stature grew over the past 30 years since joining the United Nations, the international community's interest in and research on the Korean language and Korean studies has also made remarkable progress. In the process, the Korea Foundation, as the only public diplomacy institution designated by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, has been taking the lead in promoting global Korean studies. In terms of sheer size, Korean studies courses are now offered at 1,412 universities in 107 countries. More than 150 Korean studies chair professorships have been established at major overseas universities. Also, in terms of quality, Korean studies is expanding beyond the old preoccupation with Korean language and Korean history education to include to various fields such as economic development strategy, experience of democratization, and science, technology, and innovation policies. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, while the first image of Korea that came to mind in the past was focused on challenges on the Korean peninsula, including the North Korean nuclear issue, you can feel that in the recent years there is a shift in perception with a greater focus on Korean culture, science, technology, and innovation. As such, interest and expectations for Korea are growing beyond Hallyu contents to Korea's contribution to the future of the global community, which demands new responsibilities from us. Against this backdrop, the Korean government, under the vision of becoming a global pivotal state, promoting freedom, peace, and prosperity, is putting serious thought into how Korea can contribute to the creation of international order and norms in this period of transition. As an organization heading public diplomacy, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in order to promote Korean studies in line with this vision, has selected expanding the global base of Korean studies in Korean language as its priority task for public diplomacy. To this end, we plan to utilize our network of over 170 diplomatic missions abroad to provide more active support for the global expansion and development of Korean studies projects. The efforts of the Korea Foundation to expand the base of Korean studies must also evolve in line with this trend of the times. First and foremost, I would like to ask you to join forces so that Korea's effort and determination to contribute to the realization of global values stand out. Based on the experience of successful post-war restoration, cooperation in the restoration and build back of Ukraine is a good example. The Korea's government's efforts to host the 2030 Busan World Expo also reflect our policy will for a better global future. Meanwhile, we need to have the high popularity of Hallyu make its way into increasing interest in Korean studies among the overseas public to eventually lead to mutual synergy. One good example is the KF Korea Studies e-school program launched in collaboration with BTS, of which the number of enrollments increased to approximately 14,000 participants. Furthermore, I would like to ask you to take full advantage of Korea's capabilities as a science and technology innovation power to expand creative ways to disseminate Korean studies by using diverse digital technologies such as metaverse and AI. While we are amid challenging circumstances due to the resurgence of COVID, I would like to commend the Korea Foundation for their hard work, nevertheless, to successfully host today's event, and I look forward to your continued efforts for the promotion and development of Korean studies. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would also be by your side. Thank you very much.
네, 차관님.
Thank you, Vice Minister, for your kind words. We were able to hear the Korean studies promotion projects and way forward and plans forward, planned for by BOFA. And next, please join me in welcoming Secretary General Han Kyung-gu of the Korean National Commission for UNESCO for congratulatory remarks.
예, 이도훈 외교부
Second Vice Minister Lee Do-hoon of MOFA, President Lee Gun of KF, Professor John Duncan, scholars and experts of Korean studies from home and abroad, distinguished guests.
저는 과거의 연구자로서
As a researcher participating in the KF Global Korean Studies Forums as a presenter or panelist, I always thought congratulatory remarks were mere formality and wished they would pass by quickly, never paying attention. But now that I am the speaker, I think differently. Please pay attention. Above all, giving this congratulatory remark at the 2022 KF Global Korean Studies Forum is a true pleasure as a researcher. I am all the more delighted as the KNCU, or Korean National Commission for UNESCO, where I serve as Secretary General, has made important contributions to the development of Korean studies. As you all know, UNESCO was launched after the two world wars to address the ignorance, misunderstanding, bias, and hatred that people harbored against one another. Peace could not be reached with political and economic negotiations alone and required the intellectual and moral solidarity of the mankind to be permanent. Based on this belief, UNESCO implemented mutual understanding projects on cultural values of the East and West and other efforts to foster cultural understanding. The KNCU was also born while efforts were ongoing to overcome the devastations of the Korean War in the late 1950s and started work on deepening and disseminating the understanding of Korea. In 1957, the best scholars in Korea came together and published what can be likened to an encyclopedia of Korean culture, the UNESCO Korean Survey. In 1960, this was translated into English and sent out across the world. The Korean Journal was first published in 1961, starting as a monthly semi-journal, and later becoming a full-blown journal of Korean studies, contributing greatly to the research and education of Korean studies at home and abroad. As aspects of the Korean society developed remarkably and specialized institutions such as KF started to support Korean studies overseas, the KNCU gradually discontinued its Korean studies projects or transferred them elsewhere. Still, the KNCU is deeply interested in developing Korean studies and promoting and providing support. Korean studies have the painful history of having been initiated as Joseon studies during the Japanese colonial rule. As soon as Korea was liberated, tragic division and war followed, and Korea only joined the UN in 1991. In this globalized world today, still many people expect the field of Korean studies to explore those that are uniquely Korean and to elucidate the characteristics and traditions of Korean culture. And there is great pressure to do so. We at the KNCU was also motivated to develop Korean studies by the strong urge to introduce Korea and its culture to the world and to gain recognition. However, Korean studies in a globalized world cannot be satisfied merely by studying what is only Korean and disseminating Korea's unique characteristics. We must examine the wide range of events and processes taking place in relation to Korea and uncover what is universal and explore the meaning, thereby deepening the understanding of people and this world. That is the way forward for Korean studies. As we beat after COVID-19 forced us to deeply ponder on national and ethnic borders, identity of individuals and groups, the human community, and local and global relations, this year's forum will be a meaningful platform to search for a way forward for Korean studies. I hope Korean studies encompass North Korea, the Korean diaspora, immigrants, and many other sectors, and continue to raise new topics and issues, develop theoretical discussions, and progress with full force. Then, Korean studies will truly become a key part of excellent public diplomacy. For Korean studies to go beyond raising national image or brand and solidify the intellectual and moral solidarity of the mankind, I ask MOFA and KF to send unsparing support. I would like to thank everyone for joining us. And with that, I would like to conclude my remarks. Thank you.
네, 한경구 사무총장님.
Yes, Secretary General Kyung-gu Han, thank you very much for your insightful comments for the foundation. Now is the time for the keynote speech that you all have been waiting for. Our keynote speaker for today is Professor Emeritus of Asian Languages and Cultures and History at UCLA, Professor John Duncan. Professor John Duncan, after serving as chair of the Association for Asian Studies Committee on Korean Studies, he served as a member of the steering committee of the Alliance of Scholars Concerned About Korea, as the executive chair of the Worldwide Consortium of Korean Studies, and as the executive member of the Korean Foundation E-School Program for Latin America. Even after his retirement in 2019, he remains as an active contributor to research in Korean studies. So then, let us now invite Professor John Duncan to the stage. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
이거 벗어도 되겠죠? 덥네요.
It's quite hot today, isn't it?
Good morning. And 안녕하세요. 지금까지 이근 이사장
President Kun Lee and all of our distinguished guests have given their comments in Korean. So I thought maybe I should also speak in Korean. So I'm torn between Korean and English. However, I did prepare my speech in English. And it's been 3 years since I came back to Korea, so I think that I need to further polish my Korean proficiency. So I do ask for your understanding, and I would like to conduct my speech in English.
Thank you for the very kind introduction. And thank you to the foundation, to President Egan for inviting me to this important occasion. I'm happy to be here, but it's also a great honor for me to be here because it is, as we know, an event that marks the 30th anniversary of the founding of the Korea Foundation. And I think we all know how important the role of the Korea Foundation has been in the development of Korean studies overseas over the past 30 years. I have been asked to share, one, my experience as a Korean studies scholar, two, my perspectives on the development of Korean studies overseas, three, my sense of potential problems or actual problems in the field, and four, my thoughts on the future of global Korean studies. That's a lot for 20 minutes. Please bear with me. I first went to Korea as a soldier in the United States Army in the late 1960s, and I spent a little over 2 years serving along the demilitarized zone. It wasn't a very nice time to be on the DMZ, but yes, I survived, got through okay. While I was there as a soldier, I became fascinated by Korean culture, Korean society. And so I did all I could to study the Korean language and to learn a bit about Korean society, Korean culture, and Korean history while I was in the Army. After I got discharged from the Army, I came back to Korea. I spent another year or so working very hard on my Korean. And then I enrolled as an undergraduate student at Korea University. I ended up getting my bachelor's degree from Korea University with a concentration in Korean history. Then I went back to the United States for graduate work, eventually getting my PhD at the University of Washington, of course in Korean history. After that, I spent 30 years teaching about Korea at UCLA, Korean history, Korean thought, Korean language. I taught both undergraduate and graduate students. Some of my undergraduate classes had as many as 270 or 280 students, which is way too many. I also taught many graduate students and was either the advisor or sat on the dissertation committees for over 40 PhD students, not only from the United States, but from throughout the world. I was busy. I have also been a visiting scholar at, well, first of all, Boise State University in Idaho, then Harvard, Kyushu University in Japan, and the University of Malaga in Spain. Those were all good experiences, and I learned a lot. I participated in joint teaching and research projects with many scholars from outside the United States. Most of the joint teaching has been done with Korean professors. The joint research projects have been done with scholars from Asia, from Latin America, and from Europe. So it's this kind of experience that I will draw upon for the observations that I proffer today. So now I will talk a bit about the development of Korean studies outside Korea. As we all know, Koreans had been studying themselves since at least the early centuries of the current era. And we know that there are entries on Korea, descriptions of Korea in standard histories of Chinese dynasties, going back to early times. But what we might call the modern study of Korea really began in the late 19th and early 20th century by Japanese scholars and by Western missionaries and journalists. It wasn't until the mid-20th century that we found Korean studies professors actually holding positions, regular positions, in Western universities. When I started my graduate studies in the 1970s, in the Anglophone world, you could get PhDs in Korean studies at Harvard, at Berkeley, at Hawaii, at the University of Washington, in Columbia. And you could find undergraduate training, at least undergraduate classes on Korea at such places as Indiana University, Brigham Young University, and SOAS. There was other stuff happening in France and in the countries of the Soviet bloc, but I'll wear you out if I start going through all of that. So I will abbreviate and move on. Now, by my calculation, we have almost 40 universities worldwide with PhD programs in Korean studies, and many others offering substantial training on Korea at the bachelor's level, bachelor's degree level. One thing that really struck me was, again, this is my calculation, but in the 3 countries of China, Japan, and the United States, there are over 700 colleges and universities, including, of course, community colleges, that teach the Korean language. 700 schools in just those 3 countries. That's a lot. How do we explain the rapid growth of Korean studies? Such a different world from what I knew when I started graduate school in the 1970s. Well, some of the factors are obvious, right? The dynamic Korean economy, South Korea as having become an important middle power in diplomatic circles, continuing tensions with North Korea, tensions between Korea and Japan, and of course, Korean popular culture. There are other less obvious but still important factors, one of which, just to give an example, has been the coming of age of immigrant youth in the United States and Canada, and this is possibly also true in places like Great Britain, France, and Germany. The children, typically 1.5 generation of Korean immigrants, began to arrive on campuses at U.S. universities in large numbers in the 1980s. They got there and they discovered that their universities were teaching about Japan and teaching about China and offered nothing on Korea. These students organized, and they demanded that courses be established to teach the Korean language and to teach about Korean culture. Universities, for the most part, responded positively. Certainly my university, UCLA, was one of those that responded positively to student demand for courses on Korea. And I was the beneficiary of that student demand. So I'm always grateful to the students. By the 1990s, those same 1.5 immigrant young people were getting their PhDs and starting to teach Korean studies at various universities in the United States and elsewhere. That was a great, a very important change, I think. So that was what was going on inside the United States and to some degree other places in the world. But I think we have to pay some attention to the role of various entities inside Korea in the rapid development of Korean studies worldwide. One thing I can mention is the creation of international divisions, both graduate and undergraduate, at various universities in Korea. I can mention the way in which Korean universities have very actively pursued exchange students with overseas universities. And I know that Korean university faculty are often seeking to do joint research projects with overseas professors. So all of that has really helped, I think, to improve the status of Korean studies. Then there are entities inside Korea. There was a Korea Research Foundation back in the 1980s that provided some support for Western academics interested in Korea. There is the Academy of Korean Studies, which has been very active since the mid-2000s. And since 2007, we also have the King Sejong Institute, active both in communities and schools throughout the world. But I seek here today to highlight the Korea Foundation, not just because it is the host of this event, but because it really played the crucial role in the takeoff years for Korean studies overseas. What I'm going to say here is duplicates a little bit what President Lee said, but I'll make it very quick. The Korea Foundation has created professorships throughout the world. It has established endowments for some universities. It's supported library collections. It has provided fellowships for graduate students. It has also given fellowships for individuals to come to Korea for field research and language training. It has supported various Korean studies associations. I noticed as I was sitting down there and watching the slideshow, they mentioned many things that the Korea Foundation has done to support Korean studies overseas. And I saw Harvard, and I saw these other schools, Columbia, and the University of Pennsylvania. I didn't see mention of UCLA. So I'm here to correct any false impression you may have gotten from that. At UCLA, this is to give you an example of what the foundation has done. 3 of the 12 Korean Studies professorships that we have were created with funding from the Korea Foundation. The Korea Foundation has given us a great deal of support for our library collection. The Korea Foundation over the years has provided scores of fellowships for our graduate students. Korea Foundation has provided funding for visiting lecturers who could cover areas that we were not able to do with our faculty. The Korea Foundation gave us seed money for an endowment. And the Korea Foundation created the Latin America E-School, centered at that time at UCLA, from 2011 to 2014. And has since continued to support the Latin America E-School at the Autonomous University of Nuevo León in Mexico since that time. So it is simply impossible to imagine the flourishing state we now have in Korean studies without the contributions and the leadership of the Korea Foundation. I have talked a bit about the numerical expansion of Korean studies overseas, but there's been a great change also in the scope and the focus of Korean studies. Up until the 1980s, in the humanities, almost all of the scholars were studying pre-modern history and pre-modern literature. In the social sciences, most scholars were political scientists or international relations specialists, although there were a few people who made important contributions in anthropology and linguistics. Now, if you look at the humanities, it's almost completely a focus on modern contemporary Korea. There has been an expansion of interests into religion, into art history, film, ethnomusicology, and other fields. This has been good. Social sciences now have many more faculty than before. We see quite a few in sociology. We see people doing economics. We see people doing linguistics, law, and other fields. I'd also would like to note that there has been an increase in interdisciplinary research among humanists and social scientists in such topics as gender, migration, adoption, and labor. So it's kind of an exciting time. We've also seen tremendous growth in a number of publications. We now have several major university presses in the West with Korea series, include SOAS, University of Hawaii, University of Washington, University of Michigan, University of California, and Harvard. And universities in other countries, such as the Netherlands, Chile, and Russia, have established substantial records of publication in recent years. When I first started graduate school, there were maybe 2 or 3, maybe 4 English language journals devoted to Korean studies. Now, by my latest tabulation, it's about 20 worldwide. It's not just North America, it's in Latin America. A lot of quality English language journals now being published in Korea, they're published in Europe. That's been a big change. Also, what's important is that articles on Korea are increasingly appearing in journals that are not specifically Korean studies journals. And this is important. We need to get the word out about Korea to the broader scholarly community. And of course, all you have to do is go poking around on YouTube and you will find fools like me up there giving supposed scholarly talks on Korea. In short, Korea is at long last in the spotlight on the global scholarly stage. I have some concerns, however, about the state of the field. Some of them are obvious, some of them not so obvious. And some of them are particular to my own situation as a pre-modernist. One thing that's bothered me for a long time has been the phenomenon of vanishing Korean studies programs and vanishing Korean studies positions. I've seen time and again programs that have withered and died after one or two key people either retired or took up a position at another university. Of course, this is a difficult problem to deal with, particularly I think from the foundation's perspective, because every university has its own distinctive culture, its own priorities, and its own politics. It's hard to come up with a one-size-fits-all solution. But in my observation in programs that have managed to survive, the founders of those programs have done a number of things. One, they were very good at cultivating support from their university's administrations. Robert Buswell at UCLA was a master at that. Amazing man. The founders also worked really hard to develop cooperative relations with their colleagues who were doing other countries in Asia, China, Japan, India, wherever it may be. They also worked hard to integrate Korea into the disciplinary curricula, to get Korea represented in regular sort of survey courses in sociology, world history, these kinds of things. And they also really encouraged their students to be active in supporting their programs and in letting the administration know that the programs were needed and valuable. Anyway, we should all think a bit about how we can ensure that beginning programs in Korean studies survive the founding generation. I think that's an important issue. Number two, number three, I guess it is. This is me talking. I'm very concerned about the certain imbalance we see in recent development. As I said before, once we were all pre-modernist, now everybody is doing modern contemporary. There are good reasons for this. And the dynamic Korean economy attracts a lot of attention. Korean popular culture, whatever we want to call it, Hallyu, K-pop, whatever, has really drawn a lot of students in. And a lot of young scholars are very interested in that. Also, there have been the theoretical trends of recent decades. Things such as post-colonial studies that have led younger scholars to look at modern and contemporary. And finally, of course, there's a lack of jobs. At least in the United States, universities don't want to hire people doing old stuff. They want to hire people who's doing the new, hot, sexy stuff that will bring in lots of students. So it's tough. But I believe that any school that is producing PhDs in Korean studies should have at least one pre-modernist in its faculty. Why? Well, because I have seen several instances in which very bright, very talented younger scholars have produced very dubious conclusions about the nature of the modern Korean transformation because they had no idea what the starting point was. Language training. Those of you who know me know I talk about this a lot. Whereas Ross King and I, we bang on our drum all the time. Well, Korean is hard. We all know that. It's really hard. And I think of earlier generation of Western scholars of Korea, particularly in the United States. These guys and these gals were really good scholars. They produced some excellent work. But it took them a long time because although they had good reading skills in Korean, they still had to rely on dictionaries, and they had to do a lot of work to contextualize what they were doing. So it was slow, but more almost tragic, I would say, was that generation's inability to interact substantially with their Korean colleagues, to present papers, write papers, or present papers in Korean, to engage in question and answer sessions, serious discussion. It just didn't happen. And so there has long been a huge gap in the way that Western scholars have seen Korean history and the way that Korean scholars have seen their history. Now, if you look at the bulk of graduate students in the United States and Canada, and this is possibly true also in Europe, most of the PhD students are either one so-called 1.5 generation Korean Americans, Korean Canadians, or they are overseas students from Korea, 유학생. Why? They're the only ones who have the language skills. The language training at most universities in the West is limited. 2 years, maybe 3 years. And as I mentioned earlier, even 4 years of college level Korean does not get you to the level where you can actually do research, primary source research in Korean materials. And we face, throughout the United States and Canada, and this is probably true in Europe as well, a lot of pressure from our administrations on the issue of time to degree. They think that we should all produce time to degree like engineering schools or science schools do. 4 or 5 years and people should have their PhDs. In a field like Korean studies, it doesn't work that way. But our institutions have instituted these time degree limitations, which means that after about your 5th year, no more funding. So somebody who doesn't come in with really good Korean language skills to begin with cannot hope to successfully complete a PhD in the Korean humanities. I think the students from Korea and the Korean American students have brought and continue to bring important, wonderful perspectives to the study of Korea. And some of the PhDs whom I trained, and of whom I am the most proud, are Korean American students and students from Korea. But there's a little bit of a problem here. We run the risk of there being a widely held perception that Korean studies is about Korea, by Koreans, and for Koreans. And that could hinder our ability to truly globalize Korean studies. Instead of creating little K-town ghettos of Korean studies in different places, we need to make it clear that Korean studies is for everybody. Another issue that I've talked about before, and I will talk about again if I'm given an opportunity, is the dominant position in worldwide Korean studies of English language scholarship, especially that produced in the United States. It is often very good, but it has been and still is produced in a particularly U.S. environment. During my time, it was very much the Cold War that sort of set the parameters of what you did in Korean studies. And it doesn't mean that it always translates directly into international relations or studying North Korean communism or something. It also affected the ways in which U.S. scholars studied Korean history. Under the influence of modernization theory, they were trying to figure out why Korea had failed to modernize on its own. And therefore, they were looking back at the Chosun period to see what the problems were, what the distinctive features were of Korean society that hindered its modernization. Yeah, I know all about that. I was part of that. So, there's that. There are the particular relations that exist between the United States and Korea. In many ways, kind of problematic relationship. And there is the U.S. interest in promoting the free flow of goods, capital, and culture throughout the world. So all of these things have come together to produce, I think, rather views of Korea, scholarship on Korea that is very much influenced by, consciously or unconsciously, by the interests of the United States. To the extent that scholars from other countries are dependent or reliant on English language scholarship to do their research, they are, as one of my close colleagues and friends in Mexico reminded me, limited in their ability to develop distinctive views on Korea. All of us should approach U.S. scholarship with critical eyes. And those of us in such major countries as the United States, Japan, China, and Russia must be aware of our own positionality. Must be acutely aware of our positionality. Sorry for all the chansori. I'll move on to prospects for the future. Prognostication is risky, so I'm going to be brief and careful. The recent growth, the trajectory of growth of Korean studies and the enduring popularity of Korean popular culture suggests that Korean studies will probably continue to prosper in the foreseeable future. But our turbulent times pose threats. This apparently never-ending COVID-19 pandemic has made it very difficult for us to do much of what we normally do as scholars. It's much harder to have meetings, conferences. Even though we might do Zoom, I find that very limited, unsatisfactory. We can't even hold our regular classes. We're doing our undergraduate and graduate classes on Zoom. In the case of one of the last graduate classes that I taught, we had about 7 or 8 students, and only one was in Los Angeles. Another was in Vancouver, British Columbia. One was in Japan. One was in Beijing. One was in New York. So the students themselves are not getting together and having the kind of exchange that leads to really good intellectual development. Ah, yes. We have pandemics. We have climate change. I'm particularly aware of that because I live in California. I'm sure that my friends who live in Australia understand what I'm talking about. And I think my friends in Europe are getting a taste of what we've been putting up with for quite some time now. It's tough. And it poses certain limitations on what we can do. Well, what bothers me the most, perhaps, is the rise of the rise of right-wing populist nationalism. Korea and Korean studies have benefited from the kind of globalization that we have seen in recent decades. There's no question about it. But the kind of conservative or right-wing populist nationalism that bothers me, as seen, for example, in Donald Trump's America First claptrap, is actually a reaction against globalization. And this concerns me about the closing of minds, about people losing interest in learning about foreign cultures and appreciating what other countries, other cultures have to offer. So I think we all need to think hard about how do we counter this, what is to me at least, a very distressful trend. But in closing, I would like to say, I have seen over the past almost 60 years South Korea deals successfully with many difficulties. Extreme poverty of the kind that I saw in the 1960s. Repeated financial crises, well, spectacular of which was 1997, but there were others. Threats from North Korea, military coup d'etat, and political oppression. South Korea has overcome all of these kinds of difficulties. And that leaves me cautiously optimistic that Korea and Korean studies will continue to develop in the foreseeable future. I'm going to add one little note here because this is something that I've long felt strongly about. I've always appreciated the kind of leadership that the Korea Foundation has had. The various men and women who have acted, who have served as the Isajang, as the presidents of the foundation, had vision. They had leadership, as typified in the current President Kun Lee. But also I would like to add that I have always found the Korea Foundation staff to be really good to work with. They are knowledgeable, they are courteous, they are professional. And so we can thank the people who conceived of having a Korea Foundation to begin with. We can thank the high-level leadership of the Korea Foundation. We also need to thank the ordinary men and women who have done the important work in the foundation over the years. Thank you very much.
네, 존 던컨 교수님.
Professor John Duncan, thank you for sharing with us your invaluable past footsteps and the outcome of the long-term research in Korean studies. Yes, in the opening video as mentioned, UCLA actually was excluded, but I do want to mention that UCLA has been engaged in multiple Korean studies program, has active research underway with Korean studies, and also has a very long-standing relationship with our foundation, so we want to make that clear as well. Once again, thank you very much for your affection in Korean studies as well as your excellent lecture, and why don't we give him a big round of applause. We look forward to your insightful research in the future as well. This brings us to the end of the opening ceremony of the 2022 KF Global Korean Studies Forum. We'd now like to take a short break, rearrange the stage, and begin session 1. I will see you back in a little while. Thank you.
cell phones or set them to vibration mode.
그럼 잠시 후에 바로 시작하도록
We will be
하겠습니다.
ready in a few minutes. Thank you.
네, 안녕하십니까?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And again, this is Yoon Chang-sik of KF. The 2022 KF Global Korean Studies Forum is fully compliant with COVID control measures and in a hybrid format for those of you joining us online. Thank you once again for joining us. Let us start the first session on the progress and prospects in Korean studies by region. From Korea, the US, Americas, Europe, we have professors leading research and promotion of Korean studies from around the world ready for this session. And there is one announcement. Professor Balderrama from the Autonomous University of Nuevo Leon is unable to join us due to his COVID. We wish Professor Balderrama to get well soon. This session will be moderated by Professor Kim Seung-kyung of Indiana University, Bloomington. Professor Kim is the director of the Institute for Korean Studies and a professor in the Department of East Asian Languages and Cultures. Professor Kim, you have the floor.
Thanks for the introduction, Dr. Yoon. Good morning, everyone. 안녕하세요, 여러분 반갑습니다. As he said, my name is Seung-kyung Kim. I've been teaching in the U.S. over 30 years, starting in 1990, and have witnessed the rapid growth of Korean studies during this time. This expansion has a lot to do with the Korea Foundation's vision that was pointed out by Professor Duncan earlier. And as you can see from my affiliation, I am also one of the beneficiaries of these Korea Foundation endowed chairs. So it is really my honor to moderate this first session of the 2022 Korea Foundation Global Korean Studies Forum. The session's theme is Progress and Prospects of Korean Studies in Different Regions of the World. I am going to introduce all the speakers now, and because everyone you have all the programs there, and our bios are included in that program. So in order to save time for us to present and discuss later, I am not going to tell you about their bios. So you can refer to the program. Please do so. From my left, Professor Jisoo Kim from the George Washington University. Professor Clark Sorensen from the University of Washington. Professor Eun-Jung Lee from the Free University in Berlin. Professor Won-Jung Min from the Pontifical Catholic University of Chile. Professor Young-Ju Ryu from the University of Michigan. Professor Robert Oppenheim from the University of Texas, Austin. Professor Miriam Lobensteinova from the Charles University in Prague. And Professor Antonio Fiori from the University of Bologna. Please join me in thanking them first. And after this applause, please hold your applause until everybody has presented. So we have 4 Korean studies professors from North America, Europe, and Latin America presenting on this topic. And these presentations will be followed by 4 designated discussants from the same regions. We have until 12:10, but we also have 8 speakers, as you can see. So I would like to ask the presenters and discussants to please keep to their allotted times. And you will see that from the podium. And I am going to start right away. The first presenter is Professor Jisoo Kim. She will present progress and
김지수 교수님께서는 북미 인문학 중심으로 한국학의 발전과 전망에 대해서 발표해.
All right, thank you. Good morning. I would like to first congratulate Korea Foundation's 30th anniversary and thank the organizers of this forum for inviting me to speak at this panel along with esteemed colleagues. The Korea Foundation has been critical in the development of Korean studies in the world, as Professor Duncan mentioned, and I'm also a beneficiary of the Korea Foundation. I hold the Korea Foundation endowed position at George Washington University. We have 3 endowed positions, and one of them is mine in the history department, and the others are in the political science and East Asian languages and literatures, Korean literature. It's so exciting to see Korean studies faculty from all over the world, literally all over the world at this forum today. 11 years ago, at the 20th anniversary Korea Foundation Assembly, I think it was called Assembly back then. I had just begun my career at George Washington University as an assistant professor. And I don't know whether Professor Clark Sorensen remembers, but I was a rapporteur of his panel session back then. So I am very honored and humbled to be speaking about Korean studies with senior colleagues who have contributed to the field much longer period and have more in-depth knowledge than I do. So today I will share my thoughts about Korean studies as a mid-career scholar who have devoted last several years in building the Korean studies program at my own institution and more broadly participated in the field in a variety of ways. I'll try to be brief. So I was asked to talk about humanities in North America at this panel, so I'll be focusing on the humanities, and Professor Sorensen will focus more broadly on the social sciences and Korean studies more broadly. So I would like to first begin with a terminology issue and then move on to the issue, the importance of diversity and inclusion, state of the field because I thought I had 15 minutes, but I have 13 minutes, so I think I will be very brief in mentioning state of the field and then give my final comments about my thoughts on future of Korean studies. First, I would like to begin with this terminology issue. Well, so at the 20th anniversary assembly, I remember discussing what Korean studies was back then. I don't think we have a consensus on what it is. Perhaps we'll never have that consensus since it is not a fixed concept that's it is constantly changing and depending on the context of the field. So the Korean studies field has been continuously growing, and it's not something we can easily define. We'll still be discussing this, I think, probably maybe 10 years from now. And it may even be meaningless to define what it is as the field continues to grow and change. Although it is difficult to define, I think one thing is clear, that the field should be understood broadly as possible, and that it is certainly not an isolated field. When a scholar is regarded as a Koreanist, it's mostly dependent on, I think, on her or his language ability to conduct research in Korean. And there's no question that language training is extremely, extremely important, as Professor Duncan mentioned. But does this mean we should exclude research based on methodology and frameworks? So there are some scholars in the field who think that even without language, depending on what field you're in, and especially in an interdisciplinary field, it is possible to produce scholarship. So many scholars are using Korea, quote-unquote Korea, as a site of their research inquiry. And I think it would be too limiting to use language as the only marker to define who are Korean studies scholars in the current scholarly environment. And I think we should lead the field to be more inclusive than exclusive. And I'll discuss more about this inclusivity later. I would like to begin with this terminology issue before getting into further discussion about the field. And I would like to point out the gap that we find in Korean and English when we refer to Korean studies. So we translate Korean studies as 한국학 in Korean. And in South Korea, they distinguish 한국학 and 북한학. And literal translation would be South Korean studies, North Korean studies, 한국학, 북한학. And in North America, when we use Korean studies, it includes Korea until 1948 and the two Koreas until present, contemporary. And research on North Korea continuously increased in the last several decades. And last year, the Journal of Korean Studies, which I'm the editor and running the journal now, we published a special issue guest edited by Greg Brzezinski on researching North Korea, methods, frameworks, and sources. And this issue was to help junior scholars conducting research on North Korea to gain insights on how scholars have creatively studied North Korea despite challenges that they cannot travel to the country. So when we had this workshop for this special issue, some scholars of North Korea raised issues about the word 한국학 because the word is limited to the South. And they are also uncomfortable with using 북한학 because it does not appropriately represent their research. And their research is not isolated from Korean studies, obviously, but the Korean word 한국학 seems to be somewhat limiting. So with the growth of scholarship on North Korea in North America, I think it's worth considering how we are using the terms Korean studies and 한국학 and what's lost in translation. Is there any gap in these two words in English and Korean? I don't have an answer to that. Of course, I don't know what's an alternative. But in my talk today, I want to emphasize that the field should be more inclusive than exclusive. I think that's the point that I would like to make. And this means we have to be more careful with our usage of terms and also how we use them. And this leads me to my second point, to diversify the field both in terms of contents and personnel. So now I would like to discuss about the importance of diversity and inclusion in Korean studies. So in order to raise Korean studies to the next level, I think it is critical to strengthen diversity and inclusion in the field of Korean studies. Enhancing diversity through students, scholars from different races, ethnicities, and social backgrounds is extremely crucial in strengthening the field by asking different questions and bringing diverse perspectives. And to deepen the reach of Korean studies, we must cultivate next generation of Korean studies experts to enhance diversity. And I would like to briefly share GW's example of enhancing diversity and inclusion in its effort to expand the inclusivity and diversity of the Asian Studies field. GWICS, or we go by GWICS, GW Institute for Korean Studies, and the GW East Asia National Resource Center have developed a cornerstone partnership with Spelman College, which is a historically black liberal arts college for women in Atlanta, Georgia. Founded in 1881, Spelman College is currently a global leader in the education of women of African descent. And Spelman College has a robust Asian Studies program with minors in Asian Studies, Chinese Studies, Japanese Studies, but they lack Korean Studies. They don't have Korean Studies. Despite its strong foundation in Asian Studies, Spelman College does not have sufficient resources to offer a Korean Studies minor or Korea-focused opportunities to students. So my impression is that interest in Korean studies at Spelman College is strong, but they do not have resources. So through our collaborative partnership, GWICS and NRC have been crucial partners in aiding the growth and development of Korean studies at Spelman College. And GWICS and NRC have facilitated guest lectures for Spelman students on Korea-related topics and have taken Spelman students and faculty to visit the Korean Cultural Center in Washington, D.C. So we invite Spelman students who are interested in Asian studies to Washington, D.C. and run their professional development program in which we educate them about China, Korea, and Japan. So at our institute, we have been offering opportunities for Spelman students to participate in our undergraduate research fellows program, which supports students to write research papers on Korea, and a summer study abroad program. Actually, our summer study abroad program began this Monday, and they're here in this room back over there. And there are 6 GW students and 3 Spelman students participating this year. In the afternoon, they will be going to Seonggyunkwande to listen to lectures and learn more about Korean studies. So these students, actually, through these kind of programs, one of the students who participated in the NRC program in the past, maybe I think 2-3 years ago, she's currently an MA student at Georgetown University studying, and she has shown interest in Korean linguistics. So I think this kind of programs really encourage students to be able to pursue further studies. Spark their interest and then pursue further studies related to Korea. And it is important to invest in graduate programs in Korean studies, and I think until now, most of investments have been focused at the graduate level, but I think it is equally vital to support students at undergraduate level to raise their interest that could lead them to pursue their career in either academic or practical fields related to Korea. In addition to students who are being trained to become scholars in the field of Korean studies, many students pursue careers in the public sector, think tanks, NGOs, international organizations, and so forth. And so it is important that we educate these students who will not only potentially become academic scholars, but also Korea experts who can shape in a variety of fields in North America. Wow, I only have less than 3 minutes. Okay, okay, I will skip and I will just get into future of Korean studies because I think I do need to. I'll skip the state of the field. I think Professor Duncan had really given this overview of, but I just wanted to mention digital humanities is also one of the rising fields. Although there's a handful of scholars right now, I think there should be more. So hopefully there will be more graduate students interested in digital humanities. And then just one last thing, Korean American studies. This is also something, I mean, Asian studies and Asian American studies, there's been always, tension as to whether, in defining identity of scholars. And I think this also applies to scholars working on Korean American studies. But as I said at the beginning, I think my take is to be more inclusive than exclusive, and obviously I think these scholars who are producing scholarship related to diaspora, immigration, migration, they should all be included as part of Korean studies. scholars, although they may not themselves see themselves as Korean studies scholars, but I think when it comes to including Korean studies scholarship, we should definitely include them. Okay, final future of Korean studies. So Korea is not a fixed identity. I think it continues to be defined, redefined, negotiated. And so when conducting Korea as a site of research, I think it can mean various things, and the field should be more inclusive than exclusive. I'll just give one example. So Latin America, so for example, I was serving on a Latin American history search for my department, and there was this applicant who was a Latin Americanist, but was focusing research on North Korea, so its relationship with North Korea during the Cold War. So then how do we, what are some of the ways that we can be more inclusive than and my other colleagues thought he was definitely, of course, Latin Americanist, but then I think there's also that, his research area focuses on North Korea, then I think there's also that kind of, interdisciplinary fields which he's able to bring in, and also for me, he would also be also potentially could be Korean studies scholar as well. So my my time has ended, but I think I would just like to mention. I mean, there's language and Hallyu issues and all that, but I'll just skip, and I'll just make one final comment saying that, I mean, of course, institutional and funding issue is very, very critical in continuing to develop Korean studies. But I think, I mean, as we've heard, Korea Foundation have contributed tremendously in creating all these endowed professorships in North America and throughout the world. And I think in North America now, I think Korean studies scholars should really also target not just Korean studies positions, but more broadly East Asia positions or cybersecurity. So for example, like one of our students who wrote a dissertation in North Korean history, and he ended up getting a position for the cybersecurity position. So I think we should really try to reach out beyond Korean studies in order to expand and continue to grow in the future. I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kim. No, when you start, the time just ticks. So, as I said, please keep to your time. That make it accordingly. That's what's important. But the issues that she just raised, diversity and inclusion issues, those two are very, very important issues, not just in Korean studies, but especially in East Asian studies field. We talk a lot about that and the importance of how to recruit and train those young students into making them scholars of Korean studies or East Asian studies, coming from minority and underrepresented population in the US. And that issue will be with us for quite a while, and we will have to address that. Now we are going to the second presenter, Professor Clark Sorensen.
Hello. I want to echo all of the previous presenters in thanking the Korea Foundation for organizing this meeting, and also thanking the Korea Foundation for their long-term support for Korean studies around the world that has really made a big difference in the development of the field. So the topic I was given is progress and prospects of Korean studies in the Western US. So I'll go right into it. A lot of what I'm going to say, echoes what John Duncan said. I think John and I are probably the two oldest people here today, so we have the longest experience, I suppose that would. So when we talk about people of John and my generation, this generation is about to retire. We have to be replaced. And I've called us the 782 or 782 generation because we got our PhDs in the 1970s or maybe a little bit later. We got jobs in the 1980s, and then we built programs at our university in the 2000s. So John and I are kind of the second generation of Korean studies in the United States. The first generation were people like Gary Ledger, Jim Paley, and my mind's not operating quite well, but there were others as well. And so we were students of them. So we had the benefit of learning from bona fide Korean scholars. So that's the characteristics of us. But there was also a political context in which we were trained. So Korean studies was closely related to area studies, which was something that developed because the United States had a need for expertise in places around the world corresponding to its expanding global role in the world after World War II. Now, I'm not saying that all of the scholars in Korean studies were political in that way, but the structures that supported us, the graduate programs that were created, and so forth were a result of that point of view. So this research was historically contingent. And we also encountered Korea in the 1960s and the 1970s. And of course, that was the Yushin period when Park Chung-hee was in power. And so on the one hand, you had a very dynamic economy that was growing very, very rapidly. But you also had an authoritarian regime with human rights issues. And so that created a dilemma for those of us who were studying Korea. On the one hand, we were sympathetic to what was happening in Korea, but we also saw people who were suffering because of the political situation. So it gave us what I've called a critical but sympathetic orientation to Korea in Korean studies. So Koreans often in those days were uncomfortable with the way we treated Korea because they wanted uncritical admiration for Korean society and culture, and we weren't willing to do that, but it's not because we didn't feel very sympathetic to the Korean people. So that's a characteristic of this 782 research, I think. For all of us in this period, finding academic work was very, very difficult. Of the people I know who got PhDs during that period, probably only 1/3 or maybe less actually got academic jobs because there were only 4 universities who were regularly producing PhDs. I think John Duncan's already mentioned that, Harvard, Columbia, University of Washington, Hawaii, and then later on UCLA came online. So there were very few places to get jobs. So how's the field changed? Well, a lot of the change has been brought about by the Korea Foundation itself. There are many more universities with well-established Korea Studies programs in the United States. Speaking of the Western US and Canada, I could list Hawaii, 3 or 4 University of California campuses, Stanford, University of Washington, University of British Columbia, Brigham Young, Claremont McKenna College, you know, the list goes on. So there's quite a large number of programs, and Korea Foundation support was critical in establishing these programs. So I want to really congratulate the Korea Foundation for doing that. It's really helped Korean studies. So today, we get a wide variety of studies and approaches, and this is a big change. Scholars are free to do focused research now. When I was entering the field, we felt that we had to do foundational research. There was hardly anything published on Korea in English, and whatever we had to do the foundational work. We couldn't really rely on there being an existing discourse on Korea because there really wasn't an existing discourse. And so for me, and I think probably for John and other people from our generation, finding a topic that was significant for Korea, but which could also interest other people, that is non-Korea specialists in the United States, was a big problem. My field is anthropology. There was maybe 1 good ethnography on Korea that was out. There was no discourse on Korean society or culture. And I would have to publish in anthropology journals. I would have to publish with presses that had anthropology lists. And so I had to appeal to anthropologists, 99% of whom cared nothing about Korea. And so how to create a discourse about Korea that would interest these people was a big problem for me, and not just me. It was really a problem for everybody in Korean studies in those days. Now, this foundational research is already done. There are books out there that people can read. They can get interested in topics. They can do much more focused research than we could. And so you can do a quite focused topic and then use the English language literature to contextualize your work. So that means we're getting a great wide variety of studies and approaches now. So I was thinking of the books that I read in the past few years. In anthropology, I'm the only one, I think, that continued to focus on rural Korea. So everything is urban anthropology now, or specialized political studies of politics, cultural movements, and so forth. In history, there's a great variety of studies, although, as John has mentioned, pre-modern history is not getting the attention that it deserves. In social sciences, we get studies of party politics, gender, international migration, and marriage and labor issues. And I'll leave the humanities because Jisoo has already talked about that. One of the new things is the breakdown of the walls between Korean studies and Korean American studies. So if you go back 20 or 30 years ago, Korean American studies was focused in sociology departments, and there was a tradition in the United States of how you study immigrant groups, and it was all about how this immigrant group adapted, how did that immigrant group adapt, which was more successful, which was least successful, and this is where the origin of the model minority idea about Koreans came, and it's something that young Korean Americans are fighting against, although when you think of the alternatives, maybe it's not such a bad model to have. So now Korean studies and Korean American studies are not so sharply separated anymore, because the people who do Korean American studies, well, Korean Americans are moving back and forth between Korea and America, so you can't talk about Korean American studies without talking about Korea. You can't talk about Korean studies without talking about the Korean diasporas. So that's one reason why this past artificial distinction between Korean studies and Korean American studies has faded away. So that's an important trend. And nowadays, there's just a big interest in Korea. And it's not just because of Hallyu, it's because of Korean development. It's because of Korean culture, it's because of Korean movies, it's because of Korean song. And I was thinking as I was watching the television the other day, you know, Korean pop music is still melodic, whereas American pop music has all gone rap, and it's got great rhythm and it's got great lyrics, but melody is gone. And so maybe that's one of the reasons why K-pop is so popular. Of course, we all know the other reason as well. So also the number of students and their ethnic background that I get is very, very diverse now. So when I first started out, all of my students were white. Then later on, I got Korean American students. Maybe half of my students were Korean American. But now my students are everything. They're white, they're Korean American, they're Chinese overseas students, they're Japanese, Filipino. I get Somali students in my class, Latin students, Middle Eastern, you name it. They're all interested in Korea, so there's a wide variety of people. So as I'm getting toward the end, and here's my conclusion, so I'm not doing too bad. So Korean studies is firmly established in the US and Canada, but finding scholarly jobs is still difficult for everybody. but a wide variety of students are interested in Korea. The problems that I see are that academic administrators are less interested in specialized topics in the humanities and social sciences, and there's been a big focus on STEM fields, the science, technology fields. And also the old area studies paradigm is breaking down. And while there may be some benefits, that one of the drawbacks is that students no longer have time to learn adequate language before they go into their field. There's no way somebody who starts a PhD program in sociology without good Korean language is going to learn Korean well enough in order to do original language research. So the shortening of the time periods that John Duncan talked about, the absence of venues for people who are not of Korean or Korean American background, who already know the language, to put the time it takes to learn Korean language, and it takes more than 4 years to bring your Korean language up to the level where you can actually do research with it if you're not a heritage speaker. So that's the biggest problem that I see now. And I'll leave 20 seconds free. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Professor Sorensen. You know, he talked very briefly about the 782 generation and their contribution. But we have been facing the retirements of this 782 generation for some time now in the US. And we realize over and over again how much they have helped establishing Korean studies and training crucial cohorts of scholars who are now very active in the US. So thank you for that. The third presenter is Professor Eun-Jung Lee from the Free University in Berlin, and she is going to talk about Korean studies in Europe, progress and challenge.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to speak in Korean.
먼저 유럽에서 트레이닝을 받은
First of all, as a scholar trained in Europe, there is a habit that's very difficult to break in Europe, which is being overly critical. So before I engage in any critical recollection, I would like to maybe go into the current status of Europe to maybe focus on some of the positive aspects of the current state in Europe, and then move on to the critical recollection of the situation in Europe. As you know, all of the universities in Europe and the Korean studies departments in European universities and colleges are increasing, and you can see that they basically have no empty seats. Sometimes it would be 300 and 400 students majoring in Korean studies, and you can see that this is a situation which was unimaginable for such universities where there are more than 300 plus students majoring in Korean studies in undergraduate courses. And the universities actually boast that they are the hub of Korean studies, but then at the end of the day, if you look at the number of students, I guess there are more than 30 to 40 universities that can call themselves the hub of Korean studies. And if you look at the number of faculty, we've been seeing an increased number of faculty, and the Korea Foundation, I know, has contributed greatly to increasing the professorships in these universities and colleges. So I would like to pay my gratitude and tribute to KF. But there is a difference in terms of the universities in the European continent. If you look at the European continent universities, they do have Korean studies that's in the form of area studies focused on humanities. So there is not much, if you do not have enough language study courses or language proficiency during your undergraduate years, it's very difficult to actually go into that field of Korean studies. So it gets more hardcore. And in the undergraduate course, they enter into the university as a Korean study major, you can see that there is a difference of taking that track and those that go right into the graduate studies. Typically, if we think about Korean studies, you may only think about the North Korean scholarship. However, I do want to mention that Europe has a longer traditional history in Korean studies, and I want to mention that it started off with its roots in humanities. If you look at the US in the 20th century, it did focus on social sciences or area studies. However, in the case of the traditional European Korean studies, their roots are different. And within Europe, there are various Korean studies related networks. So I know that you all know that we have Excel, and in addition to the Association of Korean Studies, we have both South and North Europe and the UK and relevant European countries. There are Association Korean Studies, also Asian Korean Studies Association. So there are various associations that exist in Europe. So in 2005 and 2016, if you refer to the Overseas Korean Studies report, you will be able to understand that there are major changes. And if you look at the current state of Korean studies, it's not that bad from decades ago. So then, let me now move on to the essence of my presentation. So since when did we see the emergence of Korean studies in Europe? And how did it develop throughout the years? And what kind of challenges exist, in my view? So first, Korean studies in Europe. Before we go into Korean studies, research or interest in Korea started off with Hamel. However, I believe that there is a specific Hamel type of philosophy that is in place, but I think that that is too static. And I believe that this has to be criticized, and maybe we can talk about this during the discussion session. But I want to mention that Hamel had a very negative experience in Korea, so he has a very negative perception towards Korea. However, if you look at the World History Encyclopedia, you can see that there are some analytical work on Korea. And who made this? It was Katterer, an historian that actually put together this book on world history. And there is a Korean part that consists of 50 pages, and the reason why he was able to do that was because from 1734 and the onward 40 years, there was a description of China by Du Halt. That was the basis of Gatterer's Universal History book. But this description of China actually is based off on the missionaries that worked in China. But if you think about universal history, if you look at the report, there are cases when there are negative connotations on Korea, like Hamel's book, but then we also have some positive connotations that is indicated by the work and records of the missionaries or the Jesuit missionaries that believe that Korea has very high moral standards. So I do want to mention that as scholars we need to take into both. But if you look at the Universal History book of Gatterer, what's important here is, well, starting from Du Halt's description of China, if you look at Universal History of Gatterer, how is Korea categorized is key. So if you look at the description of China or any other records, China and Japan are separated out as a intellectual discipline or categories, and the two studies are comparable. However, if you look at Korea, it's actually part of Chinese studies with Tibet, for instance. So it's indicated as a marginal Chinese area. So that was end of 18th century. In the intellectual taxonomy of Europe, that was the position of Korea. And it was very difficult for Korea to break away from that. But coincidentally, that was a time when Asian studies started to lay root in Europe. And Oriental studies, of course, lay root at the time. However, it was mostly Chinese studies and Japanese studies. And in the case of Germany, and especially in the area where I reside, Berlin, actually has more than 100 plus years of history in Chinese and Japanese studies. But if you look at the Oriental studies, there really wasn't any room or courses on Korean studies. And what was the reason behind that? already Korea, from the 18th century, it was included as a marginal region of China, and therefore Korea was indicated as a third region or a colony. However, in 1904, these are the motifs on Korea, and you can see that these motifs or ads at that time, Korea is indicated as a colony, like Africa, as an exotic nation. And I believe that the European intellects hold on to such perception of Korea. And in the 20th century, in the European university, we've seen Korean studies departments being installed. And if you look at these Korean studies courses, the image that European intellects had, how much did that change? Well, we'll have to review that. But these Korean language courses and Korean studies departments started to get established in universities after World War II. So it's 1953. So from the Prague Charles University, that was they've actually started that first, and in 1946 in Western Europe from Leiden University of the Netherlands. And you can see that in München University there was a language course that was established, but not a Korean studies course as of yet. So in the 70s and 80s, you can see that there were a certain handful of universities that started with building or establishing Korean studies courses, and then it was SOAS of the UK, based on the funding from KF, that has actually established professorships on Korean studies. So if you look at the development path, in the early 1980s at AXE, if you refer to this report, there were 3 professors of Korean studies in 5 universities, and in 2001 there were 14 universities with 5 professors in Korean studies. And in 2014, you can see that there was an exponential growth of 30 universities and with a faculty of more than 20 in Korean studies. And in 2022, just in Germany alone, tenured professorships of Korean studies amount to 9 in 6 universities. That's quite a lot. And half of that, actually, of those professors or professorships have been financed and supported by KF. So this is what I really wanted to mention. So in Korean studies, of course, we've been seeing an expansion in quantity. So what about the qualitative growth of Korean studies? In the 80s, if you look at Japanese studies, there was this say within Europe that because it was based on traditional humanities, Japanese studies, of course, lay root in that. So they thought that we may have to switch and transition into a social science type of discourse. And in the 90s, there was a similar movement to switch to a social science perspective. And you can see that in Europe, if you look at area studies, it actually is a 2-pronged approach of both humanities and social sciences. So then what about Korean studies? You can see that the recent professorships have been filled by those that were bred and grown in Korea and are social scientists. So you can see that there really wasn't much thought given into the methodology or process, but then all of a sudden there was this switch or change in the direction or the angle of Korean studies. But if we look at these scholars, social scientists that have been trained, born in Korea, trained in the US, and then filling these seats in Europe, it seems as if Europe is becoming the Galapagos of Korean studies because, as mentioned, it seems to go against the humanitarian roots of Europe. It seems to just take, the professorships seem to take advantage of Europe. So for them, they can stay, they can study, and they can leave. But what should we do about the Korean studies that remain or the remnants of their current studies? So then it's important to see the reason of existence of Korean studies in Europe. We can see that we have the European Research Council, the German Research Council. There are many support towards Korean studies? And are there many Korea-related research projects in earnest? Well, not necessarily. And if you look at the European journals, are there many dissertations on Korean studies? And also in terms of disciplinary, multidisciplinary studies or interdisciplinary studies, are there many faculty from Korean studies that actually take part? But unfortunately, we do not have as an active participation as of yet. So at the end of the day, education is about looking down 100 years down the road. If we want Korean studies to go down that path of centuries, in the mid to long run, what should we do? If we really want to boost and develop Korean studies in Europe, what kind of faculty would be necessary? What kind of professors and scholars? And how will they be training the next generation? How will we be able to nurture these students in Europe and bring them together into an integrated discipline? Because if you look at the Europe, we're not training expats. You can see that all of these students are Germans, or Turkish living in Germany, or Vietnamese that were born in Germany. So we have no Korean or let's say anyone from the Korean diaspora. They are true Germans or Europeans. So you can see that for those that were that grew up in Germany, scholars that grew up in America, and for those that were born in Europe and that continue on with their scholarly endeavors, how are we going to find a way to harmonize the work from all of these different type of streams of scholars? So then, what kind of challenges exist for Europe's Korean studies in the 21st area studies domain? We actually engage in studies in Korean as well as Chinese characters. So I think that it's about how we can find a way to hone expertise on Korean language and Chinese characters because it's the basis. And there are also other disciplines that study Korea. So how are we going to maintain or build a relationship with them? And then also the members of the press. In many cases in Europe, they have a misunderstanding of Korea. And then what happens is in the museums, for instance, Korea may be exhibited in a wrongful fashion. So I think that it's really important to make sure that the scholars of Korean studies really need to find a way to correct that. So then, I have, and they do say that Korean studies is not about promoting Korea, but then because it is Korean studies, in the regional community of Berlin, I think that I do have to play a pivotal role in promoting Korea. So, it's not because I'm in Berlin, but in Europe, for all of the Korean studies departments probably would be faced with such challenges. With that, let me conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee. What she talked about, there's lots and lots of issues that you brought up, which is not, I hope we have a chance to discuss some of those and the issues that facing Europe and the issues that facing North America. There are some issues that are overlapping, but there are some issues that weigh in different ways. And I hope after we present, the time that we have left with the audience and presenters here have a fruitful discussion on those issues. Thank you. The last presenter is Professor Won Jung-min, and she will present Progress and Prospects of Korean Studies in Central and South America.
감사합니다. Buenos días. 안녕하십니까?
Thank you for the introduction. Good morning. I have lived in Chile since 2004 and has received endowment from Korean forums for more than 10 years to train students in Korean studies and also publishing articles on Korean studies. So thank you to KF, and I'd like to thank the Asian Studies Center at SNU for helping me prepare this PowerPoint. I have studied at the SNU from 2020 as a Kyujangak Fellow at the SNU, and before that I was with the Pontifical Catholic University, and I have taught many Latin American students in Korean studies. So the area of my focus was online, offline, and between Chile and Korea about how they look at Korea and how Koreans look at Latin America. Everyone says that regional studies is important and quantitative growth is important, but not much about who does what, why, and how. So the Latin America we speak of consists of 33 countries. Mexico shares borders with the US and all the way down to the Caribbean. All these countries are included in Latin America. And as Professor Kim has mentioned, there's great interest in North Korea. There are countries in this region that only have diplomatic relations with North Korea or only with South Korea or both. And many people cannot tell North Korea from South Korea. And in many cases, Koreans are mistook for Chinese. So if we ask who is doing what and why and how, we do see numbers about who is doing what and how many activities are taking place, but it's not easy for us to see how hard people are working and how well the results are being produced. I have been with Costa Rica, Brazil, in many countries. I met with colleagues in the Society of Korean Studies there. They are good friends, but sometimes good friends can form a cartel unwillingly, and we just stick on the narrow field of research that we only have. And in 2016, Uruguay, Mexico, Colegio de Mexico, Costa Rica, I visited all these places and found that Korean studies have been in Latin America for 30 plus years, but they were still talking about how to develop Korean studies in their countries. I think we should move away from the topic of developing Korean studies, and I wondered when that could happen, and these are some of the photos. So when we all have this discussion, just very succinctly, based on my experience, and the area I'm familiar with is Chile and Latin America. So thinking of Korean studies in Latin America, of course, Hallyu and all that is boosting interest in Korea in the region, but not to the extent that we can really shout out exclamations. And Korean studies has reached a level of going beyond thinking about how to simply develop Korean studies quantitatively. It is important to develop talents in Korean studies and how to train them to make contributions in the society. We focus on Korean studies or Korean studies centers in a regional-based way, or we have to also think of how to build a network about different students that are scattered across the world and this region. But the simple way forward is the former. Opening a Korean studies department or a Korean studies center in universities. But by nature, Latin American universities are not very easy places to do that. And unlike East Asian studies, Korean language education or Korean studies department are not directly linked to jobs. So when we lay such foundations, it's very difficult to link that investment into tangible results. Japanese interpretation and translation department was set up in one university in Latin America thanks to the success of anime and films. But these students, these majors, have a hard time finding jobs. And when you set up a center or Korean department, who teaches what and how is a big challenge. And if we open professorships in Korean studies departments here, we have very few Spanish-speaking and well-trained faculty. So do we need to compromise, or do we need to find the rare but very good talents? And we have to think of whether we are going to focus on research or education and what the meaning of research and education are. And if we all study Korean studies, I don't think that everyone who studies Korean studies should become professors. So elitism may not be a comfortable topic for us, but if we consider the Latin American region, we need to develop Korean studies into an elite area of studies so that students who are interested in pursuing a profession in the academics can be trained. sociology students were writing an article in Hallyu, and I was invited as a second leader for instructing these students. You might think that writing articles for a BA is not important, but very few students move on to college in this region. So writing a thesis for BA is very important here. But finding the right talent is not easy. In this region, the government or embassies led the way in Korean studies development. Of course, the support is essential, but that is not enough. So I think that Korean studies in Latin America must continue to discover new students in different departments who are interested in Korean, who can write articles on Korea in the undergraduate and graduate courses. We need to develop them so that they can pool their own networks amongst themselves. And this must not be led by the embassy, but a bottoms-up way with needed support provided by these embassies. And for sustainability and voluntary and naturally sprung nature of such network is key, so that these students can become politicians, educators, and more, contributing to the society and also building a society-wide network. And that is the way forward for Korean studies in Latin America. Some say that even teaching Korean studies at all in Latin America is a big contribution, but I want more. I want to teach Korean studies well and do it right with a longer perspective and encourage students to really become great scholars and great career pursuers. We believe that Latin America is too far. We don't know about the region. And we think of Latin America as a single group, but we need to take a closer look with a longer perspective and consider the nature of this region. I don't think that Korean language should be the major for all the students in Korean studies, because if Korean language is essential, then we can help the students learn Korean, but it's important for the students to have a good understanding of Korea and help make contribution to the society. And we need to form a network of talents, and that is very encouraging in nature. And I think such a Korean studies will be an important part of public diplomacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Min. As you have already seen, we have 4 presenters from North America, Europe, and Latin America. And as you must have heard, the issues facing these different parts of the world are very different. Then how do we, again, approach these issues to make it possible for those who are living in these different parts of the world to learn about Korean studies and to be familiar with the Korean studies and to go out of the school and to go into the society and work as a person who is knowledgeable about Korea. And they can be in any different kinds of profession. Again, you just pointed out, not everybody will go into academia. There will be very, very small number of people who will go into. Then what do we do? How do we train this generation, young generation, to make it possible what we are trying to do and what Korea Foundation has been trying to do over the past 30 years. Please join me in thanking 4 presenters. Now. So now we will move on to the designated discussants. Each discussant will have about 9 minutes, I think. So first one will be Professor Young-Ju Ryu from the University of Michigan.
So thank you for the great honor. Thank you to Korea Foundation and President Gun Lee for the honor of being able to comment on these rich presentations. Also want to thank Yoon Chang-sik 부장님 and 하보미 대리님 who made the event possible on a more micro level. So in the interest of time, my job is to comment on North Korea North American Korean studies. And I would like to focus on just one keyword from each of the two presentations and try to link these two keywords into a deeper reflection about the present, past, and future of Korean studies in North America. From Professor Sorensen's presentation, that keyword for me is generation. 782 generation, which is also the second generation, he said, of Korean studies scholars in the US and Canada. As a PhD from UCLA, whose advisor, Professor Peter H. Lee, born in 1929, was one of the first generation of Korean studies scholars, I believe. I'd like to mention that generation probably is not just an age category, but to the extent that generation marks a shared outlook, that in many ways, despite the immense amount of contribution and great scholarship of the so-called first-generation scholars like Professor Peter Lee, like Professor James Pillay of Washington, like Professor Ed Wagner of Harvard and Don Baker of UBC, the shared outlook part of it, which strikingly Professor Sorensen mentioned as sympathetic yet critical orientation to Korea, for me, that outlook confers on what he called the 782 generation, really the quality of the first generation. So if the earlier scholars were pioneers, here really was the first generation of Korean study scholars in North America. And I feel very privileged to have learned from them, including, of course, Professor John Duncan. This 782 generation, to my mind, was marked by two characteristics. One was an ambivalent relationship to governments, both American and South Korean. American government in the sense that many of these scholars, as Professor Sorensen, his PowerPoint contained it, but he didn't mention it, were Peace Corps volunteers. Professor Seung-Kyung Lee in Indiana did some wonderful work on the Peace Corps volunteers and the foundation of Korean studies in North America some time ago. I think that experience, that historical experience, has something to do with what Professor Sorensen called the critical yet sympathetic orientation. It's a key difference that I think we should celebrate, that the founding fathers of the field in many ways were not OSS intelligence officers, but people who had peace on their mind, who were coming to Korea with a kind of critical understanding of America's role in Asia, especially in the wake of the Vietnam War. They also had, I think, an ambiguous relationship to the South Korean government, because they came and in many ways they were recipients of the largesse of the Korean government across different decades, but much of their scholarship contributed to making the world understand the costs of development as well as the prize of development, and especially the problems associated with authoritarianism. I will now move on to Professor Jisoo Kim's presentation, where I drew the keyword of diversity. For the 782 generation, one of the key features that marked their sense of shared time was lack. They came to Korea at a time when Korea was utterly impoverished. Korean studies that they helped found was resource poor. Many of them had no prospects of landing a stable job after spending years upon years of training in Korean studies. And when they did find jobs, sometimes in East Asian studies departments. Korea was, as Professor Lee Eun-jung mentioned, Howie category in East Asia, a third wheel in places where China and Japan had much more established history of scholarship and research. For me, however, this lack and the fact that Korean studies came to area studies in North America in somewhat belated fashion opens up opportunities rather than creates liabilities. It gives a certain kind of ethical character to Korean studies. The ambiguous relationship with the US government gives Korean studies as area studies a quality that I think is distinctly missing in the more well-developed, established Japanese studies and Chinese studies in some respects. And there is a link to diversity. Because of this character, because of this history, I think Korean studies has an appeal in North America to students, even to students who might not understand that their appeal, the reason why they're drawn to Korean studies is built upon that history. So many of our students that we teach in our classrooms now are students who come from minority backgrounds, ethnically, racially, also sexual positions, minorities. They find in Korean studies something liberating, and it's not just in K-pop and K-culture that they find that kind of liberation. They find something extremely dynamic and cutting edge and liberating in the history of Korea over the painful 20th century, in the history of democratization, in the continuing innovation and dynamism that even phenomena like Hell Joseon ends up creating. So I think that's something that we can embrace. And institutions, funding agencies, universities can be very purposive and intentional about fostering. So to the extent that academia should also be an equitable place, a just place, and diversity creates a better, richer scholarship for everybody involved, it's something that needs, I think, intentional and long-term investment. So how can Korean studies be really a model for diversity and equity and inclusion? There, I'm thinking about what Professor Han in the earlier speech mentioned, 규범 창출, and what Professor Lee in her paper mentioned as Korea as method. Some conversations, some real deep soul searching, and some desire on the part of the funding agencies to make investments that are not immediately legible as returns within a grant cycle. I think these are the kinds of things that are needed. Finally, it's really, I agree with everyone that Korean studies has gone from rags to riches in record time. And the kind of sense of lack that the 782 generation had, I certainly don't wish on myself or on any of my students. However, I think there's something to be said about what's lost when we go from a place filled with scholars who have existential reason to pursue scholarly work in a field that they don't expect to be rewarded in any way, to a field where there are lots and lots, well, I shouldn't say lots and lots, but a lot more opportunities, and it becomes easier to think of Korean studies as a means to an end rather than an end in and of itself. So that's something that I'd like perhaps for us to talk about later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll certainly continue that discussion on diversity issues and generation issues and what you said, the quote-unquote lack, the concept of lack. How do we translate that into something different? Next discussant is Professor Robert Oppenheim.
Okay, is this on? Good. Well, let me start by echoing a lot of other people here in expressing my thanks, first of all, to the Korea Foundation for this event, and then also to the panelists, the presenters who spoke before, Professor Kim for moderating. Certainly my own university, I mean, not to repeat the story, right? Certainly my own university, the University of Texas, is one where our two tenure track positions in Korean studies, albeit in different ways, are both thanks to the Korea Foundation in one way or another. So again, thank you for that. Like Professor Ryu, perhaps I don't know exactly where to begin. I don't quite have keywords. That was good, but let me just kind of pick out a couple of points from the various presentations. First, yes, I appreciate Professor Kim's, Jisoo Kim's discussion, although it was also in Clark's paper, of diversity and inclusion. And like a lot of people, I think that's, I kind of fundamentally see that as a happy story. When I was taking Korean, there tended not to be very many people who were not ethnically Korean in my Korean language classes. That certainly has shifted completely. Korean language classes at my university have good enrollment. They have a wide variety of people. When I teach, my fundamental Korean studies course, kind of the largest single group is actually Vietnamese students, Vietnamese American students in my class. And sometimes I joke perhaps because there's no Vietnam Foundation. So that's all great. And I mean, I think there is a wider variety of people who are interested in Korea, certainly in North America. And, to the extent that part of what we're doing is trying to kind of, broaden interest in Korean study, I think that's excellent. I become a little bit, I think a lot of my comments are going to be two-sided, good news, bad news, pessimism, optimism. I become a little worried that, at the PhD level that we're also still concerned about, there's kind of an increasing concern in North America that, the precariousness, the opportunity cost, the risk of doing a PhD and attempting to make a career out of that is increasingly something that is exclusionary. It excludes people who don't have a certain amount of social capital, economic capital, and the like, and I think that there's no way that Korean studies can escape that. So I still, at the PhD level, that's still perhaps a concern. I was taken by, shifting topic, I was taken by Clark's comments about kind of the foundationalism of kind of studies of Korea during the 782 era, or whatever we want to call it. I guess there's another part to the story in that, certainly in our field, in anthropology, it's not only a story of Korean studies becoming less oriented towards foundational research, it's also a story of anthropology itself having kind of made that turn of moving away from, kind of foundational, the X sort of studies. I mean, when there's an old anthropology of Korea called, Cornelius Osgood, The Koreans and Their Culture, right? Nobody would write that anymore. But nobody would write that, but nobody would write, the Germans and their culture either, right? So, to some degree, anthropology itself, and maybe other social science disciplines, have made that change. And so I guess I wonder whether the question is, what happens when the foundationalism of an area studies field is kind of out of sync with the disciplines. And maybe a secondary question, for kind of a global Korean studies is, how do you create foundational knowledge? Do you need to create new foundational knowledge in every language, in every national situation in which Korean studies may come into being? And how do you do that, depending on whether the fields in which you're operating are themselves amenable to kind of foundational studies. So that. I was also taken with the various comments on area studies or geococ, as was described by Professor Min. And of course, yes, in the United States we have the story of kind of Cold War area studies. In Europe, we have the story of kind of Korea's insertion into things like universal history and philology, although, perhaps there was more of a tendency to look to South Asia there. And that's, it's more complex than that. There was philology in the United States, et cetera. But I guess I also wonder whether there are new formations of area studies. I guess I wonder if there's anything new. If there are new formations of area studies or regional studies or geococ that are coming into being, and perhaps, particularly in a place, in a place like Latin America or Central and South America, whether there's a convergence with something new. I mean, we have new formations like, Pacific studies and other sorts of regional studies that are like that. The dialectic used to be one of national studies versus globalization, right? But now we have a situation in which, the transnational studies are increasingly being placed, right? They're increasingly being given kind of a territorial basis. They're increasingly being, located somewhere. And I guess I'm wondering where kind of Korean studies is going to fit into that. And again, I think it could fit into those new, I don't want to say area studies, but not area independent kinds of kinds of knowledge in some interesting ways. Finally, on orchid disciplines from Professor Ian Jung's talk. I love the phrase. I mean, because orchids, hothouse flowers, that kind of worry that one has. I have a particularly, I'm not very good with plants. I have a particularly black thumb, okay? But on the other hand, people tell me that orchids are tougher than you think, right? And that, in fact, what you want to do with an orchid is anyway, treat it with a certain amount of discipline. This question of orchid disciplines, I mean, I guess, I think we need to become, as the old anthropologists were, scholars of kind of the informal politics of universities. In my university, certainly, yes, there is an emphasis on STEM. There is sometimes an administrative interest in butts and seats, as the infelicitous phrase goes. But there's also kind of ways in which the administration responds to kind of a prestige economy of scholarship. And, anyway, informal politics, I mean, the question for me is kind of what stabilizes positions in something like Korean studies, what's going to keep it going in the future. Again, certainly where I am, the rhetoric is that there is no such thing as lines anymore, right? We don't have lines. Lines don't just continue to exist. But what does exist are kind of, networks of interest and something like South Asian studies at my university has been stabilized because of just a kind of an ongoing repetitive network of interest. And so, I mean, I think, unfortunately, as Professor Duncan said earlier, that means that there's no easy answer to how to keep Korean studies going. Anyway, that's the kind of the genre of question I think we need to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Oppenheim. The precarity part that you talked about, PhDs produced at least in the US at this point, we are facing tremendously difficult time. And we produce our PhDs, where do they go? In academia these days, plan B is no longer plan B. And everyone has to be prepared for something else other than academia. So I hope we have a chance to discuss this after, again, the presentations. So next discussant is Professor Miriam, let me see, there was the...
It's okay.
Yeah, Lovensteinova, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, it works. Thank you very much, and I will add some notes to the previous speakers as they touched the most important themes. And it taught us many about the history and traditions of their own Korean studies. So not many things remain, but my remarks will be very personal and concern European tradition and some keywords from their talks. Yes, their talks also imply other topics, the importance of personalities who established Korean studies, because they not only established Korean studies at universities, but also form their orientation. As to the Europe, we have a very important phenomenon. This was immigration in 1940s, and the research interest and activities of the local Koreans influenced every old Korean studies. As for example, in Prague, Korean language was taught during the World War II because we have our Korean, yeah. So the information, it's warning. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, so the information about Korea were disseminated through several channels and in the form of newspapers, journals, and books, etc. And what was typical also, these forefathers, these local Koreans, were influenced by the local intellectuals. Yeah, so for example, also Central and Eastern Europe has a long philological tradition, not only about teaching language, but also literature. But it wasn't very strong in anthropology, social science, and philosophy. And the other Europe, the forefathers of Korean studies defined their Korean studies in 1950s and 60s. And the old centers remained, still possess their characteristics from the beginning, if this tradition wasn't interrupted. The program of every Korean studies was also connected with the domestic ways of things and perception of every foreign culture. Also in the late Eastern Europe, we have the long tradition of translation, as well as a special tradition of literature or perception, a theoretical approach to language and literature that began in the Russian formalism and then Prague Linguistic Circle that influenced all the research of language and literature. This later forms the French structuralism. This is our Korean program, studies programs were established following this tradition. So we can speak about generation, but what I would like to add, not every generation faced the experience of Republic of Korea. So we in the Eastern Europe have to follow the opportunities DPRK gave us to us here. Yeah, so I don't know if we have to discuss the question of what is Korean studies, because we discuss it last 20 years every session. We have in 2005 we have a special session in AKS at AKS, and the result is very woke. So Korean studies were defined at that time not only by the topics, but Korean studies are discipline based on Korean as a primary source. But this diversity is everywhere by them. So I will turn to today's state. I think it is fascinating in Europe when looking back
During the last 20 years, I had the opportunity to observe many new Korean studies. Some of them developed in a very quick way and became the important centers of today with a great potential. This is the case of Berlin, for example, and also the case of Copenhagen. What is new, that students have many opportunities to study in Korea, and Korean language, as well as the topic of Korea, is not something rare or special. Yeah. However, it is not our ultimate goal. I think in Europe, because I cannot say I understand the other part of the world, there will also be bigger centers of Korean studies and small centers. Some of the newly established Korean studies will vanish without the support of Korean institution, or after the Korean wave will coming to end. Also, what is also changing is the content of Korean studies. As we can see during the last AXE conferences, where culture studies, gender studies, and North Korean studies represent a great part of the presentations. I think the interest for today fashionable topics will vanish, for sure, and will be replaced by another fashionable topics. But what I would like to stress, these topics can be studied in an academic way, so as a part of social studies, but with a firm basis in theory and methodology. Nevertheless, I am an advocate of the classical discipline, history, literature, and language, so linguistic, but in a new theoretical frame that can be interconnected with other disciplines, for example, social studies. Yeah, I think the old discipline has to be preserved because they have the potential for the future, and because of these themes, Korean scholars ask us for cooperation. So, so I'm pleased every time when reading a monograph on such themes, as I hold history, literature, and linguistics. So that's, I think this is something we need in Europe, because this cooperation is possible. But not many books, essential books, were made up to date. So I have 1 minute left. So I would like to, you have to celebrate, for example, before all, the anniversary of Korea Foundation that helped, I think, not only in Europe, but in Europe substantially, several projects for personal grants. It supports the young scholars and university teachers. I'm extremely thankful to Korea Foundation in my role as a university teacher and supervisor of the young scholars. They are supported by Korea Foundation, but also in my role of researcher, because I was granted by them from the beginning of the Korea Foundation existence. My first project was in 1992. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Levenstrainova, for bringing again another perspective from within Europe, from Eastern Europe perspective, to bring our attention to that. Our final discussant is Professor Antonio Fiori.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, I would like to express my gratitude to the Korea Foundation for the invitation, to my colleagues for their presentations. After the presentation Professor Yoon Dong made about the condition of Korean studies in Europe, now it's the turn actually to talk about the underdeveloped Europe when it comes to Korean studies. So actually that's why I'm here. And the first thing that actually I would like to say about the presentations today is that, you know, and this is positive, of course, actually all panelists here testified to a certain degree that actually Korean studies are developing in you know, all continents, continuously growing, and of course this is true for Europe as well. It seems like, you know, the gap between Korean studies and, you know, other countries' studies like Japan or China is eventually being filled to some extent. And of course this means that you know, the number of students interested in Korean studies is continuously growing. And of course, this is good. This is pretty much positive. But, you know, this has also some shades. It brings some shades into the big picture that Professor Sorensen actually talked about. The fact that if we have more and more students, this basically means that we need to have more and more faculty members teaching you know, Korean studies or different aspects of Korean studies. And you know, at the very end, actually, I hope I will have 20 seconds to ask you and actually to open kind of reflection on what Korean studies means, because in some universities, in some continents, in some nations actually, I don't think we can talk about Korean studies. At least in my country, actually, there's no Korean studies for a few reasons that I will try to make clear in a minute. But of course, actually, students, faculty members, but of course recruiting more faculty members is quite difficult. And it is quite difficult because actually we need to come to terms with financial limitations. Financial problems that many universities actually are experiencing. At least in the European continent, actually, many universities are experiencing these kind of problems. And it is very easy to, as Professor Duncan actually mentioned about what is happening in States, it is very easy in Europe too to, you know, see positions disappearing and never reappearing. And this brings me actually to probably to the most important point that I would like to raise. That is, what is Korean studies? And actually I can bring you the experience, the Italian experience, or, you know, the experience of some universities in Italy. That is, even though actually I like to think at myself as somebody who does research on Korea. I am a political scientist, by the way, nobody's perfect. But you know, actually my research is focused on Korea. Actually I would say both Koreas. Inter-Korean relations, which is better. I actually need to think of me as a political scientist, because actually my university wants me to think of myself as a political scientist, because there's no Korean studies, you know, in the overall picture of my university, and I don't think there's any in the Italian academia. Actually, we have Chinese language specialists, we have actually Japanese language specialists, and when it comes to Korea, we do not have any kind of group that actually is focused exclusively on Korea or Korean language or Korean studies. So, you know, actually, this is a kind of problem for us. And, you know, it basically, it is very important for me. This is very important for me because actually, you know, at least in the past, you know, some specialists in Korean studies had a kind of, how to say, I would use this word actually, forgive me, have had this kind of snobbish attitude towards people who were not doing, you know, who were not kind of mainstream Korean studies specialists, you know, eventually excluding those who had, you know, who came or became interested in Korea coming from other disciplines. I think this is quite important, and I think that actually, as somebody was highlighting, I think that actually this is important. Accepting people from other disciplines is pretty much important in order to, you know, revamp and eventually develop Korean studies. And then actually I read all the papers, all the presentations. They were actually very nice. In some presentations, in Professor Kim's presentation, for example, even though you had no time to highlight it, but actually she wondered about Hallyu and the consequences of Hallyu, and this is quite important. Actually, we launched in my university. My university is very big, by the way. It's one of the biggest universities, beyond being the oldest university in the world, actually is, or we actually like to say so. We are not sure if you know, it eventually was really established in 1088, but we are very proud of that. It's kind of on top of that, actually, we have 90,000 students. So this makes the University of Bologna one of the biggest universities in Europe, for sure. Actually, we launched Korean language last year, and we were expecting something like 15 students. All of a sudden, we had 115 students. And Hallyu has a role in it. I think it has a role in it. And actually, we need you know, to come to terms with Hallyu. I don't like BTS, actually, but if students actually like them, I mean, I have no problems with that. Now, of course, we need, you know, to understand actually how threatening Hallyu can be in the long run. I mean, once you know, actually this production, this cultural production is over, what will happen to Korean studies after, you know, so many students have been attracted by Hallyu? But you know, we will eventually come to terms with that when it will be the moment. And then the Korea Foundation, and then I will end, only 25 seconds actually. The Korea Foundation is extremely important for the development of Korean studies in the world. Other organizations, Professor Duncan actually was mentioning them in his speech, but the Korea Foundation is, according to me, the real important organization for the promotion and the development of Korean studies in the world. In Europe, actually, it has been quite important. There would not be any Korean studies specialists. At my university, we are 3 now, but actually at my university, there would be none without the intervention of the Korea Foundation. You know, in Italy, we say that actually the one who feeds you is your father, and so you know, that's why I can consider President Igun as my father today. And you know, again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for presenters and discussants. We have about 20 minutes left for us to discuss a little bit, and I would also like to give our audience, of course, enough time to ask us any questions that you may have. So I want to use probably about 10 minutes for us, and then 10 minutes for the audience. It is not that often that we sit on the same platform to discuss these issues. So I would like to ask presenters and the speakers to raise any issues that you thought we should further, within 10-minute limit, of course, to discuss among ourselves, or any comments that you would like to raise for those of us who are sitting right here. So anybody who wants to raise your hand, you can go ahead.
Okay, I'll start off by saying something. I was intrigued by Professor Fiori's remark about Hallyu, because this is something that we also deal with at our university, that there's a huge interest in Korean language and literature, and it's motivated by anime, movies, but mostly by K-pop. And when I said, you know why? Well, it's because they're young and sexy, aren't they? And so I don't object to that, but there may be a price to pay, because once you start with K-pop, where do you go with it? And it's not something that personally interested me. I actually got in trouble once when I said that at a conference in Seattle, and the reporter for the Chungang Ilbo was there. And I said that I didn't like K-pop, and he was mortally offended. And he made me apologize to him, so I finally said, 유감스러운 말이었지. So that's kind of how it goes. So, but I wonder what the future of the field is if we were attracting all of these young people, and it's great to have our classes full and everything. I used to teach a little section on K-pop until I realized the students know more about it than I do. So then I stopped. But anyway, I think it's an important question.
저희 같은 경우에 지금 이게 K-pop 유행이
So this popularity of K-pop, you can see that the hype is less in Europe. We believe that the hype is less in Europe than the US. But if you look at the freshmen, and if we conduct a survey, in many cases, they started to gain interest in Korea due to K-pop, and they wanted to learn more about Korea and decided to enroll in the course. But if we look at them in working on their graduation dissertations, out of the 36 students, there are only 3 students that are actually writing their paper on K-pop. So only 3. So you can see that as they do harness their expertise in Korean studies, they find different aspects and dimensions of Korea. And K-pop can be the gateway to their interest in Korea, but then it's about what happens next. In studying Korea and in Korean studies, it's about what we can actually provide them with, the new opportunities into the Korean discipline. And I also do agree, many people talk about Hallyu, but I think that K-pop is the only gateway into Korean studies. That's a risky statement and an approach.
And many people ask me how K-pop can continue popularity in Latin America, but we cannot guarantee that because it all depends on the fans. And in Latin America, I don't think you should be too obsessed with Korean studies or Korean studies scholars, because there are many different fields where we can find talents and develop talents to contribute to society. And that's what Korean studies should do.
Just said. So K-pop or K-culture, I think, is really the beginning. It's what sparks students' interest in Korea. And recently, we see many students coming into college learning Korean independently, not necessarily in their high school, but because they have interest in K-pop. They want to learn lyrics, and so they study, and then they come to college. They take Korean language classes, but they're not all just interested about K-pop. And I think our role at higher education is how to really encourage these students to pursue their interest in studying about Korea. I don't want to necessarily say Korean studies because they're not all going to be academics, as we've been saying. They really, I mean, they're going to be entering into a variety of different professional fields. And we are educating these undergrads, not just students who are interested in becoming scholars. And so in that sense, I think it's really, and also when we look at our students in our undergraduate research fellows program, and we read their statement of purpose, and most of the time, I mean, they are drawn because of Korean culture, but also their friends who, I mean, they learn about Korean families, and they're about religious practices, and so it's all sorts of variety of different reasons. And I would just want to, what I wanted to talk about Hallyu, optimism versus danger, was actually I was going to refer to Professor Seung-Kyung Kim's recent article that she wrote about. I mean, Hallyu, part of it is really state-driven project, and this is and we have to really be careful. I mean, Professor Yoon Jung talked about self-criticism, but I think we should really try to escape and avoid self-orientalism, Orientalist discourse when we are talking about Hallyu. And so I think, it's really, Hallyu is definitely, it has huge impact in really sparking interest among students in starting Korean studies. But I think our job is not really about them learning more about Korean limited Korean culture, but really more broadly expand their interest in learning about Korea. And as Professor Yoon Jung mentioned, many of our students writing papers, they were interested in Korean culture, but they end up writing about issues about inter-Korean relations, South Korean economic development, democratization. There's such a variety of different topics that students are interested in, and I think it's really important how we encourage these students to pursue that kind of interest and kind of really build their knowledge.
So we have 3 more people.
지금 저희가 교육자로서
Yes, so as educational scholars and as professors of Korean studies, I think that was the perspective that I've just mentioned, but I want to talk about as a perspective of a scholar. So in Europe, there is this discipline of Korean studies, but the Korea Foundation and the growth of Korean studies have greatly contributed, supported this endeavor, and we've thanked KF. But I think that going forward, it's now about Korean government and the Korean Foundation. If we have no longer such a support from these government agencies, how can we contain and sustain Korean studies? I still have never been supported by the Korea Foundation, and that's not, of course, the reason why I do not have any gratitude towards the Korean Foundation. But I do want to mention that beyond this framework of public diplomacy, how can Korean studies in the respective nations grow as a discipline? I think this is something that we also have to look into. So in my paper, that's why I've mentioned Korea as a method. And also, Korean scholars and researchers and Korean studies, what kind of relationship should be in place between the two was something that I hoped that we could discuss. And this is such an invaluable venue, and unfortunately we don't have a lot of time, and I think I really cannot go into the gist that I really wanted to share with all of you. But Korean studies as the area studies of 21st century is of course different from the 20th century US area studies and the 19th century European area studies that branched out from Japanese studies. And now in the 21st century, Korean studies actually have to do with scholars that grew up in Korea and going out abroad and telling their story. So then considering that, what kind of area studies, discipline should Korean studies should be? I think this is something that we really need to put in some more serious thought into.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the K-pop question briefly and say something in defense of K-pop. Not that K-pop needs my defense. While I agree that we would all want to diversify the kinds of research that our students do, and that K-pop does a fantastic job of serving as a gateway, I do want to say that K-pop does not exist. It's not some freakishly strange thing that exists independently of Korean history, of Korean culture, Korean society. That in K-pop, we find all of those things. In many ways, it's a 결정체 of that process. So I don't want to necessarily say that K-pop is some less serious aspect of, or a kind of a gateway drug that gets our students into Korea, and then they can go on to more serious topics. I think that view also has its own danger.
Thank you. Professor Lobensteifer, and you will have the last word.
Sister, so we have the different tradition, but I also know that K-pop influenced the interest for Korean studies. We have the entrance exam because of the great interest, and it was spread. It is funny that we don't accept any person who will speak about the interest in K-pop. Yeah, so during the exams, everyone pretends to be scholarly oriented and a great reader of Korean literature, etc. So. Of course, there are secret K-pop gamers here, but they have to do something more here. And our lecturer taught us every time that our students came to the Charles University as K-popers, and they are turned into the prospective academician. So that's all. So it's our task here. So. The interest, turn the interest another way.
Thank you so much. So we have 7.5 minutes now. I think we can entertain 2 questions. And yes. The microphone, please.
감사합니다. 상페테르부르크 국립대학교 쿠르바노
I am Curvano from St. Peter's University. I would like to raise one issue. Professor Kim Ji-soo has mentioned an important issue of terminology. Yes, what does Korean studies mean? But I beg to differ on one point. In Korea, there is North Korean studies, but there is no South Korean studies. There's the national studies, meaning studying your own nation. In English, it is Department of Korean Language and Literature, and it is a discipline of looking at with a different perspective and a point of view. So the biggest issue as a Korean scholar, Korean studies scholar, is the lack of relations between Korean studies and national studies. Almost no one writes an article on Korean studies here in Korea. There's no Korean studies scholars represented in South Korea. So what I would like to request to KF is that along with the overseas scholars and their history, culture, and literature scholars here in Korea, please help us build a network, because Korea, we need the primary sources and we ask for resources and we just copy the resources and nothing else. But in Korea, if you look at those who are interested in studies abroad, you will have many interesting points that you can refer to. We can have a different assessment of Korean studies and look at the culture and history of Korea from a different perspective. We can help you gain that new perspective. And so going forward to further progress Korean studies, national studies and Korean studies abroad need to build a relationship. With the support of KF, I hope that overseas scholars and Korean national scholars could have a joint conference. Thank you.
And I think you brought up a really important issue here. And that conversation may not be that easy. And it will be very uncomfortable for many people to have honest conversation between those of us who study Korean studies outside and, like you just mentioned, 국학, 한국사, 한국문학. Those kinds of conversations that need to happen. And some of us have been talking about a possibility of providing the venue for having these conversations. But immediately you may remember, for those scholars, again, what medium do we use? Do we use Korean? Do we use English? Do we use what? Those issues right away coming up. But nonetheless, I really appreciate that you brought that up, and we need to think about that in some ways with Korea Foundation's help and others, and all of us should participate in having that conversation for the future. Thank you. We can have another question. Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much for pointing that out. So I just want to quickly respond in saying that I think in Korea, when they use 한국학, I think it is really referring to more broadly targeting towards overseas 한국학. Of course, in Korea, we know there's, especially at the college, university levels, there's 국학. And also some institutions like Yonsei, it's 국학연구원, not 한국학연구원. But 서울대 has 규정각 한국학연구원. And so I think even within Korea, I mean, there are some differences that we see at different universities. And I just want to kind of, I mean, when we talk about Korean studies, we understand generally what we mean in English. And then also in Korean, when we say 한국학, of course, within 한국학 here in Korea, I mean, for domestic audiences, there's 국학 and also 북한학. And so there are these differences. But I just wanted to kind of, raise that issue. As I said in my presentation, I mean, I don't have an answer. Maybe there's no answer, but it's just something to think about.
Okay, there's a person over there, and this will be the last question. Sorry about that.
Good morning. I wanted to thank you all for your insight and your knowledge, especially by region. That was very intriguing to me as a student. My name is Kai Struther. I'm a rising junior English major at Spelman College here with George Washington. And my question today is for Dr. Sorensen. Hearing now in 2022 that you got your PhD in the 1970s, now we can see how many historical events have happened since then. And my question today is, what were some of the difficulties you've experienced attempting to keep up with relations and relationships that were constantly changing during a time where resources weren't readily available, with discourse that was still developing? And by relationships, I mean within the United States and within the Koreas as well. Thank you.
That's a really big question. I've just finished a manuscript that's like 125,000 words that talks about this issue, because what you kind of asked is what happened is that the historical structures in which Korean studies developed has changed over time, and the kind of relationships you have, the funding sources have changed. In the United States, we're fortunate that we've had academic organizations such as the Association for Asian Studies, American Anthropological Association, and so forth, where those of us who have studied Korea can meet with a nationwide audience and kind of network that way. Some of our Korean colleagues got their degrees in the United States and went back, but they come to that meeting. A very few of us have been able to attend the Hanguk Il-Hakhae meeting, that is the Korean Anthropological Society meeting. I've been to it once, I think. It's very, very difficult to get the funding to fly over the Pacific in order to attend a meeting. But it's getting easier. I once looked up the fare of my first plane trip to East Asia, and it was $2,200. This was in 1972. And so I went on the internet and I asked, well, what's $2,200 in current dollars? And so you'll click and it came back and it was $20,000. And that reminds me that in those days, you couldn't come to the Far East as it was without foundation support. It was just too expensive for an individual person to be able to pay for that plane ticket. And now that's not the case. I mean, I got a PhD in Korea, and I'm an anthropologist, so I went to do field work in Korea. I jumped off the plane in 1976. It was Chuseok, and I was going to do field work. It was my first visit ever to Korea, and that's not something you would see today. That people who have a PhD, a lot of them have been to Korea for long periods of time before they even start their program. Many of them study language here. And so actually interaction across the Pacific is easier now than it used to be, but it's still pretty hard.
Okay, with this, we will have to wrap up this session. I would like to thank the presenters, and I would like to thank the audience for your active listening and participation. Thank you, everyone.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you for the great and enthusiastic discussions. And the session one time really flew by for session one. We were unable to entertain questions from all the questions from the floor. I'm sorry, and we apologize. Thank you, Professor Kim, for moderating the session, and all the professors and panels for their wonderful discussions and presentations. This ends session one. Please enjoy lunch, and we will be back for session two at 1:30. Thank you.
안녕하십니까?
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed lunch. And we will start the afternoon session on progress and prospects in Korean studies by region with professors from China, Japan, Vietnam, and more, also from the Middle East and Central Asia, who have prepared a wonderful session, I am excited to say. This session will be moderated by Professor Kim Dong-taek of Seogang University. Professor Kim established the Global Korean Studies Department in Seogang University in 2012 and has been teaching there ever since, and is also the director of Global Korean Studies Initiative. Professor Kim, you have the floor.
방금 소개받은 서강대학교 김동택입니다.
Hello everyone, as introduced, I'm Dong-taek Kim from Seogang University. It's a great pleasure to moderate session 2 of the 2022 KF Global Korean Studies Forum. In session 1, we talked about Europe, North America, and Latin America, and the Korean studies present in those regions. And session 2 will be covering other regions of the world, including Africa, Middle East, Central Asia, and Oceania. We will have presentations from professors from respective regions. Presentations will last for 15 minutes, and then the remaining session will be allotted for Q&A. Let me briefly introduce you to our speakers today. Originally, we were to have our professor from China to come. However, due to disease prevention and control measures, we weren't able to have Professor Dan Wang come in person physically. He will be joining us online. And we have Professor Nihino Junya from Keio University, and from the Ho Chi Minh City University of Social Sciences and Humanities, we have Professor Ting-Pong Mai Nguyen. And from Australian National University, we have Professor Roald Maling N.K. Thank you very much for joining us. And from St. Petersburg State University, Professor Sergei Kruvbanov. Thank you and welcome. And we have from the Kazakh Ablai Kang University of International Relations and World Languages, Professor Hu Jong-chang. And we have from Côte d'Ivoire, Professor Hyung Hwang. And from Ain Shams University of Egypt, Professor Sarah Benjamin. Thank you very much for joining us. So then, we would now like to first invite Professor Dan Wang from Peking University on the Korean Studies Development Path in China with a future-oriented vision. So let us now invite him on the screen.
존경하는 한국국제교류재단 관계자 여러분, 그리고 학자 여러분.
To all the scholars, it's a great pleasure to meet you all. I am Dan Wang from Peking University. I would first like to congratulate the opening of the 2022 KF Global Korean Studies Forum. And I would also like to extend my gratitude to President Kun Lee and all organizers at KF for giving me this opportunity to present before you. Due to unfortunate circumstances, I wasn't able to meet you in person, but I am grateful to have this opportunity to at least join you online. The topic of my presentation is Korean Studies Development Path in China with a future-oriented perspective. We will soon commemorate the diplomatic ties between Korea and China. It will be a 30th anniversary, and it's a great pleasure to host and engage in this presentation at this pivotal year. I have a lot of slides, but due to time constraints, I would like to just focus on some key points. Before I go into the presentation, let me first go into the implications Korean studies have in Korea. So Korean studies in China, as a part of area studies, it has to do with humanities, social sciences, as well as natural sciences. So it includes Chosun, the history of Chosun, Korea, and the Korean Peninsula. So it's a overarching type of discipline in China, and it particularly has the purpose of promoting the cultural ties between Korea and China. Korean studies in Chinese universities is my next topic, and I would like to mention that we first started off with the department at my university, and we have more than 77 years of experience of Korean studies. We have the earlier years, the stagnation period, the transitional period, and the development period, or the growth phase. So in terms of quantity and quality, we've been seeing some exponential growth. If you look at the number of departments of Korean studies, there are more than 260, and you can see that four-year universities amount to 125, and we have 141 three-year colleges. And in terms of the number of professors and students, we have 2,000 in faculty and 40,000 in terms of students. And then you can see that Korean, after English in Japan, is the third important foreign language in China. And not only that, recently, if you look at the Korean studies in universities, they're also focused on nurturing next generation scholars. And we can see that universities have started to introduce graduate courses. You can see that there are about 36 so with a master's and a PhD program in Korean studies.
네트워크 사정 때문에
I believe that we have some technical issues right now. I think there is an issue with the internet connection.
아마 인터넷이 지금 잠시 끊겨서
So once again, I do believe that we do have some technical issues right now. If you bear with us for just a moment, we try to have the issue fixed. Thank you.
그러면 지금 요 통신이 좀
I believe that we may need some more time to resolve the technical issues. So if you may allow me, I would like to invite the next speaker on the stage for the presentation. And once we restore the connection with our professor in China, we will continue on with our presentation. So yes, Professor Nishino, would you like to begin?
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. Then I would like to start my presentation. I am from Keio University in Japan. My name is Nishino Junya. I would first like to thank KF for inviting me to this important forum. And congratulations on the 30th anniversary of your founding. I would like to take this short time to introduce the characteristics and the tasks remaining for Korean studies in Japan. As you are well aware, Korean studies in Japan has quite a long history. In session 1, we briefly discussed what is Korean studies. Korean Peninsula and South Korea are the subject of Korean studies, in my definition. So although Korean studies has a long history in Japan, I would like to focus on the past 30 years. Korean studies has developed in Japan with KF because I will be saying, as I will be saying later, up until today, Korean studies and research by Japan in and on Korean Peninsula started in the early 20th century, and the 30-odd years of colonial rule by Japan are deeply related, and this is an important point to remind ourselves of. For democratization of Korea, I really want to focus on Korean studies for the democratization of Korea. And each period and important events in each period are closely related to the Korean studies. And when it comes to Korean studies in Japan, the Seoul Olympics was the biggest trigger for the development of Korean studies in Japan, because in 1988, the Seoul Olympic was held, and in 1984, earlier, NHK station in Japan actually started the Korean language program. And that was when really interest in Korea really started to grow in Japan. And then democratization of Korea had a huge impact as well. Although this was not included in my slide, because by democratization in Korea, the Korean researchers and researchers in Japan started to have academic exchanges really earnestly, because in previous to that period, under the authoritarian rule, Korean studies and scholarly research was limited. So the academic exchanges in its truest sense was quite limited. So democratization of Korea, and in the 1990s was really when Korea-Japan academic exchanges started to take off, and Korean studies in Japan started to develop quite rapidly. And another trigger was the 1998 joint declaration by Kim Dae-jung and Obuchi. There was also the Korea-Japan World Cup and the first wave of Hallyu. So in the early 2000s, this was when Korea-Japan relations were at their height, and there was even greater interest in Korea among Japanese people, and there was active research on Korea by Japanese scholars. And as we saw during the opening video, during this time, at the Kyushu University in Japan, the Center for Korean Studies was established based on the joint declaration and agreement in 1998 when PM Kim Jong-pil visited Kyushu University. And at the Keio University in 2009, the Contemporary Korean Research Center was established. I think this was the very first center established in my region, and then the Waseda University and Tokyo University also followed suit. So in the 1990s, Korean studies in Japan became quite robust, and in the 2000s really met its peak. But unfortunately, since 2010, and to be exact, 2012, Korean-Japan relations started to deteriorate, which had a negative impact on Korean studies in Japan. So what are the characteristics of Korean studies in Japan? I can say with pride that Korean studies in Japan and studies of Korean Peninsula in Japan is really at a world-class level. With its rich and long history and tradition, and because Japan and Korea share similarities in terms of culture, language, and value. And so Korean studies scholars in Japanese universities are able to read Korean, and they have easier access to primary sources. And we are geographically quite closely located, so we have had some very active exchanges. But these characteristics nowadays, I don't know how to put it, seems to have dissipated. The edge that Japanese scholars had has really gone, and that remains a task for Korean studies in Japan. The biggest task remaining, or the biggest challenge, I would say, is that Korean studies in Japan, in terms of its power to disseminate, is very, very weak because all of the research published are in Japanese or Korean. But in the past, Korean studies professors, because Korea-Japan relations had very deep relations, there were many scholars who were able to read Korean or Japanese resources, but now most of the resources published are in English. And so research in Korea faces a crisis of disappearing in Japan. And this has been an issue for the past decade. The second task remaining, as I have mentioned briefly, is particularly for political scientists like myself. Political impact on the Korean studies is quite huge, and recently the political impact has been quite negative because Korea-Japan relations have been quite in bad shape in the recent years, and considering the bad relations we have, we cannot be very hopeful about how many students there will be that take an interest in Korea. But during the Cold War period also, there was huge political impact as well. In the 1980s, I said earlier that Korean studies, there was a huge dispute over what language to use for Korean studies: Japanese, Korean, English. So there was a huge political impact on Korean studies in Japan. And I believe that in a sense, such political impact continues on to this day. And Korea-Japan relations are deteriorating, having even worse impact. And lastly, the geographical proximity with Korea or accessibility to Korea. All the edge that Japan had is now fully gone because of COVID. And as we discussed over lunch, without such edge, Japanese scholars had an environment where Korean studies were easy to pursue, but now the environment is quite different, and the task remains on how to pursue Korean studies. So I would like to conclude my presentation just on time. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Junya or Nishino, for your short but very important presentation. And earlier, Professor Sergey also mentioned national studies, Korean studies, and the Chosun studies in Japan with a long history. So the relations between the three fields is very important and deep-rooted for us to understand Korea, and the root continues on until this day. Young European or American scholars may not be very familiar, but the older generation, like my generation, looked into the national studies and Chosun studies and some key points that actually led to a research topic for many of the American or European scholars. So in the 21st century, Korean studies as a very important background to Korean studies, national studies, the Korean studies, and Chosun studies have had a huge impact. And it's important to understand such a background. And for discussions, I believe that Professor Nishino did not dive into the topic, but it is still a very important topic. But we are still waiting to reconnect with Professor Wang Dan, so we will move on to the next presentation.
Yes, we would now like to invite Professor Thipung Mai Ngung. Hello, everyone. As introduced, I am Thipung Mai from the Ho Chi Minh City University of Social Sciences and Humanities. Today, I would like to talk about the present state of Korean studies, education, and research in Vietnam.
일단 세 가지 문제 빨리 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
Yes, let me swiftly go into my presentation. So first, I would like to talk about the current status, a brief introduction of the college and what kind of challenges remain and ways to solve or overcome these challenges. So first, let me talk about the college and the departments that are established. In Vietnam, we have North, Central, and the Southern regions. It consists of these three regions, both North, Central, and South. And as you can see here on the chart, from 1993, we've seen at the VNU Hanoi University of Social Sciences and Humanities established a Korean Studies Department. And I identified 43 universities or colleges with Korean studies related departments at the time I submitted my paper, but now there are 50 universities and colleges that have such departments. You can see that especially the universities and colleges in the southern area have many relevant courses, and then the north and the central. And if you consider the Korean language department, there's more of such than other Korean related departments, but we also have interpretation and translation or education or Korean studies related departments in some of these other universities and colleges. In the 1990s, you can see that there weren't that many schools up until 2000 that had such departments, but you can see that in 2010 and onwards, we've seen a great increase in the number of departments established. In 2020, 21, and 2022, the number of universities with Korean or Korea-related departments are on the rise. So let me now briefly go into the demand for Korea studies or Korean language education. So here, you can see that for you to enter into a college or university, there is an elective subject that you have to choose from. And whether it be, if you do want to major in Korean studies or the Korean language, you have to, or you can select out of these three subjects. And the total score is 30 points. In the case of Hanoi USSH, you need to get the full 30 points in order to enter into that college and major. And as for the other universities, you can see that out of the department, it's probably the top 5 most difficult departments to get enrolled in, because you really need to be a top student to join that course. And if you look at these other universities, you can see that there is a greater popularity for Korea or Korean language related department. And in the case of our university, starting from last year, you can see that Korean studies overtook Japanese studies in terms of the actual score or the grades that, or the test score of the students that joined the university. It depends on the year, but you can see that we have around 200 and 300 students that would get enrolled in this department. We have around 200 or so every year. The total number of students, is 800 plus, and there are universities that have more than 1,000 plus students in Korean studies or Korean language. So we do call it the Korean studies, but it's true that many of the departments or colleges are focused on teaching the Korean language. And with regard to research, I did do my research here, but there aren't that many research centers. But one thing that I do want to boast about have to do with the KRAV, which is a research association on Korean studies in Vietnam. So here, you can see that We don't have any other research associations that focus on a particular study of a country. Korean Studies Research Association of Vietnam. This is actually the only association in Vietnam that focuses on the studies of another country, and the support from KF has been invaluable in the process. And then we also have the Center for Korean Studies of the Institute of Northeast Asian Studies at the Vietnam Academy of Social Sciences. We don't have as many resources as of yet. And also we have at the University of Education at Ho Chi Minh University, they do have a Center for Korean Studies, but it's not that active. And as I've already mentioned, at the University of Social Sciences and Humanities, we also have a Korean Studies Center. But if you go into the contents, it's not more so on the Korean studies per se, but it's focused on Korean language. And yes, it also does host academic seminars from time to time. And this is the Korean Studies Application Center within the university. So what we want to do is put together publications, conduct online education courses, put together a platform to offer more online content to our students. And at the University of Education of VNU Hanoi, we do have this Korean Studies Center in the College of Korean Language and Culture, and I know that it has been supported by the Academy of Korean Studies in putting together this program. Our college was established in 1994, and for the 28 years, KF was an active supporter of all of our programs, colleges, and departments. And this year, for the first time, we've introduced a master's course on Korean Studies, and we've selected our first batch of graduate school students to 25 students. In 2010, we've become an independent department, starting from our history of 1994. And then in 2015, we've now established a college. And these are the departments under the college. It consists of departments on language, literature, culture, social sciences, political, economic, foreign affairs, and e-learning. And we have 25 students, and you can see that the faculty, we hold PhD degrees, and these are the support programs of KF. There are still some challenges in terms of literature, statistics, resources. So it's true that there are some limitations in engaging in research. And the lack of faculty, lecturers, textbooks, educational materials is also another challenge that we have. So I truly hope that we can continue on with or engage in joint projects with Korean universities or Korean studies centers. And I think that this could definitely help us resolve the challenges at hand in Vietnam. That is all for my presentation. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much for that. So the presentation was on VNU Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh, the University of Social Sciences and Humanities, and also the University of Languages and International Studies in the north that have started off with Korean studies. And you can see that there's a lot of investments that would go into this program, and you can see that it's very well received by the students. But irrespective of the demand that we see amongst the students, the professors mentioned that we may need some further advanced courses or master's, PhD courses, and also the nurturing of faculty and lecturers. And I believe that KF and other support institutions can take that into account in rendering further their support. Fortunately, we have restored the connection with Professor Dan Wang, so we would like to continue on with her presentation.
교수님께 발표해 주시죠.
Yes, Professor Dan Wang, please. Yes, my apologies. I was cut off due to technical issues. Let me continue on with my presentation. And if you look at Korean studies and education in China, it involves not only language but social, cultural studies, and we have BA, MAs, PhDs, and also talents that are nurtured that may take on a non-academic track. And KF has offered us with immense support in the process of putting together these programs, and we would like to extend our gratitude for the support offered by KF in establishing professorships, the libraries, scholarships, and fellowships in China. Thank you once again to the Korea Foundation. In the 21st century, and particularly since 2010, science and technology, international exchange, and the policies by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China has led to a major change in the circumstances of foreign language training and education, and this has led to many opportunities and challenges for Korean education or Korean studies. And the perspective, the pedagogy, and the development path has also shifted in the process. The contents of education is something that's currently being innovated right now, but further innovation is necessary. This is a key task for Korean studies. So you can see that Korean studies for the past 73 years can be divided up into 3 phases: the earlier phases, transitional phase, and the growth phase. From 2015 to 2020, for 5 years, if you look at the journals, there were more than 800 publications. And from 1994 to 2020, relevant national social sciences funded projects amounted to 311. And in order to prepare for this forum, I also looked into the data on journals, and by 2021, I was able to collect information that there are more than 800,000 dissertations and papers published in journals and more than 14,800 PhD dissertations. And then moving on to the research centers, ever since diplomatic ties, there are more than 120 on Korean studies. And if you see here, we have many academic associations, including those that are focused on history as well as literature. So you can see that all of these research centers host academic seminars, publish journals, which actually helps us mobilize the competence and expertise of Korean studies scholars to promote the area. Recently, in terms of development in Korean studies, there was a lot of focus put on not quantity but quality. So in line with this trend, you can see that there are some new movements in terms of how we can upgrade the contents. For instance, in terms of Korean studies education, you can see that it's moving on to an education that's focused on not just practicality, but in overall education that would involve all various disciplines. So it's about liberal arts, having the right traits, personality, and place the capability. So in other words, it's about creating an internationalized talent. And based on this direction, you can see that there are many changes that we do foresee in Korean studies as well. And in terms of the students, it's now not just targeted to a specific group. In other words, in the past, you can see that Korean studies was just for those that would take the academic track. However, now you can see that there are many multidisciplinary types of programs that would involve many different students with different backgrounds. And the KF e-school program and other humanities program enables students of different backgrounds and scholars of different backgrounds to take part in the education and training. And in terms of the methodology, you can see that it's also changing form. It's not just a one-way classroom type of lecture. Various symposiums, academic seminars, and events are being held so that the students can better their understanding on Korea and also make sure that they can really dive into the compelling traits of Korean studies. There are also hybrid types of education methods that are introduced to maximize the effect and the impact, and many attempts are being made to widen and expand the scope and horizon of the students. In terms of research, it's important to make sure that Korean studies research has a clear identity, and if it does have to do with solving pending issues of China, it's important to make sure to continue on with this research. And identifying literature on Korean studies and putting together a database is something that would be necessary going forward. Not only that, integration or convergence with other disciplines and researchers that goes beyond region, background, and careers can actually help us sustain academic research as well as expand the scope of research. And it will be a win-win type of synergy when such a multidisciplinary group is formed. And not only that, by nurturing key talents, we will be able to engage in future-oriented Korean studies. Up till now, Korean studies, education, and research has made much progress. However, there is further progress and potential that we can reap. In order to engage in future-oriented Korean studies education and research, it's important that all of the educators and researchers in this domain need to continue on to hone their skills and their capabilities. But of course, we need direct support from KEF and the support and affection of all of you here taking part in the event. And I would like to ask for your interest and affection going forward. With that, let me conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
사실 일본 7, 80년대
In the 70s and 80s in Japan, we've seen many the number of students studying Korean studies increased significantly, and you can see here in China, as it was indicated in the statistics, we're seeing a greater number of students enrolling in Korean studies. And there are also many of these students coming into Korea to engage in field research. So the students that engage in Korean studies and students that come to Korea and study at Korean universities will be playing some key roles. And I think that we, policy-wise, also need to see how we can take full advantage of their potential. Let us now move on
to the next presentation from the National Australian University. We have Professor Roald Maliankai.
Hello, everyone. So I wanted to start with a map of Australia just to show you a little bit where we are all working. And as you can see on the map, most of us are in the kind of southeast of this region. The programs that have run the longest, I guess the proper Korean studies programs, are those at UNSW, Sydney Uni, Melbourne, Monash, UWA, Queensland, Auckland, and the ANU. And I'm very pleased that actually in recent years Macquarie has really also come up very strongly with their activities. So as you can see here, there is quite a concentration of people working on Korea in that southeastern corner, but if you look in the bottom left corner, you see there's an arrow going from the University of Western Australia to Curtin University, and I'll explain in a minute why that is. We have, as you could probably see in the top left corner, we have a KSAA, which is the Korean Studies Association of Australasia, which, just like AXI, is a very happy group of people working very well together. So I'm very pleased with this kind of union, and it has led to a lot of very positive developments in recent years. So there's a lot of reasons to be cheerful. As elsewhere, as was made clear this morning, enrollment numbers have really doubled or tripled. When I arrived in Canberra in 2006, I had 25 students doing Korean language, and we currently have about 300. And it's all because of me, of course. Whatever they say about K-pop. So, thank you. So in general, I think Korean studies has really become recognized as a field, which is for the obvious reasons that Korean feeds are now recognized as such, and that Korea is considered a major middle power. There's also, I guess, less of a hierarchy amongst Australian and New Zealand universities. We work well together. There's probably people watching this online thinking, no, we don't, but we actually do. And in general, I think we've also seen an increase in outreach to community colleges and to high schools. At ANU, we recently, a few years now, we've been running a so-called H course, which invites high school students to come to ANU to take a course, and in exchange for the course, they get some credits that they can use to enroll. So it kind of lowers the bar a little bit, and it's been very popular. And I'm very pleased that Curtin University has now kind of developed plans to offer a Korean studies major to online community college called Open Universities Australia. So that's a very recent, very positive development. So I just wanted to run through a few of the major new developments. So 2019, the University of Queensland established a Korean Studies Centre. And then in 2020, the University of Western Australia opened its Korea Research Centre, and that one was incredibly productive and organized a lot of events involving also the corporate sector. And yet, despite even this year, very high enrollment numbers, and not just for the language program, the university decided to get rid of all its Asian studies, which meant that the people who were there running this very successful program had to kind of go to teaching-only positions, which is a very sad decision. But then the good news is that roughly last month, in June this year, Curtin University decided to adopt the Korea Research Centre. So that's a wonderful new development. Both universities are in the same city, in Perth. And so we have very good hope, and we work very closely with the people involved, that this centre will go from strength to strength. All right, another kind of good development is the establishment of the Korean Studies Research Hub at Monash University. And there's a kind of similar thing that happened in 2020 at the nearby University of Melbourne, also a Korean Studies Research Hub. And at ANU, we've recently opened, with the help of the very generous Korea Foundation, a Korea Corner, which I'm very pleased to say is incredibly popular with our students. Australia not really being known for good design, it was nice to have this room, so to the envy of all our colleagues who have to sit in crappy rooms designed by Australians. Don't shoot me. All right. And I guess the thing that I'm personally really excited about, because of the incredible number of new activities that they have been undertaking, it's this KSAA Emerging Researchers Group. So that's basically a group of people who are either doing a PhD or a postdoc or basically looking for a job. And they meet regularly. They've recently organized an international conference online. And I just saw yesterday that they were already calling people to join them again for a weekly, what they call Shut Up and Write, online kind of writing seminar or workshop. They're incredibly active, and so it's just really wonderful to have them also take up one permanent position on the KSAA committee. All right, but of course it's not all good news, and so these are some of the challenges. There's a typo in here, which I apologize for. So monolingualism is strong in Australia, and this is something that we constantly face, I think. I think it's less so in New Zealand, in part because of the strong appreciation for Maori culture. In Australia, it is really quite strong. And we also have this kind of old colonial division between lectures and tutorials, which means that in lectures, students really do not expect or appreciate being asked to respond to questions about Korean grammar in Korean. Now, then there's a couple of other challenges that other people have this morning and very recently mentioned, like the kind of the traditional disciplines, which I call traditional, kind of being a little bit under threat. There's also in Australia a very kind of strong anti-Chinese sentiment, which hasn't helped. And we've seen a real decline in the numbers of young people at high schools taking up Chinese in the last 2 years. They've basically plummeted. And I think it's great that a lot of students are still doing Korean, but this may have a bad effect, a negative effect also on the Korean enrollments. Finally, the National Library of Australia has just decided to focus only on Indigenous materials and Chinese materials, which is kind of ironic if you think that soon enough no one will be able to read it anymore. And then my last point in the slide is that the media in Australia are just not that interested in areas outside of Australia. So for all our news, we unfortunately have to go elsewhere. And I know where to go, but a lot of my students may not. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Liang Kai. We do see many Australian students studying in Korea, and we do see an increasing number of students taking an interest in Korea, which is quite welcoming.
Yes, let us now move on to Russia, which is also very well known for its history in Korean studies, or Chosun studies. We have Professor Sergei Kurvanov. This presentation will be on progress and prospects in Korean studies in Russia. You have the floor.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I did prepare my slides in English, but I would like to ask our interpreters for their understanding. I would like to speak in Korean but use English slides. Korean and English, they both are not my mother tongue, but I am using Korean extensively here at this event, so I would like to ask the interpreters to interpret my talk in English. I do ask for your understanding. So Korean studies or Chosun studies in Russia has a very long history. And There was already a lengthy discussion on Korean studies, so I will not go into that in detail. But I do want to mention that for those in Russia to pursue Korean studies, that individual needs to have knowledge of Korean language, of Hanmun, and also understanding on the culture. It's not just about English and Russian, and that would be enough to engage in Korean studies. Writing papers or dissertations or teaching with just English and Russian, we do not believe are not true Korean studies scholars. It was in the 19th century when the studies first began in earnest, and Russia in the Far East has actually engaged in some active foreign affairs policies. And ever since 1884, at that time, after concluding the Russian-Korean Friendship Treaty, we've been seeing many articles and books about Korean language and Korean system. And in 1896 and 1897, when King Gojong escaped to the Russian legation in Seoul, we've been seeing the attention in Korea or regarding Korea noticeably grow. And you can see that the number of books were more than 100 that focused on Korean language, history, trade traditions, and the political system. And at St. Petersburg Emperor's University, an individual under the name of Kim Byung-ok that was a part of the Minyoungwan delegation started to professionally teach Korean in Russia. And in 1899, the very first textbook on Korean was published. And you can see here the description of Korea. This was published by the Russian finance agency, and it's a very famous book in 3 volumes, and this has been translated into Korean. So you can see that there was a lot of interest by Russia, and in Vladivostok and St. Petersburg, a organization under the name Oriental Institute was established. So it was particularly in Vladivostok, and it implemented programs for the study of language and people of East Asia, including Korean. During the Japanese colonial rule, we did not see any active studies in earnest, but it was 1945 and onwards where here, as you can see here on the slide, we've been seeing a restoration of Korean studies in Russia. And the reason behind that is the following. Many colonial countries, after their independence, chose the socialist path of development. And therefore, North Korea, or DPRK, decided to focus on socialism, and relevant experts were necessary. So at that time, we needed those that actually had a broad array of knowledge, including Korean language, history, ethnology, literature, and politics. In Moscow State University, and the Military Institute, and the Leningrad State University, and the MGIMO, Moscow State Institute of International Relations, started to introduce Korean language programs. And not only that, there were various government institutions that started to focus on traditional literature of Korea. And not only that, we've seen the Samguksagi literature that was translated in Russian. That was the early 60s. You can see that there is an interesting picture here. It was 1945. It was in mid-September, where you see the Russian soldiers and the citizens of North Korea together in this event. And what I want to mention here is that initially, Russia and North Korea had a very peaceful and harmonious relationship. And you can see here, as you all know, KF has launched the white paper, the white book of the foreign Korean studies in 2018. It was published by Korea Foundation, and in that white book there is an insert on the background, the history of Korean studies in Russia. But what I do want to mention is that Russia has been engaging in such studies, but in the early 90s, relationship with DPRK severed, and Russia decided to get more interest in South Korea. In the early 2000s, there was this new wave of Korean studies that began, and back then, it wasn't about training or education on traditional Korean literature or Korean culture. It had to do with Korean pop dramas, culture. So this new Korean studies wave had to do with this Korean popular modern culture, large-scale Korean language training, and we've seen many universities establish relevant departments. And based on the support from KF, there were two organizations that came to its being. First is the Russian Association of Universities of Korean Studies, and the other is Association of Korean Language Teachers of Russian Universities. So these two associations were established, and the second organization in Russian is Okhargyaru. They're very active in their domain. And as you can see here, yes, my apologies, I needed to flip the slides. So here you can see the images of this new Korean studies wave. My apologies. And the Association of Korean Language Teachers of Russian University. This is a list up of some of the member associations, and you can see that these universities are running Korean studies programs. You can see that this is only 20% of the universities. There is a remaining 80%. So this is just 20% of the universities in this association. And ever since the pandemic, we've been seeing a growth in online education in Russia. And it's true that due to the availability of such digital content and information, the student didn't necessarily have to go to a university or college, but rather utilize these digital channels. So whether it be Sejong Institute, St. Petersburg University, or Moscow State University, they were able to take these courses via digital means. So what about the prospects now? Korean literature and the Korean language, I think, has great prospects. However, unfortunately, we believe that we're not seeing many academic pursuit of Korean studies as much as we wanted to see. In the 20 to 30 years, you can see that there was a lot of translation done for Korean literature. So you can see that it's very popular. You can see the Korean literature translated into Russian in 1990 to 2020. So this is the bibliography of Korean literature. So you can see that there's a lot of interest in literature, but in terms of the academic pursuit, I think that there's some room for improvement. So you can see that Korean literature translation, Korean culture, it all has some good prospects. However, we don't see many volunteers that actually want to begin a professional life in the sphere of academic activities. So in the case of history, culture, linguistics, well, excluding modern history, but if you look at these areas, the classical academic studies domain, it's not as bright, because if you look at the graduates, they do not want to pursue an academic career. In many of the cases, they opt to work for Korean companies or schools. So in Russia, we believe that it may be faced with challenges. So in these academic classical studies, we do believe that Korea and abroad, and especially the support from KF, would be critical going forward. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Professor, for going through the situation of Russia in a very short span of time. Let us now move on.
We have Professor Jang Ho-jung from the CAS UIR and WL. He will present on the current status and outlook for Korean studies in Central Asia. Good afternoon. I am Jang Ho-jung from CAS UIR and WL. I did not prepare a slide deck, and I only have the paper that I submitted. I think that you can just refer to my paper for further information, and I would like to just present on a few important points. When you think of Central Asia, many find it quite unfamiliar. Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Turkmenistan are the Central Asian countries. You might have only heard Uzbekistan, and many confuse Ukraine with Uzbekistan. But there are 5 countries located in Central Asia. They became independent from the Soviet Union in the 1990s, and that was when the Korean studies began in these countries. But before then, during the Soviet days, there were Korean studies ongoing, but I would just like to focus on the post-independence Korean studies in Central Asia. And I will not be delving into this topic, but the 5 Central Asian nations, including Kazakhstan, are just considered to be Central Asia here in Korea, but they have different political, social situations. So we cannot say that the 5 countries have a very strong similarity, but in Korea, the Central Asian region is just considered to be a single group that share the language of Russian, and that there are many ethnic Koreans living in the region. So in page 168, there's the introduction and the current status of Korean studies in Central Asia. The challenges to Korean studies in Central Asia are often mentioned. There are many Korean studies universities that offer Korean studies programs scattered across a wide region, and therefore cooperation and exchanges among these different universities is quite difficult to reach. And because the faculty has very low wage, there are very few students who want to pursue a academic career. And even if they become a faculty member, pursuing new research or providing education are not very easy to do. There's no motivation to pursue such a path. And these challenges are commonly mentioned in this region. And from 2003 to 2008, I studied at the Novorossiysk University in Russia, and after that in Kazakhstan. In 2003 or 2005, the St. Petersburg National University hosted an academic conference. That's the school of Mr. Kurbanov. And even then, most of the CIS countries shared the same challenges. The wage is too low and the workload is too heavy for faculty. And so it is very difficult to foster a pool of faculties, and support must come from Korea. But 20 years later, the challenge remains the same. And so, in the early 1990s, as Central Asia became independent from the Soviet Union, Korean language education became quite robust, and there's a wider base and demand for Korean education, but there is not enough faculty members, and plus, those who do join the faculty find other jobs, and they do not work out of a sense of mission because of the harsh working conditions. In addition, this June, So, at the Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies, there was an international conference held, sponsored by the Moscow office of KF, which since 2013 has proposed the formation of the Association of Korean Studies Professors in Central Asia, or AKSPCA, and has always been sponsoring our international conferences. So if you can refer to page 170, you can see that since 2013, we had the very first Korean Studies Conference, and this year, in 2022, we held the 10th conference. And from the first academic conference, although I cannot give you all the details, we have had an annual conference, and we also publish a regular journal and a newsletter on our website. So after submitting this paper to KF, I was not able to see, but I understand that the hyperlinks in the paper do not work, so please see if you can fix this. If you go to page 171, at the 8th conference, at the Central Asian conference, the topic was how to address the challenges presented by COVID-19. So, in many universities in Central Asia, there are Korean programs offered, but this is not really operating properly. First of all, because it is very difficult to provide online courses, and plus there's the time difference, particularly with Korea, about 3 to 4 hours, and the universities do not have sufficient online lecture equipment in place, and it is difficult to develop teaching materials. So because of these challenges, we came together and discussed how to address the challenges presented by COVID and the online courses. But having discussions does not mean that we found the clear solutions. But in the 9th conference, we continue to discuss developing faculty and re-educating faculty. So we continue to address the same topic in a more deeper way throughout our conferences. And on page 172, you can see that the 10th conference was held in June at the Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies. Although I am located in Kazakhstan, the Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies celebrated the 30th anniversary of KF, but also the 30th anniversary of Korean Studies program there. This university has the College of Korean Studies in place. There are many students there, and not only the Uzbekistan University of Oriental Studies, but at my own school of KAZ UIR and WL, there's a large pool of students. So if you look at the first table on 172, there you can see the number of students for different Korean studies majors. And on 173, table 2, you can see that in 2012, there were about 140 students, but now that has grown to 377. So in a short period of time, the number of students really grew very rapidly. The faculty also increased as well. If you look at the table 4, the total number of faculty was only 12 in 2012, but that grew to 24 this year. So the 12 people in 2012 also included 3 volunteer workers from KOICA. But now, the KOICA office has shut down, and still we have 24 faculty members. So these were the current status of Korean studies in Central Asia. I did not segregate the Korean language education and Korean studies, but Central Asia, I don't think there's really a full-blown Korean studies in Central Asia. Right now, Korean language education is starting to grow in the region. So Korean studies, all the faculty in Korean studies are linguistics experts and majors teaching Korean language and literature. So to conclude, when I went to Kazakhstan for the first time and when I attended the very first conference, I felt that in order for Korean studies to develop not only KF but AKS or Academy of Korean Studies and many other organizations that have made a long investment are still continuing to provide support, but even so, the conclusion of these types of conferences remain the same. Support must continue from Korea in order for Korean studies to develop, and Korean studies are in a stagnant state and we need more support from Korea and so on. What I would like to say is that yes, of course, we do need support at our university. Based on the support of Korean organizations, we were able to increase the number of students and the faculty. But support from Korea is only finite. So how much support you can get, for how long, for what range, that is all limited, and there will be an end to such support. So the subject of support and the purpose and the period, we need to think about all these issues. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Chang, for your presentation, for going through the situation in Central Asia. The number of Central Asian students studying here in Korea is actually continuing to grow. So I think that in terms of exchanges between the two, the Central Asian countries and Korea is at least growing.
Next, I would like to invite Professor Ki-Hong Hwang, former KF visiting professor, for his presentation on Korean studies in Western Africa. For 15 years, I worked at a university that had no relevance with Korean studies, but then I went to Africa and I started my pursuit in Korean studies. At that time, 15 years back, I started to gain interest in Korean studies. When I first began my journey in Africa, there are two things that come to mind. It was early in the 80s. There was a Center for American Studies at the time, and I remembered a book that I borrowed at the time. And then when I studied abroad at University of Paris 7, I had acquaintance with students that pursued linguistics. So it actually reminded me of the book and the efforts of the students when I was engaging in area studies in Africa, and it also enlightened me in my work. Compared to China, Russia, and Europe, which has a very long history, Africa and the university that I worked for at that time, of course I cannot represent the entire African continent, but it was in the Western African region, and it was a university that first started its endeavors in Korean studies. So it was about starting everything from zero ground. It was from scratch. So it started off with how we're going to engage in education, research, and what kind of employment opportunities can we offer to our students and how we can engage in industrial collaboration. So this was all a first in all fronts, and there was a lot of thought that had to be put into it. So we first started off as area studies or Korean studies. I am an economist, and I believe that Korean studies and the dissemination of Korean studies had to do with the economic growth of Korea. In Africa, many people would ask, how was Korea able to achieve its economic success? So my response was the following. There is no growth or development DNA particular to Korea. It was just that there was active investments in the economy. So in terms of economic development and cooperation, I believe that the Ivory Coast or Côte d'Ivoire of Africa was the region that I first started off with in Africa, and I think that my beginning here in this Western Africa was quite particular. And I think that in lieu of time I have to go into the conclusion before I go into the details, but what I do want to mention is that the economic development cooperation between Korea and Africa is actually getting more active. And I was also involved in development cooperation with Africa, and the experience of economic success of Korea and sharing that with Africa was an important background in Korean studies in Western Africa. So of course, I put in good thought on what Korean studies should be all about in Western Africa. What's the meaning that Africa has for Korea? Well, the first thing that I witnessed in Africa was that there were remnants of colonial rule. I was able to witness this for myself. I saw some direct impact and damage, and some of that actually impacts the people there still, but there are also indirect but significant impact, psychological, ethical impact it had on Africa. So in other words, culture, how that impacts politics, economy, the society was the question I had in mind. And I will be mentioning this in my conclusion, but Korea in the 21st century. How should it communicate with the rest of the world? How should it go in partnership was something that I really started to think about back then. As mentioned, I'm an economist, and I just put it quite simply, the economic growth of Korea. And I thought that mutual prosperity was a good thing. It's about mutual growth, mutual benefits, and if it helps each other, and it helps both sides, I thought that then that was the right way to go. So in the development cooperation process, you can see that the advanced nations really need to recollect the colonial rule, the colonial situation of countries. And I thought that, well, Korean studies, well, this was something that really enlightened me in the morning session. It was mentioned by Secretary General Han that the meaning of Korean studies have to do with enhancing the intellectual and ethical collaboration of the world. And I also believe that Korean studies can actually contribute to enhancing and promoting universal values, and also to make sure that Korean studies is not swayed by capital or by industrial forces. Originally, you can see that Korean studies or the culture was not that well received, because Africa believed that music and dance, they were the first, that they actually had the tradition. But rather than culture, dance, music, it was more about Korea's technology. And as a country of economic success, Africans perceived Korea's merit there. So Ivory Coast, or Côte d'Ivoire, in 2017 started the very first degree program in Korean studies in West Africa. And in the case of the university that I started off with, is a very big university under the name of Felix Hupet-Boigny University with 13 colleges and 60,000 students. In 2017, we established a department on Korean studies. And if you look at the status divided up into faculty and students, you can see that we have Korean faculty and local faculty. And recently, the KFE schooling support was offered due to COVID. And if you look at the students, you can see that we've engaged in a multidisciplinary approach. So philosophy, business management, economics is all encompassed in this department. So it has a wide spectrum. And for all of the students, monthly $100 of scholarship was offered. And we tried to do as much as possible to invite foreign students. And then moving on to education and research. Initially, we had a graduate school course of 2 years, so that was the first course. And of course, it's true that Korean language took on the lion's share at that time. Because Korean studies actually has a close link to Korean language proficiency. And fortunately enough, we had many supporters in the process. We had KF and Academy of Korean Studies that have played a pivotal role in building our program. And we also had KUICA and University of Paris that has collaborated along the way. Our education target or goal was to better understanding on Korea and Africa and to nurture talents that can contribute to mutual exchange development and with high ethical standards and level of knowledge. And because we wanted to invite foreign students and in order to encompass Western Africa, I mean, in other words, Western Africa is a French-speaking region and we wanted to create a full network of students in this area. So in terms of training, Korean language proficiency was a critical matter that we had to overcome. So we focused on an integrated approach and we had to really focus on the functional elements of linguistics. And East Asia was not a separate discipline, or East Asian studies was not a separate discipline. So some of the Africans may wonder, why do we have to study Korea? So that's why we've actually included humanities education in Korean studies to better their understanding on the necessity. And then education on economics and business management. There are a lot of courses and classes on this to harness the capabilities of students. We also had seminars and conferences. And we've received immense support from the AKS Seed Project. And because the key theme that our African colleagues were interested in had to do with the economic growth of Korea, we've had these regular seminars that focused on innovation and a structural transition of the society, innovation and governance, and we held conferences. So depending on the background of the students, they've selected their topics for research dissertations, and we offered supervision and guidance. It's important to increase the base and foundation of students. So what we did was create groups of students and groups of experts. And for groups of students, we've had the Francophone group of Aja University, the Department of French Language and Literature, and that was involved. And there were also corporations, governments, international organizations that were involved with the expert group. You can see that we've engaged in all sorts of activities, including these quizzes, competitions, putting in place a day on Korean culture, so many cultural activities. So going forward, we believe that it's important to share our experience in IT. So this is a task going forward. And last year, just before I left the region, I was very proud of the fact that we had an ODA program that had to do with putting together a IT database in the universities. Information infrastructure is key, and I think that we need to further share literature or study outcome, but I came to find out that there could be some IPR issues in the process. But at any rate, we, with French scholars, have continued on to put together a researcher infrastructure or a network of researchers, but due to COVID, there were some difficulties and hindrances. So going forward, we do need to nurture further resources, resource talent, but what's most important is to have these countries have put in place the right infrastructure so that they can stand on their own 2 feet and to continue on and follow up on the existing programs. So my last slide here that I wanted to emphasize was that financially speaking, African countries are met with a difficulty, so it's true that they always needed some financial support up to a certain extent, and then KF and AKS, I think, can become the wings of the programs that can help not take the next leap forward, but at least help build the foundation in this region. So they've actually done that, and I would like to thank you for your assistance. So going forward on the challenges of Korean studies here in Western Africa. Korea is an IT power, so the way of operation, methods, and way of teaching, I think, can be all the more enhanced by utilizing the technologies of a hyper-connected world or hyper-intelligent society. It's true that, well, K-pop could be a gateway, and I'm not exactly sure whether we can actually divide up K-pop and culture, but I think that we need some more talk on that. And through digital technologies of Korea, I think that we need to find ways to introduce media and mode of operation to disseminate and expand Korean studies. And as I've already mentioned, I think that it's important to find a way for Korean studies to pursue the universal values of humanity. And I hope that we can engage in some further discussions as to how Korean studies can contribute in the process. Thank you.
이제 우리 다음번 발표하실 이제 사라 벤자민 이집트 관련된.
The next presenter is Dr. Sarah Benjamin. And sometimes when we have these Korean studies conferences with North Africa, we often come across scholars, but it would be a rare opportunity to listen to the case for Sub-Saharan Africa. And I hope that we hear more about the regional studies in this region. And now, moving on to the next presentation, we have Dr. Benjamin, please. Thank you very much. As introduced, I am Sarah Benjamin. And I would like to introduce to you the current status of a university in Egypt. And before I start my presentation, I would like to thank KF for preparing this event, and also President Egan of KF for always sending support and encouragement to our school. So I would like to speak in English, and I ask for your understanding.
So I'm going to give my presentation in English, and I'm going to start talking about the location of Egypt and the importance of this strategic location, because Egypt is kind of acting as a hub for Korean industry, Korean economy, and there's a growing interest between Egypt and Korea in a lot of fields. And that's why the Korean department is very important, and it's kind of the employment rate of our department graduates is almost 90%, and there's always good job opportunities with good income. So a lot of Egyptian students are aiming to learn Korean and work in this field. And even though our department's history is not that long, because it dates to 2005, as you can see here, we have graduated a large number, relatively large, but smaller than other departments worldwide. And throughout these years, the department has grown rapidly, and it has attracted a lot of students so far. I'm going to give you a brief idea on Korean education in Egypt and where you can actually learn Korean. There are two categories for Korean courses. The first category is just a Korean language course, and it's provided in several universities, not as a major language, just a course to help them in employment later after graduation. And then the second type of Korean courses is, of course, the Korean Language and Literature department. Currently, we have 3 departments in 3 different universities all over Egypt. The primary one, of course, is Ain Shams University. The second one is in Aswan, that's in the south, and it's a touristic site. This department is actually open and accepting students, and last year they had their first class of graduates. It doesn't have a long history. The other two departments, Sohag University and Kafr Sheikh University, they wanted to open Korean departments, but there's no faculty members. So the departments are established, but not running yet. So our hope is to encourage these departments to work in the future and attract more students. So if you look here at the map, you will see the various Korean courses provided all over Egypt according to the map, so it's everywhere almost. And of course, there's a huge number of students who want to learn Korean, but we are facing two problems. The first problem is that the number is too huge and they cannot all enroll in the available departments. And the second problem is that we have a very limited number of professors and instructors, so we are unable to provide courses all over Egypt. Either Korean professors come to Egypt and start teaching, or the limited number of professors are supposed to serve all of these locations. Now I'm going to focus on Ain Shams University, where I belong. The Korean department is open at the Faculty of Alsan, which means languages, Faculty of Languages, and it has about 17 departments. The Korean department is the second most recent department, established in 2005, and then followed by the Portuguese department that was established in 2019, so it's pretty recent. The number of professors that we have are 4. 2 professors are provided by Korea Foundation, so we are always thankful to Korea Foundation. And the other 2 are locals with PhD holders, one linguistics, which is me, and the other colleague has a PhD in literature, so we are trying to provide courses for all specialties of the department that I'm going to talk about in a minute. And then we have 2 lecturers, Korean lecturers, who volunteer to give Korean courses, maybe 1 course or 2 courses for undergraduate students, and the rest are lecturers, TAs who are employed by our university or our locals, but they are currently working on their research for master's and PhD. Our department is very popular and it's kind of highly competitive to get in. So every year there's about 3,000 students that apply for the Faculty of Languages, but only 30 students can get in the department. So it's kind of 1,000 or 2,000 students applying, and we take just those who have the high scores. That's why it helps them in studying Korean, like having good Korean proficiency at the end of the 4 years. We provide courses for linguistics, literature, and translation, and all of these courses are mandatory for undergraduates. Okay, I'm going to talk briefly about the number of students. We don't have a lot of students, 128 from year 1 to year 4. And for the graduate program, we have only 16 students, among which 11 students are currently working on their research, and the rest are taking undergraduate courses. But most of those 11 graduate students are employed by the university to later on be promoted and become professors after obtaining their degrees. And for the undergraduate program, the courses that are provided are literature, linguistics, grammar, conversational listening, translation and interpretation, and that's what they work with after graduation. And of course, history and Chinese characters, and all students must take all these courses throughout the 4 years. As for the graduate program, we don't have a lot of Korean professors, just 2, and we have like a big number of graduate students relatively. So it's kind of a lot of work for them to supervise all of the research and give lectures, and like it's a lot of work. So there's a growing demand for faculty members, because if we help those graduate students to graduate, they're going to obtain their PhD degrees and then start working in other universities and opening more courses for more Egyptians to learn, and so we can fulfill the market demand for employment. But there's always this dilemma: is it more important to nurture Egyptian professors of Korean language, or is it better to just have our graduate students work and get employed by companies and not work in Korean studies? But if we look at it this way, it's kind of more important to develop Egyptian professors because later on they will help increase the number of Korean learners in the region. And so I'm going to focus on the process of developing Korean professors. So once the students graduate after finishing their 4-year program, they become TAs, and then after obtaining their master's, they become assistant lecturers, and then assistant professors after obtaining their PhD. And that's when they can start to supervise academic research, and then after doing more research, associate professors and professors, and it's kind of the same worldwide. So the graduate school, our graduate school is the most important thing that we need to focus on right now. And I conducted a short survey to assess how our graduate students are doing. And I pointed to 3 main points. The first one was whether the quality of education for undergraduate students is good or not, and they gave positive feedback. The second one was the quality of education for a graduate program, and most of them pointed to the problem of the very limited number of Korean professors who are available at the moment. And also we have another problem is that limited number of professors, they major in linguistics, so we are currently conducting research in linguistics only, but this doesn't fulfill the other 2 majors that we need to satisfy, which are interpretation, translation, and literature. But we're aiming to solve this problem, so starting in the fall semester, we're going to open grad school for literature to help develop the balance between literature and linguistics. Due to the lack of resources, the students are unable to conduct their research quickly, and so they're having like a slow pace in the development of their career. And moving on from this problem, I'm going to talk about the characteristics of our department. This point has been brought up several times throughout the conference today. Whether research should be conducted in Korean or is it possible to conduct it in English if it's related to Korean studies. I cannot give an answer to that, but I'm going to talk about what we do at the department. We conduct all courses, all research in Korean, and we try to improve language proficiency as well as academic career of the students. Yeah. And then I'm going to talk about the activities that we have. Our department is very popular, so we have lots of events like the Korean Cultural Day and Hangalmal, and we have also the Middle East and African Korean Studies Seminar, which was conducted for 5 years until before the pandemic. And we have like the International Speech Contest. And then lately we had a YouTube channel as a collaboration with the Korean Embassy in Egypt, where we started to give content in Korean about Egyptian culture and try to compare between Egyptian culture and Korean culture to give better understanding for both nations. And then here, this was the highlight of this year. We had the presidential visit in January, and most of our students or graduates of the department participated in this event, whether as interpreters or translators or news monitoring or different tasks were given. So we were very proud of our graduates. And for the future development of the department, simply put, we need to increase the number of Korean professors to develop a very strong graduate program. And through this program, we're going to have a new generation of Egyptian professors who can start teaching Korean studies all over Egypt in different universities. So I'm going to end my presentation here. This is the end, and thank you for this opportunity.
네.
Thank you very much for that succinct presentation. So that is all for the presentation. And the presentations were sharing with us the important issues in different regions and universities. So if you have any questions or comments, please go ahead.
감사합니다. 제가 그
Yes, thank you very much. I listened to Professor Chang Ho-jung's presentation, and I do have a comment.
I could not agree with the level and quality of the faculty. We never discussed that point, and we just discussed the shortage of faculty, and in particular, the traditional universities in Russia, such as St. Petersburg, Vladivostok, or Moscow University, with history of more than 100 years, they have a very high quality of faculties. They're very well known around the world, and graduates participate in the Russian writing essay contest, and they receive top awards. From the end of 19th century and until today, I went through the brief history of Korean studies because reading the books in these big cities, people can teach themselves to become experts. There are many books available, starting from Korean language, economy, to classics, the ancient history. And some of these Russian books are translated into Korean. For instance, books on the Gojoseon and on relations between Russia and Korea. But the challenge is for newly established universities is that they do not have any foundation. But during the 120 years, there are many, many books available that are not yet available online. This will be a big task to do. And the 120 years worth of resources will be published online and translated into different languages for people to have access and actually teach themselves to become very high quality faculty members. Thank you.
지금 이제 말씀하신 그런 온라인화.
So with regard to shifting to online and putting together a database, I would like to understand, do you have any plans for investments? So in other words, by the government or whether by the university, is there a certain budget that is in place to engage in that online transition? So in the case of St. Petersburg State University, in our library, we have 300 traditional books or literature that's currently being scanned, and what we will be doing is from the 17th century to the 20th century, we're going to have this archived online, and it's going to soon enough be completed within the year. And it started off with the support from Academy of Korean Studies, but in the recent 3 years, we've been continuing on with this project with the university financing. So we do understand the challenge, and we've been putting in our best efforts, and soon enough you would be able to actually have access to traditional Korean literature and use that information for research in using our archives.
저희들한테 지금 그
we, in the interest of time, it is all right with you, we would like to open up the floor at this time. If you have any questions or comments about the presentations please raise your hand so that we can bring you a microphone. Yes, we have a gentleman over here. Please introduce yourself. Hello. I am from Seohan University Global Korean Studies Department. I am Han Alexander. It was very interesting to listen to the development of Korean studies in different parts of the world. Thank you very much for your presentations. I have a question for Professor Kurbanov.
아까
And Professor, as you know very well, the Russian-Ukraine war and the conflict, I would like to mention that. And Korea has been designated as a state that goes against Russia. So I would like to understand, how can academic cooperation with Russia be possible in the sphere of Korean studies? Thank you.
질문 주셔서 고맙고.
Yes, thank you for that question. And there are 2 points that I would like to make. First of all, do you know Park Nuja? And 10 years back, he naturalized as a Korean and is currently at the Oslo University of Norway. And he said that Norway finds it difficult to collaborate with Russian institutions. However, mentioned that we can always personally contact and invite you, Professor Kurbanov, to Norway for your presentations. So I believe that it's the same case for Russia and Korea. It may be difficult in terms of institutional collaboration, but as a personal scholar, collaboration and cooperation is still possible. So we have Koreans that do want to go to Russia, or for those that work for Hyundai Motor Group, for instance, dispatched to the Russian branch, can actually seek a visa, enter into Russia to engage in whatever business that they have with Russia. We do have a solid relationship in the private sector, and the two governments also say that it's important to continue on with your relationship in the private sector in your respective positions. So they've been promoting that, although the relationship in the public side may be different. So you can see that and we have the Moscow office of KF still working actively, and I will be receiving support on the Korea-related publications going forward by the foundation. So I do want to mention that in terms of a private sector diplomacy cooperation, it will not be impacted. Public and private is separate, different, and the governments are active to support these endeavors in the private sector and these personal connections of groups.
네, 저는 KF
I am Lee Kwang-chul from KF. I am in charge of Korean Studies and Fellowship programs. Professor Chang's presentation gave me a sense of burden. I do understand that there is a great demand that has grown in Central Asia for Korean studies, and that has been mentioned by Professor Malai and Professor Fiore from Bologna University. But the region we see an explosive growth in Korean studies is Central Asia, in Vietnam and other Asian nations. In the past decade, there has been a very rapid growth of interest in Korean studies. But when it comes to China and other countries, we did provide greater support, and they are starting to develop their own capabilities to develop Korean studies on their own. But in Central Asia, it's structurally very challenging to provide support, but there's a huge demand. And because the scholars leave the university, the faculty remains quite limited. And starting from a couple of years back, we have initiated new projects to provide better support, but we still have a lot of work to do. But in terms of the finances, 30 years ago when we started supporting Korean studies projects, we focused mostly on North America, particularly the US. I think out of the total budget of KF, 80% of support went to North America. North America took up 80% of our entire global projects. But in the past 10 to 15 years, this share went down to 60% or less than 40% now. That means we have more resources freed up to be available to Central Asia, Southeast Asia, and MENA region, and we have done so. And also, in terms of absolute numbers, we do provide far greater support to these regions now. And for Central Asia, we have been able to increase the dispatch of faculty, and we provide a far greater amount of scholarships. And it's not just KF, but the Academy of Korean Studies and the King Sejong Institute that also boosted their Korean Studies program. And as Professor Hwang has mentioned earlier, these types of Korean studies abroad, how long do we have to keep on providing support, and how far can we continue to increase the amount that is supported? Well, these are questions that we ask ourselves at KF. But I'm not saying that we are just about to reduce support. But I wanted to just give you a comment on your presentation. In 5 years' time, if the same challenges remain in Central Asia, and that can very well be the case, but I would like to say that not only KF, but AKS is represented here, as well as the King Sejong Institute. Professor Lee Hae-young, President Lee Hae-young is here today as well, and the Translation Institute also. So relevant organizations within the limited resources will have to make our projects more strategic and efficient, and among our organizations we need to communicate better and work together, and ultimately work together towards resolving the challenges that you have raised, Professor Jang. Thank you very much. Thank you. And we have used up all our time. We are actually a few minutes behind schedule, so if you have any burning questions on your mind, yes, can you please?
So I did not talk about localization in my presentation, but 7 years back, the focus was on when would be the point of localization. I thought that we would need about 10 years, but this cannot be generalized. But I was thinking, up to what extent do we need to offer support? Of course, there would be some limitations in these responsible investments, and considering the explosive demand, it would be very difficult to provide support on all fronts. So Korean studies need to continue with its collaboration with the citizens, with the public and the private sector, and next to expand its horizon. And I believe that in that aspect, the impact of K-pop could be key. If you think about localization, there would be the day when Korean studies would now go beyond the hands of Koreans or the forces of Koreans. Metamorphosis is about a complete transition and turning into a completely new form. And I think that this is something that we also need to take into account in Korean studies. Yes, thank you. I think that we don't have a lot of time because we have to move on to the next session. But I do want to mention to the audience that there will also be a general discussion session at the very end of all of the presentations. So please use that time afterwards, later in the afternoon. I would like to thank all of the speakers for their contributions. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Professor Kim Dong-taek for moderating the session, and all the panelists for sharing the issues in their respective regions. Please give another warm round of applause. And we have concluded session 2. The next session will address the topic paradigm changes in Korean studies, and we have 3 breakout sessions. So those of you joining us online, please check your YouTube link to the session you wish to attend. And those of you here on site, please remain here for session 3-1. And please go to the second floor for sessions 3-2 and 3-3. We will have a short break, and as soon as the stage is ready, we will start session 3-1 here. Thank you.
네, 잠시 후 2022
2022 KF Global Korean Studies Forum session 3-1 will soon begin. Please kindly take your seats.
네, 안녕하십니까?
Welcome back, and we are now ready to start session 3-1 on the topic Hallyu phenomenon and research. This session will be moderated by Professor Woo Mi-sung, a professor of theater and drama, East Asian cultural studies, and contemporary Korean studies in the Department of English Language and Literature at Yonsei University, and also the director of the Institute of East and West Studies. Professor Woo, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
To set the floor. Okay, welcome back to session 3, subsession 1, Hallyu phenomenon and research. Hallyu, the Korean wave, is the hottest topic indeed in the field of Korean studies and even today's meeting. But the increase in global popularity of Korean popular culture may not always be good news to researchers of Korean studies. It creates a lot of interesting momentum, but at the same time, there are new challenges. So we will discuss those issues in this session. And 4 presenters here represent 4 different regions. Professor Hong Seok-kyung from South Korea, Professor Park Ji-min from Asian countries, Professor Choi Jin-hee from Europe, and Professor Jin Dal-yong from North America. But their discussion may not limit it to those regions. Each presenter will talk about 15 minutes, and I'll try to minimize my comment in between presentations so we can save more time for discussion at the end. The first presenter, Dr. Hong Seok-kyung, is a professor of communication at Seoul National University, and she will talk about what kind of turning point or momentum Hallyu brings to the Korean studies.
안녕하세요.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am Hong Seok-kyung, professor of communication at Seoul National University. So it is a great pleasure to join the Global Korean Studies Forum with prominent scholars. Thank you very much for the invitation. I do know that the speakers will be talking about Hallyu, or the Hallyu phenomenon. So I'd like to now talk about how Hallyu phenomenon can impact positively research in Korean studies. I think that there were some concerns on this very topic, and I wasn't exactly sure whether my presentation would be appropriate for this session, but I think that maybe it can actually provoke some thoughts and discussion. So maybe I made the right choice. So how can Hallyu contribute to Korean studies? This is a question that we had in our minds for a very long period of time. So let us try to find an answer to that. From 2000 to 2013, I was a professor of Department of Information of Communication Sciences at the University of Bordeaux, and basically I'm a professor of communication belonging to the social sciences, and from 2013 and onwards I've been working or teaching at Seoul National University. So I've been going back and forth between these countries, and I can say that my Hallyu experience is closely connected with this trajectory as research and educator. When I was professor at Bordeaux, I was a professor in the Department of Information and Communication Sciences, as I've already mentioned. And as you know, it was the Department of Information and Communication Sciences, so I did not have to teach anything about Korea. In 2000 to 2013, Korea's existence was not much different from any other countries. And there was no pressure that I felt from the students that I needed to teach Korean pop culture. And Korean language education at the University of Bordeaux, which did not have a Korean department, was only provided in the form of university language classes, not majors, between Chinese and Japanese. It was at AXE in 2010 when I put together a media session, and at that time the members of AXE wondered why this was a session that was a part of Korean studies. But There were many young scholars and students in that media session, I remember. In 2010 and 2011 especially, when SM had its Paris concert, it's true that we've been seeing the overseas influence of Korean pop culture that was not as explicit before, but now was increasing through internet and digital culture. If you look at the University of Bordeaux, we do see students, without any Korean students, putting together Korean culture clubs, and that just explicitly shows that there is a heightened interest and demand for Korean culture. And rather, my opportunity to invest my expertise in Korean pop culture was after joining Seoul National University in the KF Global E-School program. Since 2015, I have been teaching French, Vietnamese, and German students on Korean Wave or Hallyu and the Korean pop culture. And through the Seoul National University Kyujanggak Summer School, I've been teaching the relevant scholars on this very topic. And the Department of Korean Language Education was established at the University of Bordeaux in collaboration with Seoul National University, but you can see that it was quite belated. There were many students that were already awaiting for the establishment of the Department of Korean Language. And in the meantime, they've actually registered with the Department of Japanese or Chinese Studies, and that they have been waiting until this Department on Korean Language was established. And at that time, my classes had to do with under the influence of Japan and the US, how it actually achieved such cultural power and how it was able to overcome all of these challenges. So K-pop, K-drama, or any Hallyu with research that was underway in 2000 wasn't the focus of my course. It was on the roots of Hallyu. So Hallyu refers to the popularity of Korean pop culture abroad. So in other words, Hallyu is not equal to Korean pop culture. In other words, it's about Korean pop culture itself. Well, this is not Korean pop culture itself. In other words, although it may be popular in Korea, it may not be as popular abroad because Hallyu is a contextualized acceptance phenomenon, and it may not be that influential in foreign countries. So in that aspect, media culture is important. K-beauty, K-fashion, and you can see that we're seeing heightened interest in all fronts, but all of this actually had to do with the media culture itself that made it more compelling. So Hallyu phenomenon is something that cannot be separated from media culture. So changes in the media environment and circumstances is a key component to Hallyu, and all of the policies, angles to Hallyu need to take this into account. However, if you look at Hallyu and pop culture and media culture, seems to be intertwined, and sometimes there is no distinction, and there's a confusion among Hallyu, Korean pop culture, and media culture, leading to various academic inconsistencies and politically incorrect results. So I believe that it's important to reflect upon the specific opportunities, risking tasks, and how to use the special opportunity brought about Hallyu as an opportunity to develop Korean studies going forward. And it would be my perspective as an expert on Hallyu and pop culture and media culture on this very challenge.
한국 대중문화의 성공은
So in the early 2000s, the success of Korean pop culture was a success story heard from abroad in the early 2000s, but now it's been a flow, trend, or phenomenon rather than just an individual one-off case. So we and the Hallyu scholars can say for sure that this is not just a fad. Originally, the scholars were not able to understand this. We weren't exactly sure why foreigners really liked our pop culture. So you can see that maybe we were undermining our culture at that time. There were local Hallyu reports that we found astonishing, and scholars started to look into acceptance studies to understand the context of why these contents were so popular at the time. So Daejanggeum and Winter Sonata were some of the topics that were studied to understand its popularity. And with K-pop's influence growing stronger, there were numerous reports from overseas pouring out about the competitive Korean cultural industry, and it did criticize the unethical situations of the trainers of K-pop and human rights violations and the excessive competition in the K-pop industry. So it was a Western perspective in K-pop. However, Parasite won awards from film festivals in Europe and North America in 2019. PTS had multiple Billboard record highs. In 2021, Squid Game became the most watched series in Netflix. And then foreign media started to look at Korea's culture with a different view. So it was about how Korea was able to produce such good contents. And you can see that this phenomenon was something that could not be understood by just a techno-orientalist framework. Whether it be Parasite or Squid Game, you can see that there was a lot of analysis going into this, and you can see that there was a lot of Korean text that actually self-criticized such pop culture. So you can see that this was a different type of angle. You really need to be mature to be able to criticize your own culture. So there was a lot of in-depth articles that wrote about the development of Korean pop culture, but most of the Western newspapers had to focus on just a handful of journalistic English texts written in the early 2000s. And these Western media seemed to create some sort of orthodoxy about this popularity or wave. So their focus was that since the 90s, the civilian government recognized the importance of the industrial potential of pop culture. So ever since the Asian financial crisis, decided to really focus on pop culture, and then all of a sudden, like a big bang, started to hone this popularity and decided to export this culture. And what we're seeing now is the product of such export. So there is some variations to that, but this is basically the gist. The budget for the government in the Korean industry increased every year, and the Ministry of Culture and Sports and Tourism, the Korea Creative Contents Agency, was established during the Lee Myung-bak and Park Geun-hye administration. And during this period, there were all sorts of cultural campaigns prominent overseas. And of course, it also adds that there were a lot of government-led promotions of Hallyu, in addition to investment in production and exports. But then, if you think about unprecedented assessment that investment in culture yields results, particularly exports and popularity abroad. Does this make sense? I mean, this has no grounds. This claim is basically groundless. So it seems like at that time, it was just a closed circuit of some English text at the time, government policy announcement and early articles going back and forth, and just within that closed circuit, not necessarily having any facts or grounds to base their argument. And you can see that reporters and critics who are cultural experts reproduced this and did not doubt that this belief that went against their expertise in the dynamics of cultural field actually did not make sense. And the Orientalism acted in that it could recognize the technological and economic success of young advanced countries outside of developing countries, but not their cultural capabilities. So basically, I believe that the approach was Orientalism here, of just noting the economic success, but not its cultural capabilities. If you look at Psy's Gangnam Style, it showed the power of spreadable media, that Korea's media culture can spread around the world without the will of overseas publication. And BTS also utilized, as a third-generation K-pop idol, various social media channels to let them be known. And you can see that from 2012 to 2014, we've been seeing Korean dramas increase, and there were all sorts of papers on this. So from 2016, you can see that I ended my dissertation in 2016, so I don't have an additional dotted line here. But from 2014 and onwards, you can see that it was an upward trending. And I think that this the impact came from Psy's Gangnam Style back then. So what you saw was journals or papers in Korean, and this is a graph on the papers in English. So what we can say here is that ever since 2014 and onwards, this increase in articles. From 2016, well, I do have to mention that BTS has decorated the headlines back then. So there was a lot of research, many articles on Hallyu, and you can see this angle, a sharp increase in this research. So if I do engage in this research once again, I think that we can maybe further focus on the media industry, and that it's not just about K-pop or K-drama. I think maybe it Hallyu may not encompass this concept anymore. I think it could be another brand new phenomenon. And the reason why there was this structural problem with Hallyu research was because it was based off of unprofessional early text on Hallyu, and also the excessive use of Hallyu in public relations by the government, but particularly because there's a knowledge gap on Korean pop culture. The formation of pop culture in Korea, where modernization began under the threat of imperialism from great powers, is inseparable from the history of Korean modernization under the influence of the United States and Japan. So you can see that during economic growth, we had to work long hours, but film and television was a key leisure activity of Koreans. And if you look at the pop culture and form, it actually was based on a close interaction with its audience. And there was high quality knowledge and papers on Korean pop culture, but it was all in Korean, so it was only read by Korean scholars. And you really need to have high proficiency in Korean in order to understand or read these dissertations. And as for the foreign scholars that cannot read this paper, it necessarily led to a knowledge gap on Korean pop culture. So in the year 2000 and onwards, with many of these scholars that did not have a full understanding of Korean pop culture, it led to huge knowledge gaps. So then, this knowledge gap, you may think we can just close the gap. Why is this an issue? But it is an issue because you can see that it eventually disparages Korea's cultural capabilities in constantly reproducing this ungrounded discourse. It leads to a misunderstanding on Korea's modernity, and it goes through this reproduction, which of course undermines the status of Korea in cultural diplomacy. And if this is not corrected, the image of Korea would be that it lacks cultural capabilities, even though it can succeed in technology and economy. So this can actually be the shackles of Korea going forward. So if history, language, culture, and bettering the understanding on all of these fronts is enough, well, that would be different. But if it has to do with finding a way to raise the prominence of Korea, I think that as we see the Hallyu increase, we really need to correct this misunderstanding. And if we do not, it will become a hindrance in bringing up and enhancing the overall cultural capabilities of Korea. So I've actually made inquiries to many overseas universities, and you can see that there's a demand for really relevant courses on Hallyu and pop culture, but we were also able to understand that there wasn't enough text or literature on the true aspects of pop culture of Korea. So I really think that we need to put in some further efforts to maybe have text papers in English to better the understanding of scholars. And if you may allow me, I'd like to use just one last minute for my conclusion. So then, how can we utilize this opportunity offered by Hallyu to find a way to sustain Korean studies? You can see that there's an explosive increase in the number of students who want to learn Korea, and I believe that Korean language and understanding Korea actually is beneficial. And I think that this is a critical element. It's not just about K-pop that actually led them to Korean studies. But then, of course, some was impacted by Hallyu. But you can see that this is exceptional. You can see that most of area studies have to do with a dynamics. And the former that I've mentioned actually was the key dynamics. And the revival of Korean studies after the 2000s actually had that dynamics and added to that Hallyu, which helped it gain traction. But I think that it's not about which actually was greater. It was about the synergy between the two. You can see that the Hallyu led to have more people learn Korean. So the audience that came in via pop culture or media and the interest of these, how would that have a positive impact on Korean studies is, I think, that the question at hand. So I always ask these questions. The interest in Korea, if it starts off with interest in Korean history and Korean literature, then we can call this grand or noble. But if it starts off with K-pop, is it shallow? If we do get to understand the tombs of Goryeo era or Confucianist philosophy or Korean syntax or Hongil-dong biography, that's noble. But if we gain interest in the Korean family systems, human relations, modern Korean economy, and competition through Korean dramas, movies, K-pop, and BTS, is that less noble? So I think that maybe we've been trapped in certain occupations or premises. And this March the 3rd, and it was self-organized, by the way, for the two occasions. But the third BTS Global Interdisciplinary Conference was held amongst the BTS global fans. But you can see that their focus is a little bit different from Korean studies. They focus on social issues, climate change, and also human rights. And BTS fandom, through their network, talk about what they have been doing to solve these social issues. So this is different from Korean studies. But can we say that this is completely irrelevant from Korean studies? So the public communicating, interacting with BTS, learning the Korean language, and creating a new fandom culture. What kind of relationship does this have with the interest of Korean studies? And I think that maybe this could be one good possibility where overseas Korean studies can be connected with universal values beyond the identity of minorities. You can see that based on the interest in Korean pop culture, you may go to study at a department of Korean studies, but then if this leads to a scholarly interest in Korean language and Korean history and society, what kind of education and support would be necessary to really enable this path? I believe that the goal of overseas Korean studies ultimately to form a self-sustaining research and education system to produce scholars or to educate a large number of pro-Korean citizens with advanced knowledge and a friendly attitude towards Korea. So I just thrown in multiple questions, so I would like to conclude my talk with one analogy. K-drama as method was the lecture that I made or gave at the Seoul National University's Gyujanggak Summer School, and it was very well received by the students. And I wanted to mention what kind of impact would pop culture have on Korean studies, and I think that we've been able to see a positive opportunity. As mentioned, Korean pop culture was formed in the process of close interaction with industry and the public. So the most intimate desires of hopes, frustrations, anxiety, fears, and joys of the Korean society permeate into genres. And I believe that journalism or communication does not regard pop culture as a means of attracting the university population to another research subject, but rather as its own research subject. So I believe that this should be not just a means, but it in itself is a key area of research. This is a product of the political, economic, cultural, and artistic sensibility and imagination of the Korean society. And you can see that the dramas, pop culture includes all of the sensibilities. And pop culture is a method for understanding contemporary Korea, and it's an attractive research topic. And Hallyu is a sociological and an international relations opportunity with the partnering country. The Hallyu of Russia or Japan or Egypt, wherever it may be, it's about the sociological dynamics between these countries. And because Hallyu in itself is not Korean pop culture, so I would like to understand that it's about a relationship. And we need to understand this in order to find the right relationship between Hallyu and Korean studies. So Hallyu and Korean pop culture are evidence of Korea's cultural influence, but at the same time can make Korean studies very enjoyable for all of the scholars, as it already does. So the future of enjoyable and spontaneous work is much brighter than otherwise. And with that, let me conclude my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hong. Her career moved from Bordeaux University in France to Seoul National University gave her really interesting, unique transnational perspective, and she proposed a couple. She posed a couple of really interesting questions. Is Hallyu the result of states' operation? That's very, heavy question that we should discuss. And she's also posing another issue. There is popular misconception that popular culture studies is not scholarly enough. Is it true? So we'll come back to that issue at the end of the discussion. Okay, next presenter, Dr. Park Jimin is Associate Professor at the University of Malaya, Malaysia. He will propose a new direction for Hallyu research. The main title of his presentation is From Push Out to Pull In Strategies. Professor Park?
네, 안녕하십니까. 말레이시아.
Good day, I am Park Jimin from the University of Malaya in Malaysia. When I give lectures, I often receive the question about Jimin Park of BTS, but not today. So just as Professor Hong, I spent 10 years in France, and in January this year, I moved to the University of Malaya in Malaysia. And in France, when I was searching for jobs, I submitted applications to the US and European universities, and sometimes I reached the final stage of the interview. Sometimes I did not, and at the final interview, I was asked that I am not a Korean studies scholar, because Hallyu is the topic of my thesis and an area of research for me. And in many cases, universities did not consider Hallyu as a legitimate research field. But in the University of Malaya, they thought differently. They thought that the Hallyu is a very important discipline and that I am a full Korean studies scholar. So in the past 10 years, as I was looking for a job, I came to wonder, what is the issue with Hallyu that I cannot find such a job? And as has been mentioned earlier, for a non-Korean person, Hallyu reflects the economy, culture, society, history of Korea in an interdisciplinary manner. And as the 8KS was established, the perspective changed that Korea should drive forward the development of Korean studies, and Korean studies became more of a national studies. And so Korean studies, seen from the national and government perspective, was used as a means to disseminate the positive side of Korea, to raise Korea's national image. And as this was intermingled with those who studied the literature, language, and some more traditional disciplines of Korean studies developed into the form of Korean literature studies, folk culture studies, and history and politics studies. And so Hallyu, I think, became the subject of a wide perception that Hallyu is not a full-fledged discipline. And this is not just one country, but in France and in many other countries, there are 300 plus students graduating from Korean departments around the world. And yes, humanities was the basis for such growth of Korean studies abroad, but for Korean studies to become so popular and to produce almost 300 students a year is very much thanks to Hallyu, and we must take stock of that. But what's important, as I felt while studying to Korean studies students in France, they started to learn about Korea because of Hallyu, but then they came across the literature of the Three Kingdoms dynasty, the ancient Joseon dynasty, and so forth. And their expectation and what they're actually learning, there's a huge gap in between. And many of the students do not pursue an academic career. Many of the students move on to other job careers. And in this case, just because they speak Korean and they know the Korean history and literature does not help their lives practically. So in France, after just a single year of Korean studies, 300 students are cut in half. They leave to other departments. And Japanese or Chinese majors sometimes graduate and then are readmitted to Korean studies departments. So the demand for Korean studies and what is actually taught, there's a huge gap. As you can see in the table, I looked at the distribution of faculty across different disciplines in Korean studies, and as you can see, most of them are teaching sociology or history. And there are no room to hire Hallyu researchers. And job openings would describe new culture and all types of culture of Korea, but it is actually very much biased towards language, history, and traditional literature faculty. And so, as I said earlier, although the department starts the year with 300 students, only a few remain. And are there faculty that are capable of providing sufficient education? And can these faculty members instruct paper writing? But to them, Korean studies is about history, about folk culture and language and literature. And what's also interesting is that in France, history is very important. And in a single lecture, a Korean studies professor was mentioning how great the Taedong-Yeoujido is, but one student pointed out that even before 1861, steam engine was made and there was a world atlas that was already developed back in the 16th century, and the Europeans ventured into the Americas and other parts of the world. And so Korean scholars only focus on the development of Korea, and they are just so obsessed with the pride of Korea as a nation. And that points to a very wrong direction that Korean studies is headed. And it's not just a matter here in Korea, but among Hallyu researchers, we also see the same. So in Korean studies, of course, Hallyu receives much spotlight. But by studying Hallyu, we need to also bridge over to other disciplines. Based on my experience when I was studying Hallyu in France, I was asked, what can Europe do to use Hallyu to expand user base for Netflix? I was asked to conduct a research project. But we need to do more of comparative studies, but we are only geared towards Hallyu. Some believe that Korea has a great traditional culture, and that's why Hallyu is so popular. But that's not really the case for non-Koreans. Some believe that Hallyu is very much growing because of democratization, but one student said that no, that's not the right approach to study Hallyu in our country. So the Hallyu is so different in different countries. And some mention cultural hybridization. And some say that yes, Korean culture is globalized, but so are other cultures. You cannot point to hybridization of culture as the reason why Hallyu is so popular. And some believe that in the early days, Hallyu was only popular among the East Asian nations, and that Hallyu can only sweep across like-minded countries and countries that have cultural similarities. But now Hallyu is sweeping across the world, so that theory is not very valid. So we need a comparative study, and we need to be aware of implications for other regions. For example, what I'm doing in Malaysia is what is wrong with the film institute policies in Malaysia by comparing those with that of Korea. So this means that rather than trying to explain Hallyu out of the Korean perspective, we need to focus more on what different regions and countries want and like about Hallyu. So let me briefly conclude. For Korean studies to become sustainable, we need to bridge the gap of supply and demand in Korean studies. First, we need to identify the supply and demand. And KF cannot provide support forever. If Korean studies is important in a particular country, that country itself will voluntarily provide support. But if that is not the case in other countries, Korean studies may lose the platform for exchanges, and that is why they are more reliant on KF support. And secondly, in conducting Hallyu research, we need to move out of the Korean perspective. We need to push out Hallyu, stressing why Hallyu is important. For instance, economy and business scholars that are practically non-Korean studies scholars received 5 years of support in looking at Hallyu, and that's how Hallyu research came to develop so much. And this was a very good and popular topic, and for me it was a great learning opportunity. And so for Korea, how to define Korean studies and how to utilize Korean studies as a means to meet our national interests should be pondered on. And also, we need to think about how each different countries and what each different countries can gain from Hallyu. And I think this can be an interesting topic of research going forward for Hallyu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Park. He talked about his own first-hand experience of being in job market. So I can really empathize with that. There's definite imbalance between pre-modernist and contemporary Hallyu studies scholars. So, you know, the Hallyu, this trend of Korean wave seems to create illusion that contemporary Korean studies scholars are doing better and thriving, but actually that's not true. So we will have to talk about that issue at the end. Thank you again, Professor Park. Next presenter, Dr. Choi Jin-hee, is reader of film studies at King's College, London. She will talk about Korean studies from film studies perspective.
안녕하세요. 저는 최진이라고 하고요. 영국에서.
Hello everyone, I'm from the UK and I wanted to particularly extend my gratitude to President Kun Lee, who I think just stepped outside, but thank you very much to all KF and let me now begin my presentation. I prepared my presentation in English.
So I'm going to talk about film studies. I've never been in Korean studies, and I started teaching Korean cinema only 3 years ago. And I got my PhD in film studies, specializing in Korean cinema in 2004, and my monograph came out in 2010. So after like 15 or 16 years, and then I just started teaching Korean cinema, in part because I think, like as Professor mentioned, there wasn't enough, I think, scholarly sources to assign readings for films. And I didn't want to just kind of pick a few Korean well-known male directors and just study them. And so I was waiting. And so it was more like a bottom up. So there's a student demand, ongoing demand. And then I was, no, not yet. And then I just started teaching Korean cinema 3 years ago. And I don't know, fortunately, unfortunately, I'm not going to teach it in the coming year because I became the head of the department. So I have a teaching release. But I got hired at King's College in 2011, and I worked elsewhere before. And I became the chair of the department, and I'm the first ethnic minority who became the chair in film studies. And so, but I don't think it was because of Korean film popularity. I think it's my achievement. But anywho, so there's a coincidence in terms of the kind of rise of significance of Korean culture in the UK and abroad, and then also the kind of transformation of film studies as well. So I'm going to talk about positionality, and then various platforms that help to disseminate Korean culture, including cinema and music and such. And then from a student's point of view, what are the things that they want from Korean cinema class, and then some cultural impacts in the UK specifically. So I'm going to, some presenters already mentioned positionality, but how do we define positionality? And this is a definition from Cha Beng-hwa, a Singaporean scholar, and he talks about positionality in terms of location of production, distribution, consumption, and exhibition. And so where it is made and who distributed. So for example, some of the Korean films are distributed by Studio Canal, European really largest distribution investment company. So there is a kind of change in terms of like, CJ distributes in Korea versus it gets distributed by the UK or European distributor and such. And so location should be taken into consideration in studying the kind of this rise of interest in Korean cinema as well. And I would say that positionality of not just the products, but also scholars and students. So what kind of background do you have? And he has this kind of interesting idea of intensity of self-investment. How much do you want to invest? Just do you want to watch YouTubes all the time? Do you want to, so Korean culture can become a gateway to extend your knowledge and deepen your knowledge, or am I just going to listen to Korean music and then watch Netflix because of pandemic. I have several international students in class, and I was making jokes, I can watch 10 episodes over the weekend, and I had to do it with Squid Game because everyone asking me about it. So, okay, I'll dedicate myself to Squid Game for one weekend and watched all of the episodes. And then I said, but Korean television series is usually about 16 up to 20 episodes, and I cannot do that in one weekend. And one student raised her hand and, that's called dedication. she can watch all of them in one go. And so investment from student perspective and scholars, and also I think to do with language as well. I think in the UK, at least, scholars who are interested in Korean cinema do not command Korean language that well. There are only few who can speak Korean. So I think different perspectives, but also in a way it's an investment to I think, to me at least. So I guess what is popular cinema? I think that's another question to raise. And popular cinema is not the same as commercial cinema. Commercial cinema can be a popular cinema, but not the only form. And so what are the ways in which we can study popular cinema? I think that's the kind of question to raise as well, like pop culture, Korean wave, and such. So this is basically demand from market, popular cinema. And some films can get popular, like Nobody Knows, for example, Koreada's film, was not a popular film, but because of the social issues, a lot of people saw the film. But rest of Koreada's films are not really popular in Japan, as far as I know. And so there is a kind of intersection between popular cinema and then commercial cinema and such. But how can we study those? I think that's the question to raise. And some of the kind of angles that we can bring in is obviously industry, and also the kind of commercial genre, and taste, aesthetic, and stardom. I think stardom plays a big role. A lot of fans of Gong Yu in my class. And so I think that there's quite a bit of study in industry, including Professor Jin's work. And so I think there are many layers of mediations to study cultural text. But what I find a little bit limiting and frustrating is that there is this kind of desire and expectation to link directly from film text or films and social political context, and then skip the rest. So like genre, generic conventions, or industry. I think industry is very important, but people just kind of dismiss it. And then there's expectation for me to read something Korean out of Korean films. And not every Korean film is about Korea. It does register certain aspects of it, but it's not about military dictatorship and such. And so as a scholar, and also when I teach courses, I emphasize all the mediations and how that can transform, even if it's a kind of adaptation of the, real life incidents and such. What is the aesthetic transformation that's taking place rather than, oh, this is the serial killing from Hwasong, like in Memories of Murder and such. So I think both as a scholar, but also as someone who's interested in Korean culture, all these mediations, I think, and then that's where the notion of location comes in, and where does it made, and then did it get made, and then how is being circulated and such. So all this kind of mediation is very important, I think. So what is the Korean cinema now in the field? And then this is a kind of a controversial claim, but it's born in 1919, and then was it had a 100th anniversary. Because even when did Korean cinema begin? If you think about a film, where is it? It's a cinema that was first built. There are different ways to think about the beginning of Korean cinema, but still focusing on director and then films, and then kind of eliminating the context, so to speak. But conventionally, people say it's 1919, and then it's over 100 years and such. And some of the various platforms that Korean cinema is available is obviously festivals. And then I think YouTube's Korean Classic channel is really big help for teaching purposes. And Korean Film Archive, I just recently discovered that they made a lot of films just streaming for free if you go to Korean movie database. So I've seen like tons of like 70-some films from the 70s. So if you can command Korean, you can still study Korean film abroad. And so it's a great platform for a scholar like me, and then Korean Film Council, obviously. So people, kind of valorize Parasite, but I think it was a kind of time to acknowledge both commercial industry and then the kind of artwork. So I think that's why Pong got all the awards. And then Parasite became an art text for many students in my class. Everything I said, oh, that's in Parasite. Parasite. So cute. But some of the things that I was involved in the UK, not only like big festivals like British Film, BFI, International Film Festival, and Korean Culture Center also was running festival over 10 years, but some more kind of diversified platforms, such as like Queer East, and I did the introduction for Moonlit Winter, it's Yoon Hye-ge, a kind of queer film, and also they are continuing the program. I also recommended A Distant Place, 아주 먼 곳, so another queer films and such. So there's a kind of not only just commercial cinema, but I think kind of diverse interest in Korean cinema, and there's a kind of invitation for me to introduce this kind of films. And then, other presenters already mentioned online platforms such as Netflix and BFI Player and Curzon, I think. Oh, I was approached to Twitter about Peninsula by Studio Canal when they're releasing Peninsula as a DVD and Blu-ray in the UK. And because I used to be a fan of Kang Dong-won, I said I would do it. So I had to like tweet. And so distributors approach scholars to promote the kind of products that are going to circulate, so kind of create a discourse. That's another marketing strategy for distributors as well. So, because I have only 1 minute left, as I mentioned, I just taught Korean cinema for the last 3 years, and I used to teach Korean cinema as part of Asian popular cinema. And so our department is a little bit odd. We have 3 East Asian cinema specialists, and then 2 of them are Chinese cinema specialists. So I kind of try not to overlap. But so I teach Asian cinema by genre, so A Better Tomorrow, Young Bonsek, and then Stray Dog, Kurosawa's film, and PTU, Johnny To's film, Hong Kong film, and then Memories of Murders. 4 of them are crime film that I teach together. And rather than like teach them individually, but how they are in conversation within the region, and also they transform the conventions of crime film genre and such. And then family drama, Ohio, Ozu's film, Nobody Knows. And I'm writing a book on girlhood. So the girl who leapt through time and then goes into shell as a kind of anime, and Godzilla and Train to Busan. That's how I kind of like the two together, so to speak. Korean cinema I organize differently. Rather than genre, I go by topic, and I don't teach chronologically. So the first 3 is about urban space. So Bittersweet Life, that's 달콤한 인생, Modern Freedom, 자유부인, Microhabitat, 소공녀. And then I kind of look at the 3 together, and then how they explore urban space, and also like discuss genre and gender that way. And then these are the films about stairs. So Housemaid, Priests, and Memento Mori, the 3 together. Different genres, but it's really easy kind of motif that combine the 3, and you can talk about how each film tackles this kind of modernity and such in a different way. Last bit is, of course, trauma. So Peppermint Candy and Murmuring series, a documentary together. And the last one is I usually go for reply series, and then either like Hong Sang-soo and such. But in terms of diversity and inclusion, not just in terms of student makeup, we emphasize to show both women and men directors' film. So in Korean cinema, at least I try to, in each segment, there's 1 woman director's film included, in a way. And I try to stay away from films that just trying to kind of drive you to the national disaster. So many want to study House of Hummingbird, but I was kind of like trying to stay away. But Reply series I teach 1994 because there's a Sangsu Bridge. There's a Sampung collapse of Sampung and such. And so the way I design Korean cinema is that it's not chronological, but from Madame Freedom, that's 50s, and then Housemaid, that's 60s, and then Peppermint Candy, kind of like overview of Korean history, and then 90s, up until 90s. So students want to learn about Korean history as well. But I don't teach chronologically, but I say at the end, you will be exposed to 50s, 60s, 80s, Peppermint Candy, and the 90s. And then I kind of feel it in the 70s at the moment. So I'm a kind of revisionist, so I don't teach from like Obaltan, Aimless Bullet, that kind of tradition, but kind of teach by theme. And I think it interests students more rather than like starting from like 40s and then up until contemporary cinema, or just a couple of male tours and such. And so if you are interested in like developing Korean cinema curriculum, I'm happy to discuss either in the discussion section or outside drinking coffee or something. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Choi. Sometimes, doing film studies, social and political contexts are even more important than the film text itself. So it requires a lot of time and energy if you are a film studies scholar. So thank you for your wonderful presentation. Next presenter, Dr. Jin Da-ryong, is distinguished Simon Fraser University professor and a global professor in the School of Media and Communication at Korea University. The title of his presentation today is Korean Wave in North America in the Past 30 Years, Prosperities and Challenges.
Okay, thanks so much. I have the English PowerPoint slide, but since I have been taking my study leave in South Korea since last September, I might use the Korean instead of the English because I'm in South Korea.
Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Jin Da-ryong. I would like to present the past 30 years of progress of Hallyu in North America. Many people raise the question whether Hallyu can become a part of Korean studies, but if we have time, I would like to discuss that topic, and if not, I would like to continue that discussion during the wrap-up panel. But today I'd like to focus on Hallyu, or Korean Wave. Hallyu began in the late 1990s, particularly in 1998 and 9. That coincides with when I studied in the US. I was formerly a journalist and then went over to the US to study, and that is when I started to hear the word Hallyu. So in North America, I'd like to point out to my experience and also the academic development of Hallyu in North America. So I would like to present both my personal experience and the development of the academics of Hallyu. So the first thing I came across in the US was 대장금 and the Autumn Stories programs. I learned from a fellow colleague there, and the friend left the cassette tape in front of my front door and told me to open my door, and I found a videotape actually of those drama, and myself and my wife started watching the drama, and we actually sat there and binge watched the entire program. And then I started with 대장금, and then my friends lent me the videotapes of Autumn Story. So I mentioned this because in North America, Hallyu started off with the Korean students in the US, or Korean Americans, starting in the late 1990s and early 2000s. So immigrants basically started the Hallyu. And then the second wave of Hallyu was led by the Korean media in North America, such as Korea Global channels. in big cities, and in smaller areas, the cassette or video or DVDs were lent out and rented out, and that's how Korean wave spread. And then later on, social media became more popular in size Gangnam Style and other social media types of content that spread. So social media, compared to the renting video or cassette tapes, is different in that there is no material ownership of contents, but a sharing of digital contents. And that's a different way of approaching and coming into encounterment with the Korean wave. And then there was the OTT. Squid Game, Hellbound, Our School Today were released to 199 countries across the world on the same day. So those are the 4 steps that Hallyu went through, and this is most distinctly found in North America. So as has been mentioned earlier, Korean pop culture, the popularity of Korean pop culture drew forward the Hallyu, and some believe Hallyu as an industry. But in my view, Hallyu exists where the two sides meet. So there's the development of the pop culture and popularity of Korean pop culture across the world. So these two sides must come together when we look at Hallyu. And that was the perspective I've had for Hallyu. And up until the late 2000s, Asia drove forward Hallyu, but since then, Hallyu swept across North America. And so I started my research on Hallyu, and these books are the 3 books I wrote on Hallyu. I call it my own Hallyu trilogy. So these are the stories of Hallyu that I have written. Even though the word Hallyu is not included, digital technology books were also released about Korea, and I was able to do this work in North America because Hallyu is gaining spotlight in North America, because the academic fields are always reflective of the surrounding realistic environment. In North America, Korean culture came to spread widely thanks to the development of digital technology, and that was why I came to be able to study Hallyu in this part of the world. And of course, there are different books, but in the early days, it was not easy to understand Hallyu. And in general, Hallyu was not being understood in an organized manner. So this film was released in 1999 called Shiri. The screen on your left is the Korean poster. On the right, that is the UK poster when Shiri was released there. There is no such scene in the film. This is a fake poster, because in the UK, Korean film was not very familiar. So in order to attract more audience to come see the film, such a poster was made. And in the early days of Hallyu, as Korean culture moved beyond Asia and to other countries, there was a big barrier. And Transnational Korean Cinema was my second book, and on the right, that is the actual cover page of my book originally, featuring the actor Ha Jung-woo. But the left-hand side is the cover that I was proposed to use. And this portrays the North Korean film, not South Korean. Even university presses couldn't distinguish between South Korean and North Korean films. So that really shows the low level of understanding of Korea at the time. But since 2010, the perception of Hallyu and Korean culture in general started to change, and many students started to develop an interest in Korea and Hallyu, and they are listening to lectures, and they are writing term papers on K-pop, K-movie, games, and soft power and cultural diplomacy. Of course, at the government level as well. Going beyond the academic field, there have been many endeavors, such as the K-pop competition, which is held in Vancouver just before COVID. And this is where I live. And as a Hallyu researcher, I participated there as a jury, and I took a photo with the participants. And through all this, Korean pop culture started to gain worldwide attention through Parasite and Minari in particular. Minari was, of course, produced by a US filmmaker, but it was a joint venture with Korean and United States filmmakers. And of course, BTS requires no introduction. And recently, Squid Games gained much popularity on the K-pop culture stage. It was released through Netflix and really signified a big change in Korean wave. And during the COVID era, Hallyu played a particular role because, as you know, face-to-face contact was impossible, and online contactless Hallyu started to gain wider base. And although this is done across the world, Korean K-pop makers and pop culture specialists really took the lead in developing such contactless content. For example, BTS or Blackpink, most notably. And this has already been mentioned by many other speakers. Recently, Korean language and Korean studies is gaining attention and popularity. This particular chart was developed by Professor Barbara from Copenhagen University. There's a continued growth in the number of Korean studies students, but there's a limited number of faculty members and spaces available for students. So that's how Hallyu is sweeping across the world in Europe and North America as well. And through the OTT platform, the digital platform, Hallyu is released and reaching the global audience on the same day. Then, since we are here to discuss the future development of Hallyu and the Korean studies, in post-COVID, how can and how should Hallyu develop? Well, first of all, the contents, rather than contents removing uniquely Korean nature, we actually need to develop more uniquely Korean contents. If you look at the case of Japan, as you know, the anime, the manga, and video games were very popular across the world. But J-pop culture was quite popular in the 80s and 90s. But with Hallyu, a significant part of J-pop culture is losing popularity, particularly for the anime. And one of the key reasons was that while Japan developed its pop culture, they removed the Japanese characteristics from the contents. And the result was the contents showing no personality or characteristics. It was successful in the beginning, but in time, J-pop culture lost the momentum. And this is happening across the world. And so that means, and earlier we heard from Lee Sun-young, the PD from CJ, it's pointed out that Korean nature should be removed from the K-culture, but I beg to differ. I think that uniquely Korean characteristics must be fully reflected in the contents. And secondly, we need to deepen the transnationalization of Hallyu. We should go beyond just stressing the uniquely Koreanness of the content and create a more universal and inclusive and diverse content by working with specialists from other countries and other cultures. And thirdly, we need to make use of the digital technology. In many cases, you only think of K-pop, drama, film, webtoons, but Korean pop culture is gaining popularity, and Korean digital technology and digital games are also gaining popularity, as well as webtoons. So digital culture and pop culture should be converged and should mutually develop. Last but not least, we need to reinforce the intellectual property. As you can see in the chart, IP has become a most important source of finances in this OTT world. Squid Game gave $2.4 million to Korean producers, and Netflix took $900 million in earnings from Squid Game. So as long as we do not resolve the IP issue, Hallyu may not continue to grow. So we must secure an IP to develop K-pop culture in a smart manner. And since many of the participants has expressed their appreciation to KF, I would also like to just add that this is linked to academic development as well. This screen you see are from two different public diplomacy events on the same day. Well, almost the same day. One took place on October 5th, 2021, and another on October 4th. One took place in the US, one in Korea, but they were actually concurrently held. They addressed the same topic of public diplomacy and about Korea and US relations. I was invited to both, but I had to choose where to speak. And I wished that these two events could have been held in different on a different day so that more people could attend. And last November, there were two different events held as well. In Michigan, Reclaiming the City event was held, and another, Alone in Seoul, was held by Brown University. Again, KF sponsored both events, but concurrently. These events took place concurrently, and of course they were held online, and we couldn't go to both. So at the KF and AKS, I understand that much support is being provided. Yes, support is important, but as you hold these events and conferences, I'm not saying that you should manage and control, but I hope that you could be considerate so that as many people as possible can attend the events and make sure that the events you support do not take place concurrently. And in that way, I think we will be able to share Hallyu with a wider audience. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 발표자분.
Thank you very much. I thank all speakers who are speaking in English, and for the remaining of the session, we will have a free discussion. First, we would like to start by expanding what was mentioned by the speakers. The contemporary Korean studies scholars, you might guess at what the challenges are. The endless production of cultural contents, updating all the trend and catching up with the trend, and while at the same time developing the scholar's own methodology and focusing on particular issues to write analyses and teach. So there's a much heavier workload for teaching and research. So such a burden may be here for the lifetime for the contemporary scholars. So I don't think we should discuss on the challenges. But this morning, Professor Duncan said that pre-modern scholars are not really finding it easy to find jobs, but contemporary scholars, I think, also have an imbalance on the other end of the spectrum in the tenure deliberations or hiring or when applying for grants for 규정각 or KF or other organizations. Contemporary cultural researchers, I think, are losing their opportunities to win such grants or positions. And the statistics we saw now, it's true. I think that KF is investing a large amount of money for support, but most of that support goes to pre-modernists. And then students will only be able to learn the Gojoseon's Three Kingdoms period and Joseon, and nothing about contemporary Korea. So there's no way to inspire the students, and so less and less students will come to the Korean Studies department, and Korean Studies will lose the ecosystem to develop the next generation of scholars. So why don't we discuss this issue of imbalance? And the floor is open as well.
자, 지금 마이크 틀리나요?
먼저 진
네.
교수님 말씀.
Yes, Professor Chin, please.
모든 상황을 설명한다고 해서 이것이 한국학을 한 학자들의
I don't think that explaining the modernity is really unfair for contemporary scholars because Hallyu has a wide reach and a wide range. It is not just about K-pop because K-pop is only a part of Hallyu. If you look at the industry in general, there are different aspects that Hallyu touches, including cultural policies as well. That means that Korean society, politics, culture, all that is encompassed in Hallyu. The text and dance of K-pop is a very narrow way to look at Hallyu. And secondly, when we talk about the key part of Korean studies, which is literature and history, well, in that case, what about the contents of Hallyu? Are the contents of Hallyu really connected to literature and history? What I'm trying to say is that although Hallyu started in the 90s, it is rooted in the Korean history. In the last few years, 100 years history of Korean cartoons and films were celebrated in big events. Recently, we have been studying the contemporary films and cartoons, but if you go back further into history, they are connected to the history of Korea, and in particular for webtoons. Webtoons include a massive narrative, almost equivalent to literary work. So analyzing all this can be included and connected to Korean studies, the traditional fields of Korean studies. So personally, I think that as Hallyu entered into the arena of Korean studies, I don't think that pre-modernist or contemporary scholars were treated unfairly. I think we should rather look at how to connect Hallyu with literature, traditional literature, and have an interdisciplinary cooperation.
네, 이은정 교수님.
Professor Lee Eun-jung. Yes, I, in many cases, do take the initiative, and I think that I should be the one to break the ice, but sometimes I may be criticized for that. But here we have media experts, Finn experts. Thank you very much for all of your insightful talk, and it was quite interesting and quite significant, and it's been very helpful. But I do have a couple of comments that I would like to make. So amongst the Korean studies scholars, I think that you probably saw that we also need to respond. So taking a European perspective, Europe, I would like to say that the wave of culture they do not see in decades, but they look into every 300 years. So in the 18th, there was a Chinese wave. In the 19th, the Japanese wave. And I was waiting for the Korean wave, and now we finally do have that wave from Korea. So whether it be China or Japan, you can see that it did have a great impact on the European culture of the times. And now what we're waiting for is to have this Korean pop culture wave to have an impact on the thoughts and philosophy of the region and also join the discourse and discussions of the region. And we're waiting for that time to come. And it does take a lot of time to actually see that in fruition. So we're talking about, let's say, the Chinese wave. So from the Baroque and to the Rococo era, you can see that Chinese culture had an impact. But this was in retrospect when we looked back. And in the end of 19th century, we've seen other Japanese elements in the arts history of the times. But if you look at Hallyu, or the so-called Korean wave, I would have to say that unlike China or Japan or the wave that we've seen in the past, it's different. It's led by people. So when we analyze Hallyu, we're not exactly sure how and what kinds of angle do we need to take when we analyze Hallyu. So, for instance, we talk about K-pop, we talk about K-film, we talk about popular cinema, but if we want to take an academic approach, I think it has to do with the foreign cultural elements and how that impacted the local culture. And we need to analyze that first and compare to that what's different about Hallyu and what kind of impact will Hallyu have on the local culture. I think that's something that we need to analyze first. So that's one comment that I would like to make. And second, I believe that Professor Hong Seok-young, you've mentioned that in assessing Hallyu, foreign scholars believed that the government emphasizes that they focus on the push by the government. And what I also do when I look at media reports from Germany, I would pass that on to you or the professors, and many of the reporters would actually call me and ask me how much government support was offered to BTS. In 2013, the Korean wave, how was that created in the first place? And the book by Yoon Hong, I think, on Hallyu has actually had an immense impact. So in the Western perspective, they believe that in the Orientalistic perspective, Korea would not be able to actually harness such cultural capability. So that was your take on that. But it's true that many Korean studies scholars have actually contributed in the process. When we talk about Hallyu and when we think about disseminating Hallyu and what kind of role should the Korean government should take, I think taking this approach actually maybe trigger the conversations that you think that is going backwards. And the third point I'd like to mention is for a Korean studies scholar to actually gain a position in European universities, that this is very difficult. But because being a Korean studies scholar and making it difficult to get employed, is this the right premise? Because cultural studies, if you look at cultural studies, Korean studies is actually at the pillar. If you look at the studies, the curriculum, you can see that most of the Korean studies have a key relationship with cultural studies. But in professorships, what we have to see is how well would that person cover Korean studies, but we don't have that many resources. We just have one single professor, I myself, and we of course have 12 members of the faculty. However, there's just a limited role that the individual faculty can play. So the response that we take would be to invite Professor Hong Seok-young to our classes. And because now we have the platforms possible where Professor Min Hyun-jung, for instance, would come to our university and provide lectures, and then that will enable students to write their papers. So we cannot cover all aspects, but Korean studies compared to other disciplines, in order to be competitive and to be comparable with other disciplines, we really need to satisfy all of the requirements and guidelines of the academia and the universities. But just defying all that and just trying to find someone that's an expert in Hallyu could not be the way that we can take, because there are specific guidelines and protocol. And the last point I would like to make, when we do conduct surveys for students, we ask, do you want classes on Hallyu? If we ask that question, they say no, because they are, well, either K-pop fans or K-drama fans. So actually, they're even more better experts than us. But they would say that they want some more information on the background behind Hallyu or the culture. So about this Hallyu phenomenon, if we want to find a way to academically enhance this discourse, we need to put in more thought. And I just want to mention that Korean studies, we cannot be attacked as such. It really is not valid from the first place. Well, I've actually received a message from the organizers that we need to wrap up, but I will give you 30 seconds each. So at the Korean Foundation, if they do hire a professorship, this was something that happened in Cambridge, and in 3 years' time, that professor would get fired. So we do understand the demands of the students, but what happens is the hiring process and the subject of study and the methodology in some cases would not be aligned. So the Korean Foundation wants to support the professorship, but what the universities would do, just take what they need and then just would ask the professor to leave, then to have the professor retire or resign. So I've never thought that I am a scholar of Korean studies, because I am a film major, and originally my major is in philosophy. So all of the degree programs are different, and I think that you've already mentioned about the job precariousness aspect, but to generalize all that, I'm not exactly sure if that's the right angle to take. So based on our personal experience, we are trying to find a way to gain or pinpoint the common ground. So I think, well, the point here is not about whether it was right or wrong. So thank you very much for the observations, but we do want to mention that our experience is a bit different. So I think there are some divided opinions. But yes, thank you for that. I mean, the Chinese and the Japanese wave, at that time, China was contemporary, and during the times back then, the Japanese wave was the contemporary wave. And now the Korean wave, or Hallyu, is the contemporary wave. So, of course, it may be an apples-to-apples comparison, but I did mention that Hallyu is a type of acceptance phenomenon, and the reason why I say that is because K-pop on the outskirts, it's very difficult to understand. You have to see what the fandom does with K-pop, and if you look at K-culture, I believe that it has relevance. If you think about Parasite, Bong Joon-ho thought, well, this is quite local, but then you can see that all of the directors in Europe and in other parts of the world said that, well, actually what you portrayed in Korea is what we also see in our countries. So it was the same case for BTS, and we can see the K-pop phenomenon from BTS, and I have been engaged in case study on BTS, and that's why I can say this for sure. But Korea is a advanced nation that grew from a developing nation. It went through colonial rule, it went through economic development, democratization. So all of the difficulties that Korea experienced and are being experienced by other developing nations, actually Korea has all of that experience. And we also have the humble spirit, that thirst. And in addition to that, Korea is a neoliberalistic country with a great gap between the rich and poor. And the advanced nations that have experienced this before us, of course, probably now has a band-aid on their scars. It's not like that they did not go through all this. So in that aspect, the capitalistic issues that Korea has been criticizing, I think could have actually dealt a enlightening blow to the advanced nations. It's probably the same case for Squid Game. So I want to say that Korea's culture is relatable now. This has been confirmed. So the Korean wave or the Korean style, for instance, in this contemporary world, we can call that contemporary. In the 17th, 18th century of China and Japan, it cannot be apples to apples comparison, but I want to mention that Korean style right now is truly contemporary. So as a moderator, it's very difficult to manage the time, but you can see that we have scholars that are very much interested in Korean studies, and I think that there's probably a lot to say, but of course we do have the panel discussion to follow, so I hope that we can actually engage in some further discussions afterwards. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for the enthusiastic discussions, and I am very sorry that we had to conclude the session in the middle of such discussions. Please continue on with your exchanges during the final session. And I'd like to thank the moderator, Professor Wu, and all the panelists. Let's give them a round of applause. This is the end of session 3-1. We will have a short break, and when the stage is ready, we will move on to the final wrap-up panel discussion, the final session of the day. Please stay with us until the end. Thank you.
네, 잠시 후부터 오늘 포럼의 마지막 행사인
Yes, the wrap-up session will start soon. This will be the final session of the day. Please kindly be seated, and we will move right away for the wrap-up session.
네. 2022 KF 글로벌 한국학 포럼
We will now begin the last session of 2022 KF Global Korean Studies Forum. I would like to kindly ask all guests to take their seats.
네. 벌써 마지막 세션 시간입니다.
Thank you. This is the last session of the day. This session will be dealing with the topic academic evolution and future development of overseas Korean studies. So it will be a general discussion session, and I think that we're going to have some very energetic and active discussions. The moderator for this session is Professor Park Tae-gyun of Seoul National University. His main concern is the history of international relations between the Korean Peninsula and great powers in modern world history, and he published several books on the Korean War, Vietnam War, and the U.S. military government in South Korea. And Professor, you have the floor. Yes, thank you very much for that introduction. It's a great pleasure and honor to moderate the last session. It was exactly 11 years back when we were holding the 20th anniversary Korean Studies Forum. I was the moderator of the last session as well, and I remember I have a vivid memory of that moment, and it was in this very room. And I don't know if I can call this fortunate or not, but you can see that we have a completely different panel than 11 years back, which indicates the evolution of Korean studies. Well, that's my personal take. And we don't have a lot of time remaining, so we'll have to swiftly engage in the general discussions. And I will not introduce you to the speakers in detail. As you know, they have been already introduced in other sessions, and also to save time, I would like to skip the introductions and to offer more opportunities for our panelists. And I would like to conduct a session as to have the panelists make 2 comments each as we move on. And we do have common questions for all of our 6 panelists. You can see that our discussants are from different organizations and from different countries. And my question would be, in your respective countries, what kind of changes are you witnessing in Korean cities, and any changes in the demand for Korean studies? So I would like to ask you to speak within 3 minutes. So you have 3 minutes each on any changes that you witness in Korean studies. And then I would like to move on to the next question. So just briefly, in 3 minutes, please. First, Professor Kim.
So you're just saying, and just talking about change, and I was in the session just now about Korean language, 한국어에 관한 세션에 있었는데요. What the moderator said was also the same thing, the change, the sea change that has happened compared to 10 years ago. And what she meant by that was the main language that was spoken 10 years ago was English. And today, majority of the speakers spoke Korean, and it didn't come across as strange at all. So that was one thing that, and I want to start with that because within Korean studies, the part that has been banging in my head all day today was about the relationship between Korean language and Korean studies. How can we go together? And the kind of a relationship that has existed at least in the US, the language studies and Korean studies as content studies, so-called, has been quite different. And so something, again, it's not quite related to what you asked, but there was something in my head, and I wanted to talk about that briefly. At the same time, we talked a lot about the rapid increase of anything related to K-pop. And within that also, and I want to point out one thing, that the research that has been concentrating on K-pop and film studies, new media studies, everything to do with that, we have had, in the US at least, the publication has been overwhelming numbers of publications have been coming out. And I want to pause here and for us to think about the quality of the publication. And a lot of the publishing companies, they are going for, of course, making books to sell. Even the university publishers, because university publishers have been very worried about not being able to publish any kind of books that have not been selling, but those that have been selling are the ones related to those areas. So at the same time, because of that, how easy, I'm not saying how easy at this point, and don't take me wrong here, but something we need to really seriously think about is how do we manage the quality of publication that has been really bringing sea change in the US at least, that is related to Korean pop culture.
네, 감사합니다. 바바라 발 교수님 부탁드립니다.
Next, Professor Barbara Bar.
Part in this, I would like to emphasize three aspects that I think are important for the change in Korean studies. And I would like to emphasize also that I'm speaking out of my little Korean studies bubble in Denmark, so what might be relevant for me might not be relevant for you. So the three aspects I would like to emphasize is something we already discussed before: language ability. The second one is cooperation between disciplines in Korean studies. And the third point, I think Jisoo has mentioned it before at the beginning of today, digital methods and digital humanities. Okay. So when John Duncan emphasized in the morning how important Korean language is, I can also only support this. And as Ian Jung said, in Europe it's Korean studies, kind of the basis for Korean studies in Europe is Korean language training. And I think this is something that shouldn't change. I can see that at some universities, to make it easier or to get more students, it's possible to do or to learn about Korea without doing any Korean language training, but this is not to be inclusive, it's more to save money. And I think we have to be careful that we go against this trend. I think for Europe, it's also important to mention that I think, and that's also, I'm part of the problem, that people who are teaching in Korean studies in a country like Denmark, for example, have to need the language abilities of that country. So what we can see quite often in Europe, that people are hired, also, I mean, including myself in Denmark, who don't speak Danish at the beginning. Or also in Germany, people who speak Korean and English but don't speak, or only Korean, but don't speak German. And I think that's the best way to marginalize and weaken Korean studies, because then scholars in Korean studies will never be part of big decision making, because they don't speak the language of the country they are in. I think that's not a problem in North America, right? Then the second point, cooperation. I really like the idea that Jisoo mentioned, that we have to be more inclusive. Also, Clark Sørensen, he made very clear that it doesn't really make sense to differentiate so much anymore between the Korean diaspora and Korea, because there is so much exchange going back and forth. This is also a case in Scandinavia, with a huge community of Korean adoptees, and you can feel the tension, and I think it would be a great idea to be more inclusive. And then Professor Korbanov, you mentioned also that you would like to include more Kukak Hakja, right? And now it's a bit promotion time. Professor Yin Jung, she mentioned that
the AXE, the Association for Korean Studies in Europe. And the next conference will be next year in June from 22 to 25 in Copenhagen. And I think that is actually a good place to exchange ideas, because at the AXE conference, you can also present in Korean and in English. So I think this would be a good opportunity to bring scholars from global Korean studies and KUKAK together. So if you search for the homepage for the Association for Korean Studies in Europe, on the blackboard you can see the call for papers. You still have 1 month to submit your abstracts, so please all submit your abstracts. And then the last point, because I'm running out of time, I think, and we talked about this also during lunch, many of you will feel this pressure of you are supposed to use digital methods and so on. And I think this is something we should perhaps discuss a little bit more. I'm more the critical voice. I did a workshop on digital Korean studies, and I was more the one who's saying, so what do we actually benefit from this? But I think it's time to think more about how we can benefit from digital methods in Korean studies. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 사실 지금 국학 얘기 계속 하셨는데요.
Yes, thank you very much. You talked about KUKAK, and we are seeing some meaningful changes in Korea. In the Korean National University department has actually changed their department to combine the departments into Korean history department. So I can see that maybe the term KUKAK will be obsolete soon enough. Let's moving on to Professor Nishino.
So I have already gone over the progress of Korean studies in Japan during my talk, but just to summarize again, from my perspective, as I have mentioned earlier, the Japanese scholars are at the risk of losing their competitive edge because there were some close proximity in terms of relations and similarities that the two countries shared in terms of culture and values and language. But now that K-pop is sweeping across the world and Korean studies has become truly global, Japanese scholars, since they are not very proficient in English, and their publications are increasingly perceived to be less reliable. And I came to think that Korean studies in other nations, well, in some countries are still in their initial stage. So if they are able to plan out a good program, they have great potential for growth. But in the case of Japan, we have a tradition, and it is not easy to change that, particularly for universities, because we already have a very fully established departments and disciplines. So to adopt a new side of Korean studies, such as Hallyu, which is also popular in Japan, that is not easy. To accommodate such a change and to develop and open a new Korean program. Because there is the Chosun studies, which has a very long history and deep-rooted history in Japan. And one more thing, since I am a political scientist, Korean studies in Japan, looking back to the 1950s, the Chosun studies that really focused on the Korean language, and then there was the Chosun History Research Association that looked into the history of Korea. So the Korean language and history have a very long and deep-rooted history. But for social sciences, contemporary Korean Society of Korean Social Studies was only established in the 2000s. So as an area of study, Korean studies first began, but how do we expand that into social sciences or political sciences and different disciplines? And try to look at Korean studies from all these different perspectives to present Korean studies as an attractive area of study to our students and to provoke the interest among other scholars. I think that is the key focus for Japanese scholars of Korean studies. Thank you very much. Professor Supapon.
Hello everyone, I'm from Thailand. And if I may tell you the Korean studies situation in Thailand, if you look at Southeast Asia, we have a long history in Thai studies, but if you look at Korean studies, history of Korean studies is quite long, but a master's course only exists in our Chulalongkorn University. So we don't have that many degree programs. So most of the students would graduate, study abroad, or in Thailand, they will get employed. But if I may also talk about the research situation in Korean studies in Thailand, I believe that in terms of the number of papers, PhD papers account for 8.8% and master's degree papers account for 51.6%, and the dissertations, these journals account for about 40% that are presented in seminars. So you can see that we do have scholars that do engage in research, and there's a lot of research on Korean education, but most of that have to do with contrast, comparative analysis, grammar, vocabulary, pronunciation, and research on Korean studies are mostly for seminar presentations or for publishing sake. But if you look at the contents of Korean studies, have to do with Hallyu, pop culture, economy, and in Thailand, there are some popular celebrities, so the research is focused on these topics. But compared to the past, I think that Thailand probably focused a lot of its research on politics and economy if you look at this as a whole throughout the history. So I'm seeing that there's a shift in the areas that are being studied, and also in terms of education. Not only comparative or contrast analysis on grammar or vocabulary, I can see that it's moving on to expand the scope, and there is a lot of study that's done on Korean culture. Yes, thank you very much. Recently, I think it was 3 years back, where I saw an interesting paper by a Thai student on Webtoon. It was on the Gangnam Miin Webtoon, and I thought that Webtoons can play a critical role in the process. Yes, that is correct, because even now in Thailand, Hallyu media contents and particularly webtoons are very popular. One of my students is currently studying webtoon of Korea. Yes, moving on, Professor Malankai.
English. I guess I don't really have any kind of grand insight to share. I just see some problems across Australia, at least. And the first one is that different departments around Australia and New Zealand have different workloads, and we're all kind of serving as ambassadors in a sense of Korean studies and of Korea quite often, trying to defend what we do, and some people as a result of that have substantial workloads on top of their teaching and their research and so on. So that's one issue. The other is metrics. So I completely agree with Professor Kim about the importance of good quality publications. It was earlier mentioned too that we need to make sure that we publish also in other languages outside of English. But then some universities will put pressure on their staff to publish there where the metrics are not hit and miss, but are quick and certainly recognizable. So please do not publish in Chinese, for example, because it doesn't show up on Google Scholar.
So, and then I guess a third issue that I see that isn't really related to I guess the work that we do as academics, but certainly affects, I think, most of us, as has become clear today, is what to do with all these wonderful students who are excited about K-pop. Because as we all have recognized, it doesn't necessarily lead to more PhD students. And one thing that bothers me about that is that I don't have any answers, but that what we're dealing with then is not just the individual, but we're also dealing with parents and the view they have of Korea. We're talking about quite often students who are at the age of 13, 14, completely smitten with Korean culture. And that is sponsored, in a sense, by their parents. So how do we then engage with both the parents and these young, excited students, even before they come to our universities? I don't have an answer, but I just see that as a challenge. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. And joining us online, we have Professor Lim Hyung-gu. Please take the floor.
Okay, thank you, Professor Park. So before starting my comments, I'd like to first thank Professor Park and the Korea Foundation for inviting me to contribute to this roundtable. And also, please allow me to seize this opportunity to express my congratulations and gratitude to the Korea Foundation for over 40 years of providing essential leadership and support for the growth of Korean studies overseas through its various programs and initiatives. And second, my apologies for not being able to join in person as I had originally planned. Despite having a second booster shot, Corona, I think, has powers of evasive growth that escape the discernment of most medical specialists. So I'm afraid I'm still recovering from COVID. So on to the question itself. So Professor Park asked us to briefly outline changes or growth in Korean studies in our area of location. So I happen to be in Canada, so I can provide two brief points. One is a very simple story of growth that I would suspect mirrors the stories and accounts that we've heard already. And this involves growth in numbers of students and probably faculty in different departments. And of course, the growth in students can be attributed in part to two factors. One is the increase in popularity of the Korean wave. So Korea, yes, of course, K-pop, but also TV shows and films, as well as video games. And the second is simply a larger number of people interested in Korea with, I think, the requisite language capacities, receiving their PhDs in social sciences departments in North America. So this has resulted in a steady story of growth, especially in the two major urban centers of Vancouver and Toronto. Now, the second major point I would flag here is that the actual growth in research on Korea-Canada relations, or possibly subjects that affect both countries, is not one of, I suppose, limited growth, but one of very limited increases in diversity. So if we think back, let's say 30, 40 years ago, much research on Korea-Canada interactions would have focused on probably the Korean War or on the history of Canadian missionaries in Korea. These, I think, subjects remain essential to further research, but the reality is that growth in in-depth, precise research on other areas of Canada-Korea interactions, such as perhaps the nuclear power plant deal in the 1970s, or ice hockey cultural exchanges between Canada and North Korea, among many other possible subjects, remains rather limited in scale and scope of publication. So it's simply, again, point to two trends, one of growth in popularity of Korean studies as an educational forum, and the second, one of very limited increases in diversity at the level of academic research. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다. 뭐 지금 1970년대
Yes, so in the 70s, you've also talked about the nuclear power plant exchange, so that's quite interesting. But let me take a different approach. The reason why we decided to invite Professor Lin Hyung-gu was because if we look at Korean studies and area studies, maybe you can compare the two, because Professor Lin is an editor-in-chief in Pacific Affairs. So there, it's not only about Korean studies, but there are also many dissertations published in this journal. So as a editor-in-chief of Pacific Affairs, I wanted to ask whether there are any different trends in Korean studies versus the trends in area studies. What kind of differences or traits exist if we refer to the trends of the past 4 to 5 years? So, Dr. Lin?
Okay, thank you. So I should just explain further that Pacific Affairs has been published continuously since 1928, and it has been part of what's called the Social Science Citation Index, or Journal Citation Reports. So you might think the Premier League, if it's football, of academic journals since the inception of these indexing programs. So the journal covers all social sciences disciplines, but does not cover humanities. So we don't do let's say, even modern history or literature, but we do cover all the social sciences disciplines. In general, we publish about 20 articles per year and receive about 20 submissions per year and publish 1 article per year on Korea-related subjects. It can be on North Korea, South Korea, North Korean refugees in South Korea, China-South Korea relations. But we publish 1 out of every 20 submissions. So there is clearly an issue with the quality, as several people in the same panel mentioned. So to return to the question, so how does Korean studies, at least from my perspective, diverge or converge with other area studies fields? So I'd like to very quickly go over 5 areas in a compact time frame. So the first would be research subjects, the second, research design or analysis, and third, research methods, and fourth, reviewing or professional production of academic output, and fifth, the actual venues for communications or publications. So first, for research subjects, to put it simply, Korean studies has, on the one hand, been convergent with other fields such as Chinese studies or Southeast Asia studies, however these are defined, in the growth in diversity of subjects and the increase in number of submissions. At the same time, Korean studies, I think, does still diverge from Chinese studies in that the number of subjects that most scholars cover tends to be relatively concentrated around 2 classic areas, which is democracy, whether as growth, consolidation, or decline, or deconsolidation, or economic policies, usually state intervention, state policies. So, for example, South Korea is the leader among OECD countries in areas such as elderly welfare poverty or suicide rates, especially among young women, but these subjects are relatively understudied. For example, if you look at Chinese studies, you will see works on internet censorship, alternative energy, simply a broader range of subjects. So I think Korean studies in the future can work on diversifying its coverage while, of course, keeping an eye on the quality of logic and empirical research. The one area there has been a divergent increase in Korean studies compared to Chinese or Japanese studies is quite predictably in Korea wave-related subjects. So within media studies or communication studies, I think we see a lot more active publication agendas and outputs. So turning to the second area of research design or analysis, Korean studies, I would say, it faces common challenges. It is convergent with all other area studies in the basic essential issues like defining the research question or puzzles, or if you prefer, dependent variables or explanatum, that is, what is being explained, as distinguished from factors that do the explaining, explanans or independent variables, remains a constant persistent challenge for all scholars, regardless of the social science discipline or geographic area of specialization. So this may be simply an example of human limits to analysis, but I think this is an area of quality of analysis and logical consistency that we can all try to improve on. Third, for research methods, I will briefly simply flag the point that Korean studies is somewhat divergent from other areas such as Southeast Asia or Pacific Island studies in the relative paucity of use of team approaches to research. So what in anthropology might be called patchwork ethnography. So I think in the future, if there are infrastructural, organizational assistances for developing team approaches to a common problem or puzzle, I think this could help make use of the fact that travel might be more limited under the new COVID order, and that we have technologies now to facilitate digital or virtual cooperation and collaboration. Fourth, reviewing. Okay, so this is a common problem for Korean studies and all other disciplines and area studies. Most people do not receive any form of training in how to review a book manuscript or an article in any of these disciplines or fields, resulting in, I think, a systemic failure. Korean studies suffers in part from relatively smaller numbers than something like Chinese studies or Japanese studies, which means that finding arm's length and capable and competent timely reviewers is a challenge to begin with. But because of the lack of training in how to help facilitate either a publication or decline or rejection, what happens is that there's quite a bit of time wasted on trying to find competent and willing reviewers, and then the challenges of dealing with, I would say, insufficient reviews. So what do editors do with reviews that have no substance? So this is common for Korean studies and all other areas. Fifth and last for this question, in terms of scholarly outputs, I think Korean studies currently has many journals that have Korea in the title. So we can think of the Seoul Journal of Korean Studies, Korea Observer, among many others. I think what we probably need to do is focus on how to streamline review protocols and increase quality. Because if you think of something like Chinese studies, China Quarterly is usually one of the top 5 journals in all of the area studies for impact factor. Now, this is actually a reflection of sheer scale, not necessarily quality of output. But I think what we can do is look hard at the benefits of having different journals, what the specialization differentiations might be between these, and think about ways we can all help each other to improve quality and review protocols. So there, for example, there's a social science journal of Japan, Japanese journal of political science, so on and so forth, and there are loose parallels to Korean studies as well. But I think it may be time to think about what the particular strength and possible weaknesses of each journal might be that are focused on Korea. And then think about ways in which the Korea-focused journals might be better integrated into the larger bibliometric system that does tend, for better or worse, to govern publications in social sciences. Okay, thank you.
예, 감사합니다. 좀 많이 이렇게 가슴을 좀 찌르는 얘기인데 사실 제가 그 해외에 전화.
Yes, thank you very much. And I had to cringe when, based on your criticism. So, just actually, the reason why I did not cut him off is because he talked about some critical elements, some realistic elements. And I thought that the Pacific Affairs is focused on the Pacific region, but I believe that Professor Barbara Wall, if you think about the trend in Chinese or Japanese studies and Korean studies, what differences were you able to see in Copenhagen?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's difficult to generalize Europe. I can only, Professor Jin showed statistics from for Copenhagen that I shared, because we can see now that this year I saw that the numbers of students who applied for China studies are lower than the number of students who applied for Japan or Korea studies. In the case of Copenhagen, It's still that Japan studies, they have a little more students than Korea studies, but I think one problem is also, and I think this is something perhaps that's also common for other universities, is that the fundament, although, for example, China studies has less students, there are already professors there. So there are 6 professors, but there are less students. And you don't fire these professors. Right? But now we are lucky we have Jin Sang-pil also in Copenhagen, so we have 2 professors who can take care of the students, but still compared to the numbers of professors, we have much more to do. And this will not change because you cannot just fire professors in a different area just because they have less students suddenly. And I think this is kind of a problem. And this is also why I emphasize that it's so important to know the language of the country you are in, because Sang-pil and me, we are not Danish. I mean, I try my best to learn Danish, but to be included in important decisions, you need to know the language of the country, right? Also to strengthen Korean studies.
말리앙카이 선생님 어떠십니까?
Professor Malliangkai, what about you? What about in Australia? What's the situation there?
It's surprising to me to see that in Australia, at least, Chinese programs are kind of devoid of culture. So the general, as I also showed in my presentation earlier today, the general kind of approach to China is a security one. It's the majority of students are interested in how to deal with the threat of China. And there are very few kind of cultural events, although they do take place, but cultural events that really attract big numbers. So it's an unfortunate situation because we've had this with Indonesia in Australia as well, where the numbers considerably dropped because of the bombing, of course, but also because of the government's kind of discourse around Asia in general, I would say. And fortunately, there's a bit of good news here, is that I think the Korean studies programs have been able to build around area studies in a sense. And so when I look around me, I see very little culture, relatively speaking. So Japanese and Chinese, which I'm sure most people are thinking of here, are relatively small in terms of culture and cultural activities, but Korean studies in general, and that's partly because of all the funding that we receive, are much more prominent. So I guess it's both a sad and a good story.
감사합니다. 약간 그 얘기에서 지금
Thank you very much. And adding on to what you just said and combining what we heard from Professor Lin and Professor Bar, I would like to ask Professor Kim Seung-kyung this question. You only not only focus on Korean studies, but gender studies as well. So within gender studies, what level of Korean cases do you refer to? You mentioned the issue of communication earlier. And also, there are Korean studies side of your research, but one of the biggest challenges I see is that a scholar who handles Korean cases that can be widely accepted is hard to find, although we have a long history. For instance, in history, political science, and social sciences, yes, there are Chinese studies and there are Japanese studies, but we don't really have a well-known and renowned scholar in this side. So what do you think?
I don't think that's easy to answer. So my career, all my career, I taught in the Department of Women's Studies and now mostly called Gender Studies. For 25 years, I was in Gender Studies. And after that, I came to Korean Studies per se into Indiana. So while I was working in Gender Studies, of course, my research was on Korea. But the kind of teaching I was able to do in gender studies, I was not able to teach in gender in Korea. The courses I was able to teach were related to women in East Asia, women's movement in East Asia as overall kind of issues, not Korea specific. So now I'm going to move out from gender studies to social science as a kind of a whole, in the US at least. So I wrote a paper in Yeoksa Bipyeong about how the status of social science in the US and how it is problematic at this point when we talk about area studies. When we talk about area studies, we usually talk about, of course, history, literature, and anthropology oftentimes included. In the US, the turn of social science in the 1990s on, moving away from any kind of country focus and mostly focusing on theory, modeling, and other ways of coming up with scholarly product and also in the discipline itself. As because of that, partly the ones that, and I'm talking here about the kind of hires in the US at this point, we've been looking to hire social scientists in many different schools, trying to hire a social scientist who focuses on Korea. And many, many schools failed because they couldn't work with disciplines. So when the line is given to, let's say, sociology or political science, when they bring in candidates who are focusing on, whose research is on Korea, and here comes to what you said earlier about why is it that those of us who study Korea, how come we couldn't produce someone like Clifford Geertz, who is not a main, the area person, but whose contribution to theoretical understanding, thick description, kind of things have been very, very influential. At this point, the way I see it is the people who are studying Korea, and especially in social science, we have to give some kind of a preference or even a focus to more of a comparative studies, rather than just Korea as one country to focus on that, because it's not going to happen. So if it is not going to happen, how can we have any kind of a field in the US in social science? How do we then train our students? Then focusing on comparative way of analysis and having Korea as one part of very important comparative analysis focus. I think that way we can train the students and also train it in such a way, if someone can do an excellent comparative analysis between Japan and Korea, Korea and China and what have you, what's wrong with that? You see? And can I say just one thing? I don't know how many of you have seen in 2019 at AAS, there was a roundtable discussion among Japanese scholars. That roundtable was provocatively titled as, I wrote it down, The Death of Japan Studies. And that was, they discussed it because what has been happening in the humanities in the US and the way we know of Japan studies, talking about World War II, talking about Cold War and what have you, they essentially declared it has died. And after that, 2020 on, younger scholars of Japanese studies are now coming back and saying we need to rebuild Japanese studies. So they are now calling it as the rebirth of Japanese studies and trying to do, again, more kind of a comparative ways and connecting with transnational ways. And that was another thing I really would like to emphasize.
예, 그 사실 제가 이제 얼마 전에
Yes, so recently area studies and Korea studies, and I was writing a paper on that, and I recall that at AAS there are Korean related panels, and I've looked into the trend, and if you look at this, it's not only Korea but in East Asia and also in the wider Asian society, there are more comparative views and insights being shared. So I don't know up to what extent, I'm not sure because I wasn't part of the discussions, but I think that is an important topic. So Professor Nishino, I think that it also has to do with your comment. So within the discipline, there's a sub-discipline, and if we, let's say there are cases on Korea, but let's say that is there a way for such a sub-discipline to be powerful in Japan? I think that this is one task or challenge of Korean studies. In other words, you really need a lot of knowledge on the area, but also within that discipline, you also need the competencies and expertise. And as mentioned, you need to be able to compare the two and draw some generalizations or to really engage in that comparing contrast. So Professor Nishino, you did mention this a bit, but could you maybe add to that, please?
네, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you.
일단은 제가 말씀드리는 수 있는 부분에서
Well, I think I can say that fortunately, interest in Korea among Japan is quite high. There's the Korean history issue, the North Korean issue, Hallyu, and K novels nowadays. So there's a high level of interest in Korea. But nevertheless, did it really bring a big positive change to the disciplinary area? Well, we do have a larger number of temporary lecturers and instructors in Korean studies, but that doesn't necessarily lead to a full-blown and regular program. To further evolve Korean studies, as has been mentioned by Professor Lin, well, in the political science arena, I must conduct my research on Korean studies, and as Professor Lin has mentioned, I need to be confident on my methodology. If not, Korean studies will not be able to find its place. And in relation to this, in the social sciences arena, we need to be able to speak English fluently. So the Korean studies scholars in Japan are facing challenges of having to speak Korean very fluently, and that is even not enough. We need to learn English and methodology of research. But that is an inevitable and essential process to go through. And to my students, I tell them to do that. They need to have a good understanding and knowledge of the Korean Peninsula, but methodology must also be developed for their specific area of specialty. Thank you. And before we came into this wrap-up session, in the previous session, we discussed the K-culture and Hallyu, and we did have some disputes over that. So including all this, and if you have any comments or questions about anything today, please raise your hand. And if we have time remaining, we will go back to our panelists and hear from them. But now, if you have any questions or comments, the floor is open. President Lee, are you eligible to talk at all?
가급적이면 발언 안 하려고 그랬는데
So I tried to stay put, but I do have a question. It may be a practical question. Now, I'm not an expert in this field, but as I was listening to the discussions, I can see that scholars in Korean studies are actually spread out, scattered across the world, engaging in various disciplines. So in terms of creating synergy or in terms of division of labor in Korean studies, I think that maybe that would be the weak point of the current Korean studies. So I guess whether it be Copenhagen School or Chicago School, I think that we do have like a school approach, which we can actually have these schools intensively go into a topic. That would be great, but I'm not sure whether that can work. It may seem a bit difficult. So my question is, you can see that we do have a network of Korean scholars divided up into regions, so North America, Europe, and so forth. So maybe we can have a network amongst Korean study scholars that focus on a particular topic. So for instance, in Keio University, we may be able to have a network centered on Keio that focuses on studies in North Korea, and for those in film, maybe Copenhagen. So maybe we can create a network based on research topics or issues so that we can go in depth and to also find a way to have these groups represent the key topics of Korean studies. So for me, I think as an investor of K-app, I just wanted to understand whether this is a feasible plan. So yes, that was a very important comment. And I want to mention that I know Professor Yu Young-ju is currently engaging in a certain education networking amongst those in the U.S. Midwestern states.
저희는 연구 네트워크는 아니고요.
We're not a research network, but I also know that Professor Kim is a key member. But we actually have a consortium called the Big Ten Alliance, and we share courses and teachings. And President Lee mentioned about a topical network formed for scholars, and I think that's a novice approach. It seems very interesting, but it's a network that has to be established in an organic fashion, and it probably has to be a spontaneous network among scholars. But if it's forced to be organized, would that be possible? I'm not exactly sure about that. I'm a bit skeptical. So if you look at the historians of Korea and Japan, they do have a group. So there is a group that looks into the changes of lifestyles for the decades, but it's not very well known. But is there anything that you would like to add, Professor Bal?
Yes, this morning Professor Lee Eun-jung mentioned that in Europe there are different groups in place, so this at least will not be a problem. But in my view, the research group and the teacher group should be distinguished. Among researchers, I think that these groups have naturally sprung up, but I belong to the Northern European area, and I am a literature major. And there are so many different types of Korean literature, and I cannot cover all of them alone. So for the past few years, we have working with Oslo University with Professor in the park, and in Helsinki and Stockholm we have other professors. So we all come together for a week of Northern European Korean Studies seminar. And not because we are good scholars, but because we cannot cover the wide range of Korean literature on our own, individually. There's a good history professor at Helsinki and North Korean experts in Stockholm. So if we all bring our own area of expertise, then we will be able to cover a much wider area than what we can each do on our own. So rather than forming research groups, I think forming teachers group or teaching group could be a good idea for Northern European. Isn't that the same situation in North America as well?
It's about the same, but what I want to go back is, Professor Yu and I talked about briefly about, I don't want to use this term, but I have to, branding of any schools, especially for graduate education. Because in the US at this point, graduate education is, wherever there's PhD education and master's, and we educate students in generally, and whoever comes in who works with individual teacher and then others to come up with their research project and do go on. So what we were talking about was, it'll come to a point that we may not be able to do that anymore, because we may have to, each school may have to develop our own expertise, meaning having the faculty members to be able to say that we are doing, let's say we were talking about post-war studies. So our school is going to train from here on the graduate students who will become experts on XYZ. And that, again, I know it has to happen organically, but at the same time, I think it is a possibility if we have our mind to it and to have resources together and cluster-wise to make that happen.
이 티칭하고 어드바이스하고 지금 이제 중심인데 저는 이사장.
So teaching and research. Well, I think that we can raise the level of research in Korean studies. Among the scholars, we have different disciplinary groups. 15 years ago, I think World History Association Congress was held, and I gave a presentation before the German scholars, but I felt very out of place. Because in the way we are trained in history here in Korea was quite different from those of other countries, and I think that the gap still exists. So when you look at the issues of teaching and research, they don't always are conjoined, but the demand of students to learn have reached the Korean studies level, but raising the level of academics in this particular field are mismatched with the demand of students. So of course, those are the challenges posed to area studies in general. But anyone in the floor who would like to comment? Yes, back there.
네, 이제 기회를 주셔서 감사하고요. 오늘 하루.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I was listening to the discussions, and my take on that was that there are many topics, but I think particularly we've been talking about Hallyu and whether Hallyu in Korean studies and area studies be harmonized. So we've listened to many views, and of course there were also some concerns raised in the process. But basically what I want to say is that if we do present on Hallyu, you may think that we are Hallyu experts or Hallyu scholars, but in my years at the graduate school and in my 20 years in the academia, I've never actually met a Hallyu scholar. This is not something that's tangible as of yet, because in the respective academic disciplines in media, they focus on K-pop. That's how it branches out, and that is indicated as a Korean wave phenomenon, but it's not actually put together as an academic discipline. So if we say that a Hallyu researchers or Hallyu scholars maybe thinking that they are moving into these different territories, I think, really does not make sense. And then you also talked about the Korean wave quality, but it seems as if the study on Hallyu actually lacks the quality, or that it's not as noble, and it was quite uneasy to hear. Many of the researchers that could research or study Korean wave in terms of methodology or research design, it hasn't been clear-cut, because Korean wave, as mentioned, has not been put together as an academic discipline, and that area in itself has not been well defined. So it's in the process of getting defined. So I think that we really need to have the process in place. And the last point I would like to make is the following. Area studies and Korean studies. Of course, we do need Hallyu, and the reason why is because of the students. There's a need and the demand from the students, and we need to cater to the demand, and that's why we need to put together the classes and find the right researchers to teach. And this is something that we can resist or refuse. So whether it be an expert in area studies, or whether it be those in media studies, those that can actually meet the demand of the students can teach. And I think the fact that we have such resources is a good thing. So at the end of the day, Hallyu, I think it's not about overstepping into other territories or their domains. It's not an issue of conflict, but it can be a gateway for Korean studies, and all of the academic disciplines can come together and find a way to utilize Hallyu. And in that aspect, KF and the Academy of Korean Studies, the financing that's offered by these institutions, I think can be shared by these various disciplines. So yes, please do not misunderstand me, though that was not my intention at all. Professor Hong Seok-young and all of those comments, I do agree, and I want to mention that Seoul National University, it's true that we haven't been able to cater to the needs, to the demands overseas, and I mentioned that we may need scholars that need to cater to the needs. So, well, I mean, I don't think that we have a lot of time. So, I can give you maybe 30 seconds. I think I really have to conclude. So, within 30 seconds, please.
지금부터 30초요.
30 seconds starts now. Okay. So we are speaking about Korean studies and Korean studies research, and you have all given great comments. But just one thing, I think we have been forgetting that the needs of Korean studies seen from Korea and seen from the different countries such as Germany or France are different. How to include Korean studies in the particular country is what we're missing. Hallyu is very important, yes, and students want to learn about Hallyu, but for Korean studies to have a certain status in different countries, there are certain topics that we must address in Korean studies, so we need to think about that altogether. Thank you very much. And I have been pressed to conclude this session. I was unable to give our panelists more time, and very sorry. And just to take the floor for 30 seconds, yes, Korean Foundation has played a huge role for the development of Korean studies to reach its current level. Yes, we have AKS, we have the King Sejong Institute. We should think about how to address the needs of overseas in other countries, as mentioned by Professor Lee just now. And I hope that we can resolve all the challenges that have been mentioned today, and I trust that President Lee will do just that. And I would like to ask everyone in this room to do your part as well. Thank you for joining us, and that concludes this session. Thank you.
네, 마지막 세션 진행을.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Park Hye-kyun, and our speakers, panelists. Thank you very much for their insightful comments. Once again, a big round of applause for our panelists for session 4. Yes, thank you very much. The 2022 KF Global Korean Studies Forum Did you all enjoy this forum? I believe that it was packed with insightful comments and presentations. And I can see that the passion and the energy of all of our scholars had filled the venue and the event. And as soon as we rearrange the stage, we will commence the closing ceremony.
네, 회에서는 이종국
We would like to invite Executive Vice President Jong-guk Lee of the Korea Foundation for his closing remarks. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 제가 오늘 다른 여기 이 자리에 참석하신 많은 분들과 함께 오늘 그 세션
was great to join the discussions. I did slightly doze off in between, but I did have I had a meaningful time with all of the discussions. So as a supporter of these endeavors, we were able to get some good tips and advice on how KF can be an even better supporter of your efforts. And in addition to that, I want to mention that all of our educators and scholars going through their recollection, their self-confession in Korean studies was also something that I was able to listen to. So they were all quite interesting. And I just wanted to mention my personal take on today's event. I believe that today's KF Global Korean Studies Forum held in commemoration of the 30th anniversary of the foundation and under the theme Paradigm Changes and Future Development of Korean Studies was a meaningful venue to look back on the past and present and forward to the future of Korean studies. And I would like to express my deep appreciation to all participants, both from home and abroad, for their contributions during the discussions. In today's forum, we were able to better our understanding on the current situation by region, including the North America and European regions where research and education in Korean studies is quite detailed and specified, as well as Asia, Latin America, and Central Asia, and Africa, where Korean studies is rapidly spreading, centered on learning the Korean language and understanding Korean culture. And I believe that this very fact is a concrete achievement of this forum. Furthermore, with the development of ICT technology, the internet, and the influence of the pandemic, e-learning is being established as an important method in Korean language and Korean studies education, and we have confirmed the contributions made by the KF e-learning program. We were able to reconfirm that the fact that approximately 1,500 universities around the world teach the Korean language as part of their curriculum represents the rapid growth of Korean studies and the overall growth in national power of Korea and the particular geographical situation of Korea, the economic growth of Korea, and the cultural interest and attractiveness represented by Hallyu Act in the background. This dissemination of Korean studies and Korean language contrasts with the recent trend of a crisis of the humanities, in which interest in the humanities is weakening worldwide. And when it comes to Hallyu, we've been exchanging, and we did exchange many views and opinions at today's event. So I believe that it's important to provide the right amicable environment for the growth of Korean studies and Korean language. But I also believe that going forward, it could be a key research topic that we can delve into further. So that was something that we were able to confirm as well, that it can be a key research topic, the Hallyu phenomenon itself. And meanwhile, it was pointed out that along with the quantitative expansion of Korean studies, there is still much room for improvement in the qualitative aspects of Korean studies. In order to improve the situation, efforts from all participants in the Korean studies ecosystem are required, and the Korea Foundation will actively support this endeavor. Although there was a lack of sufficient discussions due to time constraints, the Korea Foundation will continue to communicate and interact closely with various experts in the field of Korean studies and actively cooperate as a partner in unfolding the blueprint for the future of Korean studies. And when the time comes to assess and evaluate the development and progress of Korean studies in the next 20 or 30 years, we expect to witness a quantum leap in Korean studies altogether. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude to all expert scholars from home and abroad for their participation in this forum. And with this, let me bring my closing address to an end. Thank you.
네, 이종국
Thank you very much, Executive Vice President Lee Jong-gu, for your closing remarks. Now we have come to the end of the forum. I would like to thank all speakers for your wonderful presentations and discussions, and all participants who joined us online and on-site. I look forward to and I ask you for your support for Korean studies. I am Yoon Chang-sik from KF. Thank you.
네, 현장에 참석하고 계신 분.
Those of you joining us on site, we have a
Thank you.